Chapter 1 Feet 5 Boats. Look at that guy, he's so handsome. Which one? Really, ugh, hurry up and film it, I want to send a jitterbug. A few young girls gathered together in front of the station, excitedly exchanging words. Their eyes gathered on a tall and straight man. The man was about 185 tall, with a handsome face with sharp angles. Even with just a simple casual outfit, he looked outstanding. Yan-Shi listened to the praises in his ears and felt a wave of nostalgia in his heart. Phew, it's been a long time since I've heard someone praise me like this. If it were the past, I would have definitely chatted with you guys. But unfortunately I've changed my ways and won't be entangled with women anymore. Yan-Shi escaped from Cloud City 3 years ago. The reason for his escape was simple, he was being hunted down by a coalition of 5 girlfriends. That's right, 5. Yan-Shi's appearance had been superior to the norm since he was a child. As a result, he had a good relationship with women, and he had a lot of girlfriends around him. Yan-Shi's peak was during his college years. He had 5 girlfriends at the same time. As a master of time management, he maneuvered back and forth between the 5. Hardly 4 years without being discovered. But when one walks by the river, there's no such thing as a wet shoe. The year he graduated from college, Yan-Shi's foot in 5 boats was still exposed. His 5 girlfriends are all very skillful. In order to kill Yan-Shi, but also issued a reward order of $1 million. Yan-Shi was so scared that he fled Yuncheng overnight. In order not to be found, he ran away and stayed in a temple for 3 years. During these 3 years in this temple, Yan-Shi had an epiphany. Amitabha Buddha, everything is caused by women. He decided to turn over a new leaf and never tangle with women again. In the future, he would be a useful person to society. Yan-Shi took out his cell phone and opened the navigation software. He had already looked for an apartment online in advance. Also made an appointment for an interview on the recruitment software. Yan-Shi planned to stay first and then go to the company tomorrow for the interview. Nanyang District, the distance was quite far. He took a cab and traveled to Nanyang District. Is this the place? Yan-Shi raised his head with a surprised face. In front of him was a brand new and imposing neighborhood building that looked like it had just been built not long ago. Mr. Yan-Shi, right? A middle-aged man with a center-parted hair ran over. He smiled and stretched out his hand to Yan-Shi. We've contacted each other online before, Li Weiqiang from Hongfa Real Estate. Yan-Shi shook his hand. Brotherly, this is the right place for me to rent, right? Yes, it's on the 5th floor. Li Weiqiang pointed upstairs. Come with me, I'll show you around. He led Yan-Shi into the building. Brotherly, I take the liberty of asking, our monthly rent is 1,000, right? Yan-Shi looked around the luxurious decoration and asked. Li Weiqiang laughed. Yes, doesn't it feel a bit too cheap? Yan-Shi nodded. Generally this kind of location, this kind of decoration house, the rent at least 2,000 up. You can rest assured that I am not a liar. Li Weiqiang explained the cause and effect. Originally, an international high school was planned to be built in this neighborhood. The dozens of buildings were built around it to be sold as school district housing. But then the planning was suddenly cancelled. The school district housing naturally cannot be sold. The real estate developer is trying to recoup the money as soon as possible, that's why it's rented out cheaply to the public. So you are sort of here. Li Weiqiang led Yan-Shi into the elevator. You will look at the house first, if you are satisfied before signing the contract. Soon the elevator arrived at the 5th floor. Li Weiqiang took Yan-Shi and came to room 505. He took out a bunch of access cards from his bag. After swiping on the door, the lock opened. Come in and have a look. Li Weiqiang beckoned. Yan-Shi followed into the house. The house was quite well decorated and the appliances were complete. 2 rooms and 1 hall, with an area of about 70 square feet. More than enough for one person to live in. Yan-Shi couldn't help but ask again. Li Weiqiang nodded. Don't worry, the landlord will also come later. Then he took out the rental contract. You first look at the contract, if there is no problem, we will sign the contract first. Yan-Shi took the contract and carefully flipped through it. The term of the lease is 1 year, and the rent delivery method is 1 deposit and 3 payments. The brokerage fee for Li Weiqiang is 1 month's rent, which is $1,000. It really doesn't seem strange. Yan-Shi nodded. Okay, then sign the contract. Good Lu. Li Weiqiang nodded. Then the two signed the contract. Then you first turn around in the house. Li Weiqiang pointed to the outside. I go down to pick up the landlord, after your rent to her just fine. Then he left. Yan Qi walked to the window and was in a very relaxed mood. His luck is really too good. He came across a cheap house right away. It would be great if the job application could also go this smoothly afterward. After a while, Li Weiqiang's voice came from outside. At 5:05, the tenant is already waiting in the house. Followed by a somewhat diffident female voice, good job, renting out 7 houses so quickly. Hearing this voice, Yan Qi suddenly trembled. It can't be. He violently turned his head to look at the entrance. A pair of jade feet wearing slippers were the first to appear in the doorway. Yan Qi keenly observed that there was a heart-shaped birthmark on that person's ankle. Shit! Yan Qi let out a low curse. He hurriedly ducked into the toilet. Immediately afterward, Li Weiqiang walked in with the landlord. The landlord was a rather pretty little beauty. It was just that she was dressed rather casually, with a printed t-shirt on her upper body and jean shorts with a pair of lady slippers on her lower body. One of the most striking things was those long legs, which were very tantalizing. The landlord looked at the empty house and looked at Li Weiqiang suspiciously. Where are the people? Mr. Yan? Li Weiqiang shouted. At this time, Yan Qi's voice came out from the toilet. I have a stomachache, it may take a while. He clamped his throat and said, to not let the landlord leave a WeChat, I will add her WeChat afterward. Li Weiqiang scratched his head, you listen to the voice a little uncomfortable. Alright? And the landlord's face suddenly changed when she heard Yan Qi's voice. You just called him Mr. Yan, so what is his name? She looked to the side at Li Weiqiang. I forgot to tell you, his name is Yan Qi. Li Weiqiang laughed. The landlord first froze, then laughed, ha 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 ha. This scared Li Weiqiang next to him. He had been in contact with the landlord for so long, but it was the first time he had seen the landlord so happy. The landlord walked to the big door of the toilet and knocked on the door. Yan Qi, stop pretending and come out quickly. Yan Qi, don't pretend, come out now. There was only dead silence in the toilet. Yan Qi, don't pretend, come out quickly. The landlord knocked on the door again. This time, a sigh came from the toilet. Thereupon the door of the room opened. Yan Qi walked out with an embarrassed face. The landlord's eyes first flashed with excitement after seeing Yan Qi. But then it was swallowed up by anger as she gritted her teeth and said, it's really you, Yan Qi. Cough, what a coincidence. Yan Qi lightly coughed and laughed, Xiao Frost. Xiao Frost, the former school flower of Yunchang University. It is also one of Yan Qi's 5 ex-girlfriends. Chapter 2 Ex-girlfriend is the landlord? Xiao Frost, the most famous of Yan Qi's class of students. Besides being pretty and having long legs, Su Xiaoshan was most famous when she enrolled at the university. She drove into the school in a Lamborghini. Yan Qi was there that day, and he remembers it very clearly. At that time, the first to step out of the car were those stunningly beautiful legs. As the body drew away from the car, a beautiful woman with long hair to her waist stepped out. That day, Su Xiaoshan was wearing a small black dress, her feet stepped on small black leather shoes, and there was a hint of condescension on her face. Beautiful woman, luxury car, this made Su Xiaoshan instantly become the center of everyone's attention. And Yan Qi secretly vowed at that time that he would definitely chase Su Xiaoshan to his hand. What happened after that was much easier than Yan Qi thought. The family is quite wealthy, and the discipline is also very strict. Before going to college, she had never been in love. In the eyes of Yan Qi, this kind of love scene veteran is simply a lamb to be slaughtered. As expected, Su Xiaoshan fell in less than a month. Became Yan Qi's second girlfriend. At that time, Su Xiaoshan was in love with Yan Qi. She hated to give everything to Yan Qi. Yan Qi remembers that Su Xiaoshan was always planning her future with him. She planned to let his father invest money after graduation and set up a company for them. Let Yan Qi be the boss, and she will be the boss's wife. But the deeper the love, the deeper the hate. When Yan Qi's foot in 5 boats was exposed, it was also Su Xiaoshan who offered to put up the bounty. So if Yan Qi were to choose one, his most feared ex-girlfriend, he would definitely choose Su Xiaoshan. At this time, the rental house fell into a deathly silence. Su Xiaoshan stared at Yan Qi with rather complicated eyes. Yan Qi, on the other hand, awkwardly looked to the side. Li Weiqiang also sensed that something was wrong and silently took 2 steps back. In the end, it was Yin Chi who broke the silence as he looked at Li Weiqiang with an evasive gaze. Ahem, brotherly, just now, I thought it over again. Although this house is cheap, it's still a bit unsuitable for me. Why don't you rent the house to someone else? Li Weiqiang is confused. Mr. Yen, but we've already signed the contract. He pointed to the contract on the table. Yen Shi felt a pang of remorse in his heart after hearing this. I should have known better than to sign it. At this time, Su Xiaoshang spoke up. Do you want to escape again? The corners of Yen Chi's mouth twitched, and he could only change the topic. Xiao Frost, I still have urgent business today, let's talk about it some other time, okay? But as soon as Su Xiaoshang pressed against the doorframe, she smiled faintly. Mr. Yen, you have already signed the contract, and you still think that you can leave if you want to? Yen Shi saw that Su Xiaoshang didn't want to let go of himself, so he also smiled and said, Miss Su, the big deal is that I don't want the deposit. Wait a minute, I don't seem to have paid it yet, right? This way, I'll give you $1,000 deposit, this house I do not rent, okay? Su Xiaoshang silently clenched her fists. Damn Yen Shi, still as skillful as before. Once upon a time, she was always fooled by Yen Shi. But now she wouldn't be. So Su Xiaoshang looked at Li Weiqiang. Brotherly, if someone is planning to violate the rental contract, can we go to court to sue him? Yen Shi was a bit surprised. This little ninny is too ruthless. It's just renting a room, is it necessary to go to court? Sure enough, she still hates herself. Indeed, it can be, but usually the court will still only award a deduction of the deposit, and usually there will be no follow-up. Li Weiqiang nodded. Su Xiaoshang nodded with satisfaction. This is enough. She looked at Yen Shi with some complacency. Hear that, if you don't rent it, then I'll go to court tomorrow and sue you. Looking at you like this, you should have just returned to Yun Chang. Although it's only a small lawsuit, it will still be troublesome, right? She then released her hand against the doorframe and walked towards the living room. I want to stop you, you can leave if you want to. Yen Shi was embarrassed. Su Xiaoshang was right. This lawsuit is small, but it is too much time to go back and forth. He doesn't even have a job right now. It's really not wise to do this. Thinking of this, Yen Shi instantly changed his face. Ha, such a good house, how could I not rent it? He smiled and followed Su Xiaoshang. I was just joking, you won't take it seriously, right, Xiaoshang? Su Xiaoshang sat down on the sofa, her legs folded together. She raised her eyes to Yen Shi and flirted. Frost? I remember just now someone called me Ms. Frost, right? Ms. Su? Who called me that? Yen Shi said with righteous indignation, it's too much to call me that, what's the relationship between the two of us? How can you call me Miss Su? Su Xiaoshang laughed at his words. Fine, then tell me what is our relationship. Yen Shi was embarrassed again. The relationship between them is indeed a little difficult to say. Seeing Yen Shi's awkward look, Su Xiaoshang unconsciously laughed out loud. Oh, when I was in college, what did you call me? I'm not sure if I'm a good person or a good person. Yen Shi tentatively shouted. When these words came out, Su Xiaoshang only felt that her heart was violently scratched. Her cheeks then unconsciously flushed. She hurriedly looked out of the window and stammered, what baby, are we that familiar? Then it's better to call Little Frost. Yen Shi scratched his head. Well. Li Weiqiang, who was not far away, looked silly. It was the first time he had seen Su Xiao Frost show this kind of expression. TSK, these two people have an unusual relationship. He'd scared in his heart. At this time, Su Xiaoshang suddenly looked at him. Why are you still here? General Manager Su, I'm here for the agency fee. Li Weiqiang asked tentatively. Su Xiaoshang waved her hand. I'll call you afterward. I'll leave first. Li Weiqiang hurriedly left the house and thoughtfully closed the door. There were only two people left in the house, Su Xiaoshang and Yen Shi. Once again, a deathly silence fell. Su Xiaoshang lowered her head, not knowing what she was thinking. Yen Shi was also somewhat at a loss for words. The most embarrassing thing in the world is running into an ex-girlfriend. Especially an ex-girlfriend who hates to kill you. She won't be thinking about how to hack me to death, right? Yen Shi was a bit jittery. So he tentatively broke the silence. Xiao Frost, why don't I transfer the rent and deposit to you? Su Xiaoshang sighed. Then took out his cell phone. Add my micro letter. Over the years, Yen Shi was afraid of being found, and had already replaced all of his contact information. Yen Shi took out his cell phone and added the WeChat of Su Xiaoshang. A deposit of 1 to 3 is $4,000, and there is also Lee's $1,000 agency fee. Yanqi pressed twice on the screen, $5,000 transferred to you. Su Xiaoshang didn't even look at it and put the cell phone away. Then she got up. Well, Mr. Yen, remember to transfer the rent to me every 3 months in the future. Seeing this, Yanqi hurriedly said, well, I won't see you off then. Who said I'm leaving? Su Xiaoshang came to Yanqi's body. Do you want me to go so much? The charming aroma drilled into Yanqi's nose, constantly teasing his nerves. After 3 years in the temple, Yanqi had not touched a woman for a long time. With such a beautiful woman right in front of him, his little heart was tickled again. No, calm down. Yanqi shouted in his heart, you can't get entangled with a woman anymore. He took a deep breath and took a step back. Little Frost, let me be honest with you. Actually, after I left Cloud City, I went to the temple for 3 years. The temple? Su Xiaoshuang blinked. Is it a temple? Yanqi nodded. Yes, I am now enlightened. I know I'm very sorry to you, but I swear, I really have changed my ways. Su Xiaoshan looked at Yanqi with some disbelief. You really know your mistake? I know, I will definitely not mess around in the future. Yanqi nodded with a serious face. The reason why he said this was because he wanted Su Xiao Frost to stop looking for trouble from him. But when these words reached the ears of Su Xiaoshang, they changed flavor. The ex-boyfriend suddenly said something like I've changed my ways and won't mess around anymore. Isn't this the rhythm of asking to get back together? Su Xiaoshang's heart suddenly beat wildly. Obviously, she hated to kill Yanqi. But after seeing Yanqi, she still softened her heart. Su Xiaoshang knew that she had never forgotten Yanqi. No, if I casually agree, won't that make me look casual? She was having a fierce mental struggle. So she turned her head with slightly reddened cheeks. I won't forgive you that easily, but if you behave well, I can still consider it. What Su Xiaoshang said was naturally the matter of getting back together. But when it came to Yanqi's ears, it became another meaning. Sure enough, the truth is useful, she's already considering not bothering me anymore. Yanqi thought in his heart. So he hurriedly nodded. Don't worry, I will definitely perform well and let you see the changes in me. The two were chatting across the board, but they both got the desired result. Chapter 3. It's hard to find a job. After that, the two of them chatted with one another, and soon it was dark. Well, it's getting late. Su Xiaoshang scratched his cheeks. Then I will go back first. Good. Yanqi was relieved. Su Xiaoshan looked at Yanqi with some complaints. Didn't you want to perform well? Don't you want to see me off? Send, of course you have to send. Yanqi nodded his head in a serious manner. Afterwards, he pretended to be a gentleman and opened the door for Su Xiaoshang. Please, Lord Xiaoshang. Su Xiao Frost was a bit surprised. One must know that the Yanqi of the past would never do such a thing. It seems that he really has been reflecting on it. Su Xiao Frost bit her lips. She walked out of the room somewhat shyly. Yanqi followed behind her thinking. TSK, in the future, this ancestor is not only an ex-girlfriend, but also a landlord. I can't just mess with her again. He sent her all the way to the underground parking lot. Su Xiaoshang walked to a pink McLaren 720s. This car is more than $3 million, right? This little girl is still so rich, Yanqi thought in his heart. At this time, Su Xiaoshang turned to look at Yanqi. Asked in a small voice, can I still come to you next time? Yanqi was first stunned. He was tempted to refuse. But he understood that it was best not to offend Su Xiaoshang. Of course, any time is welcome. Yanqi nodded with a smile. Su Xiaoshang hummed lightly in satisfaction. That's more or less the same. She then opened the car door and sat in. Then I'm leaving. Su Xiaoshang waved her hand with some reluctance, and then started the car. Watching the car go away, Yanqi was completely relieved. Phew, the little life is finally saved. The reason why he was so nervous. Was because with Su Xiaoshang's family background, a single strike could kill him. But this girl, she is still as beautiful as before. Yanqi lamented. But he immediately put away this thought. Umut Babuda, can't think anymore. Yanqi had already made up his mind that he would never be tempted by a woman again. On the other side, Su Xiaoshan was humming a strange little tune in the car. Suddenly she thought of something. So she took out her cell phone and dialed. Hello, Li Weiqian, is there any room available on the 5th floor of my building? preferably one closer to 505. My friend? My friend? It's not my friend, it's me. 507, across from 505? Okay, that's it. After she hung up the phone, she couldn't hide the joy on her face. I won't let you get away this time, Yan Shi. The next day, Yan Shi got up early. He had several interview appointments today. In order to survive, it was necessary to take them seriously. But while the ideal was beautiful, the reality was cruel. Yan Shi's college major was marketing. This kind of major was not good for finding a job in the first place. Plus, Yan Shi went to a temple for 3 years after graduating from college. His resume can only be said to be quite ugly. Although he had prepared for it early, the result was even worse than he had expected. Mr. Yan, you didn't join the workforce for 3 years after you graduated from college, why is that? The first HR inquired in puzzlement. This was quite a fatal question. Yan Shi didn't write about going to the temple on his resume. After all, this stuff didn't have help in finding a job. Of course, Yan Shi couldn't tell the truth. So he took out the words he had already prepared to say, these 3 years I have been studying for the exam. So you just failed the exam and came out to look for a job, HR pinpointed the problem. You're not too young, and your work experience is almost zero, unfortunately. Yan Shi was said to be speechless. I'm not going to be able to do that. His resume was too bad. However, there was one thing that made Yan Shi very puzzled. The recruitment software was able to see the resume. Since his resume was so trashy, why did the other party agree to his interview? Later he realized that it was just HR rushing performance. The HR also has targets every month. Oftentimes, in order to fulfill the target, HR will make a random appointment on the recruitment software to come for an interview. After the applicant came, and then casually send it away. This way the HR's monthly target is accomplished. After he was rejected by the first company, he immediately traveled to the second company. But the result was similar. The HR just casually perfunctory 2 sentences, then Yan Shi brushed off. After that, the third and fourth companies all did the same. Soon the time came to 5 p.m. Yan Shi only had one last company left to interview. He walked down the street very tiredly. The day's encounters had left him a bit exhausted. Yan Shi didn't even want to interview this last company. After all, it was going to be brushed aside anyway, so was there a need to go? No, it was still necessary to go. Yan Shi shook his head. The last one was a media company called Moxin Media. Yan Shi very skillfully came to the front desk. Hello, I'm here for an interview. When the receptionist saw Yan Shi, she immediately lit up, so handsome. The first few employees saw Yan Shi, and their first reaction was the same. But when they read Yan Shi's resume, they all lose interest in Yan Shi instantly. Good, I will contact the HR for you now, the receptionist said enthusiastically. At the same time, inside a studio within the company, a beautiful woman wearing a tight-fitting ladies' suit and high heels was lashing out at her subordinates. What are you guys saying? Zhou Wenyao broke his appointment? The woman roared with anger. The subordinates hurriedly explained, Mr. Zhang, Zhou Wenyao said that his finger had scratched the skin and he had to go to the hospital, so he asked to reschedule the shooting to tomorrow. The woman shivered with anger at the words, I knew it, none of these traffic stars are reliable. Today is the day that Inkheart Media is shooting the cover for its Ace Magazine HQ. For this reason, they have also made an appointment with the most recent hot traffic star, Zhou Wenyao. As a result, the staff was ready, but Zhou Wenyao said he wouldn't be coming. Now they had 2 choices, one was to hold their breath and wait until tomorrow for the shoot. But the problem was, what if the other party broke the contract again? They were pressed for time, and if the magazine cover wasn't shot well, it would definitely affect the entire company. The second was to kick Zhou Wenyao out and continue the shoot with a new one. At this time, the subordinate cautiously proposed, Mr. Zhang, why don't we temporarily appoint a model to come over? Where can we go? The high-quality slots are all full, can we find some crooked dates to model? Mr. Zhang sighed. This is their trump card magazine, it can never go wrong. The subordinates all lowered their heads. If something went wrong with the cover, then they might not be able to keep their jobs. Ms. Zhang helplessly covered her forehead. You guys think about it first, I'm going out to get some air. After she walked out of the studio, her subordinates hurriedly discussed. General Manager Zhang, on the other hand, leaned against the wall of the corridor, searching in her mind for any models that could be used. At this time, she heard voices coming from the depths of the corridor. General Manager Zhang turned her head to look and realized that it was the sound from the side of the conference room. By the way, there seems to be an interview today. She shook her head. It doesn't matter, it has nothing to do with me anyway. The door to the conference room in the distance opened and a man with a straight figure walked out from inside. He was holding a crumpled resume in his hands and looked rather dejected. Ms. Zhang's gaze fell on the man. She froze for a moment, then jerked upright. With some disbelief, Mr. Zhang took a closer look. After confirming that there was no mistake, she murmured in a low voice, "Yin Qi? Chapter 4 Being a Model?" General Manager Zhang froze in place, and by the time she reacted, Yin Qi had already left. She hurriedly ran towards the conference room. Just as she reached the door, a few HR came out of the room. "Ah, that kid looks human, but his resume turned out to be as good as shit." HR laughed and discussed the interview that had just taken place. "That's right, nowadays young people dare to have an empty window for 3 years, I'm afraid that they won't be able to find a job in the future." At this time, they saw Mr. Zhang walking over. So they hurriedly shut up and greeted Mr. Zhang. "Mr. Zhang, what is the name of the person you just interviewed?" General Manager Zhang inquired somewhat anxiously. The HRs froze for a moment, then looked at each other. "It seems to be called Yin Qi." "Are you sure it's Yin Qi?" A light erupted in Mr. Zhang's eyes. The HRs nodded. Yes, it is called Yin Qi." Mr. Zhang took a deep breath and said to himself, "Phew, it's really you." She fell into deep thought, and the HRs on the other side didn't dare to disturb her at all. The scene fell into silence. After a while, Mr. Zhang slowly opened his mouth. "Go and call him back, ask him if he is willing to come to work in our company." The HRs were shocked. "Mr. Zhang, but that person's resume is too bad, he can't be qualified to work in our company's marketing." "Who said to let him do marketing?" Mr. Zhang shook his head. "Ask him if he wants to be a model." Meanwhile, Yin Qi walked out of the company with his head hanging down. As expected, the company didn't look at him either. Although he was prepared, he could not help but feel a little down. "Still not working?" He sighed helplessly. It's better to go for delivery. With his current savings, it wouldn't last 3 months. There had to be a way to get money before he could do so. Thinking of this, Yin Qi was ready to go home first. But just then, a voice called out to him, "Mr. Yin, wait a minute." Yin Qi turned his head to look. Discovered that it was one of the HR who had just interviewed him. "Is there something wrong?" he asked somewhat listlessly. The HR had a formulaic smile on his face. "Mr. Yin, we just discussed it again. We feel that your conditions are very good. Are you interested in coming to work for our company?" Yin Qi froze for a moment. He hadn't heard it wrong. The other party actually wanted to give a job? Really? Yin Qi's eyes lit up. HR nodded and turned towards the company. "Yes, come in with me, let's talk about the specifics of the job." "Good." Yin Qi hurriedly followed up. "Don't worry, I am a person with strong learning ability, I will be able to quickly competent in marketing this work." This statement, HR some awkward stop. "Mr. Yin, I forgot to tell you. In fact, what we want to give you is not a job in marketing." "Ah?" Mr. Yin Qi was a bit confused. What kind of job is that? Can't let him be a janitor, right? Then he might as well go to the delivery. "Model, are you interested?" HR asked tentatively. Yin Qi blinked. "Modeling, me? I haven't done any work in this area before." In fact, when he was in college before, there were people who tapped him to be a model or something like that. But at that time, Yin Qi, who was having fun with his feet in 5 boats, directly refused. "It's okay, it's easy to be a model." HR rushed to say, "There will be a professional teacher to guide you on poses and so on, you just need to relax." Yin Qi heard the words and fell into thought. Modeling? It's not impossible. After all, with his current economic conditions, it was already very good to have a decent job. The opposite HR was also a bit nervous. She was afraid that Yin Qi wouldn't be interested. After all, she had also heard about the predicament of today's cover shoot. At this time, Yin Qi suddenly asked, "How much money can I earn in a month as a model?" HR was delighted. Asking about the treatment means that there is an intention. The treatment aspect, we can talk about it in detail. HR made a pleased gesture. "Anyway, let's go in first and talk again." "Good. Our company's models, the base salary is 8,000, in addition will be based on the workload commission." HR to Yen Shi explained the treatment problem. If the magazine sales are good, there will also be incentives dividends. Yen Shi was very surprised. The base salary is 8,000, and there are commission and bonus. This month at least have more than 10,000 bar. To know, he interviewed the marketing only 6,000 base salary. If you agree, we can sign the contract now. HR handed the labor contract to Yen Shi. Yen Shi took it and looked at it carefully. He found that there were no unhelpful clauses. So he signed the contract without the slightest hesitation. The HR got up satisfied. Mr. Yen, there just happens to be a shooting project today. Would you like to try it first? A tutorial for newbies? Yen Shi thought in his heart. Although he was already very tired today. But after all, he had just joined the workforce, so he still had to be more active. Good. Yen Shi agreed. The HR instantly breathed a sigh of relief. There was finally a replacement model. Yen Shi followed HR out of the conference room. He didn't realize that what he was about to shoot was the company's Ace magazine. After all, he had just joined and it would be nice to have a third-rate magazine to shoot for. Yen Shi followed HR all the way to the studio. HR pushed open the door. I brought the person, you see how? As soon as the words fell, a group of people surrounded the room. They surrounded Yen Shi in the center, carefully observed. Height about 185 or so, height is very consistent, good. His looks were also good, very much in line with the requirements this time. It's perfect. People cheered, great, worthy of being the person chosen by Mr. Zhang. Their jobs were finally saved. Yen Shi was frightened by them. You guys are. Don't be afraid. The middle-aged photographer at the head of the group smiled and extended his hand. My name is Zhong Kue, we will definitely have a lot of cooperation in the future. Yen Shi shook his hand. My name is Yen Shi. Mr. Yen, right? The photographer nodded. Have you been a model before? Yen Shi shook his head. It's okay if you haven't, we'll teach you how to pose. Yen Shi was then pulled under the lights by a group of people. HR saw this and quietly exited the studio. As a result, as soon as she went out, she ran into Mr. Zhang. She hurriedly greeted, Mr. Zhang, people have already signed the contract and are shooting. HR General Manager Zhang nodded. Then there is nothing to do, I will leave first. HR was ready to leave. But then Mr. Zhang stopped her. Right, did you mock the applicants behind their backs before? Saying that other people's resumes are shit. I remember I told your HR department that whoever comes to apply for a job should maintain respect, right? The HR was shocked in her heart. She didn't expect Mr. Zhang to have listened. She really couldn't wait to slap herself twice, her mouth was too indebted. HR hurriedly apologized. Yes, sorry, Mr. Zhang, we were just joking at that time. Then I hope you won't make such jokes. Mr. Zhang looked at HR. Can we do that? Can we do it? We will definitely warn them when we go back. Mr. Zhang looked at HR. Can you do it? Mr. Zhang waved his hand. HR grayed out and left. Mr. Zhang then quietly opened the door to the studio room. Inside the room, Yen Shi was posing somewhat clumsily. Seeing this, General Manager Zhang gently bit her lips, revealing a touch of a little woman's posture. Stinky Yen Shi, returning to Cloud City and not coming to find me. Chapter 5 Female Supervisor is also an ex-girlfriend? Since it was Yen Shi's first time shooting, he was seriously inexperienced. So it took a whole 5 hours to finish. By the time it was over, it was already 11 p.m. Yen Shi sat on the chair tiredly. This job was much more tiring than he had imagined. Tough job, Mr. Yen. The cameramen and assistants nodded their heads in greeting to Yen Shi. Although the process was not smooth, the result was quite good. They had taken a very successful set of photos. During this time their address to Yen Shi was also changed from Mr. Yen to Mr. Yen. At this time, an employee walked over to Yen Shi. Mr. Yen, Mr. Zhang asked you to come to our office. Mr. Zhang? Yen Shi was a bit puzzled. The clerk nodded. Yes, it's the president of our company, she wants to see you. Yen Shi nodded. Yes, it's the president of our company, she wants to see you. Yen Shi endured his fatigue and got up. Although he wanted to hurry home and sleep. But since the leader was calling, it was still necessary to go over. This piece of human feelings must be taken care of. Yen Shi followed the clerk to an office door. You can just knock on the door and go in. The clerk pointed to the door and then left. Yen Shi walked to the door and knocked. Yen Shi walked to the door and knocked. A female voice came out from the house. Yan Shi scratched his head at the words, huh? What a familiar voice, ah. No, it should be an illusion, how can it be her ah? Thinking of this, he directly opened the door and walked in. Good day, Mr. Zhang. Yan Shi shouted with a smile on his face. Mr. Zhang sat in the boss chair with his back to Yan Shi. Is the work still adapted? Adaptation, thanks to the leadership of the appreciation ah. Well, when did you return to Cloud City? I came back yesterday. Yan Shi stopped in mid-sentence. He sensed something was wrong. How did Mr. Zhang know that he was returning to Yunchang? At this time, Mr. Zhang turned around. I only came back yesterday. In that case it's not your fault, right? Yan Shi's entire body froze when he saw General Manager Zhang's appearance. Zhang Yue! He exclaimed out in disbelief. Seeing this face, Yan Shi recalled many things that had happened before. Zhang Yue, one of his former ex-girlfriends. It was also the person Yan Shi felt the most guilty about in his heart. Yan Shi remembered that when they first met, it was a rainy night in the first semester of his sophomore year. He had a movie he really wanted to see that day, but it turned out that his girlfriends all had important things to do. So Yan Shi could only run to the movie alone. Since it was a night show, there were only 2 people in the movie theater. Besides Yan Shi, there was only one girl left next to him. That girl was Zhang Yue. She was dressed rather plainly at the time, with a white t-shirt, jeans, and canvas shoes. A short black hair as well as a black framed glasses. Although she was dressed very simply, she couldn't hide her good-looking features. At that time, Yan Shi was a proper scum-seeking. When he saw a beautiful woman, his first reaction was to go up and ask for a contact. Zhang Yue was very wary at first. But under Yan Shi's skillful tongue, she eventually removed her defenses. The two chatted for a long time in the movie theater. Unlike Su Xiaoshan's illustrious family history, Zhang Yue's family was quite difficult. Although she had done well in the college entrance exams, her family couldn't afford the tuition fees. So Zhang Yue could only choose to go out and work. During her part-time job, she fell in love with photography. The book said that watching movies was very helpful for learning photography. So Zhang Yue often came to watch movies. However, she watched movies at night because the price was the cheapest. During the casual conversation, the two gradually became acquainted and exchanged contact information with each other. Although Yan Shi was a scumbag, he was also a serious scumbag. He was willing to work hard in order to pursue the woman he liked. Zhang Yue likes photography, then Yan Shi has made up a lot of knowledge about photography. Afterwards, the two of them often met together to watch night movies. After the show, they get together to discuss things about photography. Over time, the two got together. At that time, their relationship was quite good. Yan Shi also gave Zhang Yue a DSLR. Although it was only an entry-level model, Zhang Yue was still moved and cried for a long time. Unlike Yan Shi, Zhang Yue's love was quite dedicated. For her, since she had fallen in love with Yan Shi, it was a lifelong affair. At that time, Zhang Yue thought about her future with Yan Shi every day. She was immersed in a dream of happiness. But the illusionary dream eventually broke down. The year she graduated from her senior year of college, Yan Shi's foot in 5 boats came to light. Yan Shi remembers very clearly that Zhang Yue was the first ex-girlfriend to find him at that time. But Zhang Yue neither cried nor made a scene. She just transferred some money to Yan Shi and told Yan Shi to hurry up and leave Cloud City. You should leave quickly, they really want to kill you, especially that woman. We don't understand why you did it, but let's break up. These were the last 2 words that Zhang Yue said to Yan Shi. That day Yan Shi was the first time he knew what it was like to have a heart like death. Obviously, Yan Shi had already broken her heart, but Zhang Yue still assisted Yan Shi to escape. 3 years had passed since then. At this moment, Yan Shi was staring at Zhang Yue. The Zhang Yue in front of him had changed too much. There was no longer any sense of youthfulness. At the moment, she was a strong woman. Yan Shi was a little speechless for a moment. Wei sister you. What kind of shit luck is he in the end ah? Rent a room, the landlord is an ex-girlfriend. When you find a job, the company leader is also an ex-girlfriend. This is still not letting people live ah. He still knows me. Zhang Yue laughed. I thought you, the big scum, had forgotten me. Yan Shi lowered his head. How could I forget ah? Then you go back to Yunqing, why don't you come to find me? Zhang Yue got up and walked to Yan Shi. My cell phone number has never been changed, and I am not one of your several ex-girlfriends, and I would not think of killing you. Yanqi sighed, and then he told Zhang Yuwei all about the 3 years he spent in the temple. Sister Wei, I know I used to be a scum, but I really want to change my ways now, Yanqi said very seriously. Zhang Yuwei was a little surprised after hearing this, and then laughed softly. Ha ha, no wonder they couldn't find you, so you went to become a monk. Yanqi shook his head helplessly. Laugh if you want to laugh, if it is you, do what I can accept. He was truly guilty towards Zhang Yuwei. A trace of intolerance flashed in Zhang Yuwei's eyes. I'm not laughing at you. Zhang Yuwei patted Yanqi's head. I am relieved to see that you are safe and sound. Zhang Yuwei was 2 years older than Yanqi. So when the two of them got along, she liked to pat Yanqi's head. Zhang Yuwei looked out the window. Zhang Yuwei looked out the window. Yanqi also reacted, oh no, what time does the subway stop running in Yunchang? It seems to be 11:30 at night. Zhang Yuwei looked at her cell phone, it's already 11:40 now. Yanqi covered his forehead, forget it, I'd better take a taxi back. Zhang Yuwei looked at Yanqi and said after a little thought, I will send you home. Chapter 6 The Terrible Shura. Yanqi hurriedly shook his head, no, I will just take a car. With me polite what ah? I'm still afraid that I'll eat you. Zhang Yuwei grabbed Yanqi's arm, let's go. Yanqi could only follow Zhang Yuwei out of the office. At this moment, only the two of them were left in the company. Zhang Yuwei looked at the empty company and turned to Yanqi, how is it, my company is not bad, right? Yanqi, how is it, my company is not bad, right? Yanqi nodded her head with some emotion, it must have been hard to make it this way in just 3 years. Zhang Yuwei bit her lip. Over the years, she had heard countless compliments from people. Some people praised her for being a business genius, while others praised her for doing things in a thunderous manner. However, no one had ever cared if she worked hard or not. This made Zhang Yuwei recall a lot of past events with Yanqi. At that time, she had to work during the day in order to learn photography, and only had time to study at night. Yanqi was always by her side, and one of the things Yanqi said the most at that time was, are you tired, or take a break, don't wear out your body. I am sure you are still you are, Zhang Yuwei murmured in a small voice. Yanqi did not hear clearly, what? Nothing, let's go. Zhang Yuwei laughed, I'll send you home. The two went all the way to the underground garage. Zhang Yuwei's car is a black BMW X5. Yanqi was a bit surprised. This is only 3 years ago. Zhang Yuwei drove such a good car? Zhang Yuwei helped Yanqi open the car. Zhang Yuwei opened the door for Yanqi. After Yanqi got into the car, Zhang Yuwei asked, where do you live now? Nanyang District, Mirror Lake Home. Yanqi said and fastened his seatbelt. Fastened the seatbelt and set off. Mirror Lake Home is not far from the company. Less than half an hour to the door of the neighborhood. Send here on the line, I walk into the good. Yanqi unbuckled his seatbelt and intended to get off. At this time, Zhang Yuwei suddenly said, can I go up and sit down? Yanqi turned his head sharply. But then Zhang Yuwei reacted, this seems to be ambiguous. Don't get me wrong, I just want to have a chat with you, she hurriedly explained. Yanqi looked out the window, but it's already 12 o'clock now, and you still have to work tomorrow, right? This you can rest assured. Zhang Yuwei laughed, the company has a rule that if you work overtime at night, you can take the next morning off, but of course the overtime pay will not be less for you. Yanqi was a bit surprised, so good. This boss is too conscientious. Since the leader has given the word, it's not good for him to refuse as a subordinate. Good, but I haven't cleaned up much at home. It's okay, I can help you. So Zhang Yuwei directly drove the car to the underground garage. The two then went upstairs. But what Yanqi didn't realize was that there was a pink McLaren 720s parked in the corner of the garage. And on the other side, at the door of room 505. Su Xiaoshang was holding a lunchbox in her hand, squatting against the wall. Why isn't this asshole back yet? She stomped her foot somewhat angrily. This afternoon, she moved her luggage to room 507 across the street. Su Xiaoshang planned to live across the street from Yanqi from now on. In order to give Yanqi a surprise, she even made some meals with her own hands. As a result, it was 12 o'clock and Yanqi was still not back. This dog man wouldn't have run out to fool around again. Thinking about this, Xu Xiaoshang only felt a burst of fire. Sigh, what am I angry about? Obviously it's already broken up, she sighed and shook her head. Forget it, it's better to go back. Xu Xiaoshan was a bit lost and intended to return to room 507. But at this time, the elevator door not far away opened. Two people, a man and a woman, walked down from the elevator with a smile on their face. Xu Xiaoshan keenly noticed that one of the people was Yan Qi. Then she hurriedly looked at the woman next to Yan Qi. So familiar, she had seen this woman before. For a moment, Xu Xiaoshang's mind spun rapidly. Soon she remembered this person. Zhang Yue. Xu Xiaoshang shouted out the woman's name. When Yan Qi's scummy behavior was exposed. His 5 ex-girlfriends had briefly met a few times. In order to jointly hunt down Yan Qi. Xu Xiaoshang had a deep impression of Zhang Yue. Back then, when they discussed how they should take revenge on Yan Qi, only Zhang Yue acted absent-minded. Xu Xiaoshang could tell that although Zhang Yue was disappointed with Yan Qi, she did not want to take revenge on him. Later on, Yan Qi escaped and they hadn't seen each other again. The two of them, Yan Qi, were startled when they heard the voice of Xu Xiaoshang. Especially Yan Qi. He hurriedly looked towards the 505 doorway. After seeing Xu Xiaoshang, Yan Qi only felt cold sweat emerge. Shit, why is this little ancestor here? Yan Qi sucked in a breath of cold air. This was embarrassing. Opposite him was also his ex-girlfriend, and next to him was also his ex-girlfriend. God, are you trying to screw me over? Yan Qi sighed in his heart. Next to him, Zhang Yue also recognized Xu Xiaoshang. She looked at Yan Qi with some dissatisfaction. Oops, didn't someone say that he only returned to Yun City yesterday? How come his little girlfriend is already at his door? Yan Qi hurriedly waved his hand. You misunderstood, listen to my explanation. Before he could finish, Xu Xiaoshang had already angrily walked over. Good you Yan Qi, you also swore yesterday that you would not mess around again. She grabbed Yan Qi's collar. It's only been a day, and you've brought a woman home, haven't you? Yan Qi shook his head. No, it's not like that. Then how is it? Xu Xiaoshang and Zhang Yue asked in unison. Yan Qi only felt the pressure coming on. One ex-girlfriend was scary enough, two together was even more suffocating. Yan Qi took a deep breath, then pointed to Xu Xiaoshang. This is my current landlord, I just happened to run into her yesterday when I was renting a room. He then pointed to Zhang Yue. This is my boss at work, I just happened to run into her when I was looking for a job today. Although it sounds a bit outrageous, it really is all coincidence. I really didn't mess around. Really? Xu Xiaoshang asked with some misgivings. Zhang Yue was also caught up in thought. Yan Qi looking for a job today was indeed a coincidence. Really, I swear to God, okay. Yan Qi raised 3 fingers. If I lie, I will go out and be hit by a car. Okay. Zhang Yue loudly interrupted Yan Qi. There's no need to swear this kind of poisonous oath for such a trivial matter. Then she looked at Xu Xiaoshang. What Yan Qi said is true, he did happen to be recruited by me into the company today. I sent him back, and it was only because I worked late and the subway was out of service. Is that right? Xu Xiaoshang asked aggressively. Then was it necessary to send him to the doorstep? Zhang Yue smiled at her words. Even putting aside the relationship Yan Qi and I once had, we are still considered old acquaintances. It's normal to want to chat after not seeing each other for so long, right? Then she changed her mind. It's you, as his landlord, why are you still here at night? You can't be here to collect rent, right? Zhang Yue looked at the lunchbox in Xu Xiaoshang's hands. Xu Xiaoshang was dumbfounded by the dislike. She only had to say, Guan, what do you care, this is my house, I can come whenever I want. Seeing that the situation was a bit wrong, Yan Qi hurriedly said, okay, just make it clear that it's a misunderstanding. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. Zhang Yue nodded. Let's not disturb the people in the corridor anymore, it's better to go inside and talk. She looked slightly provocatively at Xu Xiaoshang. I'm going to have a chat with Yan Qi tonight, is the landlord coming? The landlord wants to come? Just come, I also have something to talk about. Xu Xiaoshang looked back without showing any weakness. Yan Qi was a bit speechless as he thought, didn't anyone ask my opinion? Chapter 7 Drinking. When Yan Qi came out of the temple 3 days ago, the abbot of the temple said to him in a heartfelt manner, Master Yan, you are destined to commit a peach blossom offense, so please don't make the same mistake again in the future. You can rest assured, abbot, I will definitely stay away from women in the future. Yan Qi repeatedly guaranteed. But it's only been 3 days and things are already off track. At this moment, Yan Qi was sitting on the sofa in the living room, with his ex-girlfriend Su Xiaoshang sitting on his left, and his ex-girlfriend Zhang Yue also on his right. This situation was just too awkward. Yan Qi was the first to break the silence. We don't have to be cramped on the same sofa. I don't mind squeezing, this is fine. Zhang Yue shook her head. Su Xiaoshang hummed, then I don't mind the squeeze either. The room then fell silent once again. Gosh, someone save me! Yan Qi helplessly covered his forehead. 3 years had passed, he didn't even know what to say to them all. So he could only find a topic, right? Are you guys hungry? Why don't I order some late-night snacks? Hearing this, Su Xiaoshang remembered her own cooking. She handed Yan Qi the lunchbox. Here you go. What's this? Yan Qi was a bit confused. Su Xiaoshang looked away shyly. I've cooked too much today, so I'm giving you a little bit. Yan Qi took the lunchbox. You won't wait from the afternoon until now, right? How can it be? Su Xiaoshang loudly defended. I just happened to be passing by, don't think too much about it. Okay. Yan Qi smiled somewhat helplessly. This girl is still the same as before. At this time, Zhang Yue on the side suddenly asked, want to drink beer? Beer? Yan Qi looked at Zhang Yue. Zhang Yue pointed to her cell phone. Didn't she say she wanted to eat a late-night snack? How about kebabs and beer? Yan Qi hurriedly shook his head. Beer is even. To drink. Su Xiaoshang shouted with some excitement. Zhang Yue also disregarded Yan Qi's opinion. Fine, let's have some beer then. Soon she was on the takeout software and ordered takeout. I remember that you have a poor drinking capacity, don't you? Zhang Yue patted Yan Qi, the kind that gets drunk after drinking 1 bottle. Mentioning this matter, Su Xiaoshang also chimed in, yes, I remember he got drunk once and cried out. Is there such a thing? Zhang Yue was also interested. Su Xiaoshang took out her cell phone. Hey, I still have photos here. Don't. Yan Qi wanted to grab the cell phone. Why do you still have it? Su Xiaoshang laughed evilly and threw the cell phone to Zhang Yue with a high toss. Zhang Yue caught the phone. On the cell phone was a photo of Yan Qi and Su Xiaoshang. Yan Qi in the photo was red in the face, hugging Su Xiaoshang's waist as he cried bitterly, and his crying was quite ugly. Zhang Yue burst out laughing. Ha ha. Yan Qi was rarely shy. Something like Black History was just too shameful. Zhang Yue handed the cell phone back to Su Xiaoshang. Then she picked up her own cell phone. I have a few treasures here as well, want to see? To see. Su Xiaoshang hurriedly came over. The two of them then pointed to their cell phones and laughed while chatting about all sorts of gossip. Women are creatures that can forget everything once they talk about gossip. But Yan Qi was relaxed in turn. Talking about gossip was always better than saber rattling. After a while, a knock sounded at the door. The takeout came, right? Zhang Yue raised her head. Yan Qi got up. I'll go get it. He walked to the door and opened it. Outside the door stood a panting takeout boy. It's room 505, right? At his feet lay 3 cases of beer and a large bag of kebabs. So many Yan Qi was a bit surprised. At this time, the two of them, Su Xiaoshang, also walked out. If you can't finish it, you can save it for next time. 1 person, 1 box, move it in. Zhang Yue laughed. The delivery man looked at the two of them, and then looked at Yan Qi. With envy in his eyes. 2 beautiful women were sharing a room with a man. And they also wanted 3 more cases of beer. What would happen after this? It really makes people want to think about it. Su Xiaoshang carried a case of beer each and entered the room. Yan Qi also carried up a case, and he nodded to the takeout clerk, trouble. And the delivery man just said meaningfully, buddy, take care of your health. Then he turned around and left in style. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. Yan Qi was a bit confused. Did he misunderstand something? At the dinner table, Su Xiaoshang took a sip of cold beer. It's been a long time since I've had a painful beer. She contentedly leaned back in her chair. Zhang Yue also poured herself a glass and drank it down freely. Then drink more tonight, there's nothing to do tomorrow anyway. You're actually quite a nice person. Su Xiaoshang laughed. She raised her glass. Let me toast to you. You're welcome. Zhang Yue raised her glass and clinked it with Su Xiaoshang. While the two of them were drinking, Yan Shi silently opened the lunchbox given by Su Xiaoshang. Inside the lunchbox was Beijing sauce and shredded pork over rice, which was Yan Shi's favorite food when he was in college. "It's a bit cold, I'll go heat it up for you." Su Xiaoshang wanted to get up. But Yan Shi directly stopped him. "No need, cold is quite good." He picked up his chopsticks and took a bite. The familiar flavor filled his mouth. For a moment, Yan Shi was in a trance. It made him feel as if he had returned to college. At that time, Su Xiaoshang always made food for Yan Shi. Was it good? Su Xiaoshang's tentative flavor: "I haven't made it for a long time, I don't know if the flavor is still right." Yan Shi smiled and nodded. "Well, it's as good as before." "Humph, that's for sure." Su Xiaoshang hummed softly in triumph. Yan Shi looked at Su Xiaoshang and felt a little guilty in his heart. At first, Su Xiaoshang was so good to him, but he didn't cherish it at all, and only cared about his own pleasure. He picked up a can of beer on the table, opened it, and fiercely poured it down. "Yan Shi, don't." Zhang Yue tried to stop it, but Yan Shi had already drunk it all in one go. As the bottle of wine went down, Yan Shi's face instantly turned red. "Aya, if you can't drink it, then don't drink it." Zhang Yue hurriedly took the bottle to the side. Yan Shi only felt dizzy. He has been like this since he was a child, and he can't drink at all. His friends always teased him, and the kids' table all thought he was a poor drinker. Yan Shi looked at the two of them. "Su Xiaofrost, Sister Wei, it's me who's sorry. I am not something." He gave himself a slap in a daze, and the snap was very loud. This scared the Zhang Yue duo. Su Xiaoshang while pulling Yan Shi's arm: "You're crazy. Don't stop me." Yan Shi shook off Su Xiaoshang. "I must apologize to you all today. I don't expect you to forgive me, but if you encounter difficulties in the future, come to me. Yan Shi will certainly go through fire." Su Xiaoshang sighed. All right, don't go through fire, you can't even speak well." Zhang Yue, on the other hand, smiled and drank another cup. Looking at Yan Shi in this state reminded her of many past events. After Yan Shi spouted another round of nonsense, he suddenly fell asleep with his head tilted. Hoo. Zhang Yue shook her head helplessly. Then she got up and helped Yan Shi up, heavy. Su Xiaoshang also came over to help when she saw the situation. The two of them worked together to move Yan Shi to the bed. Zhang Yue gently covered Yan Shi with a blanket and patted his head. "Really, I wanted to talk to you." On the side, Su Xiaoshang watched Zhang Yue's actions. Suddenly came out a sentence: "Do you still like him?" Chapter 8 Showdown. Zhang Yue looked at Su Xiaoshang in surprise. She was a bit at a loss as to how to answer for a moment, so she could only say, "So direct?" Su Xiaoshang nodded her head very seriously. "Well, I like to be straightforward." Well, Zhang Yue was in deep thought. She first shook her head, then nodded. Finally sighed, "I don't know. But at least I don't hate him." Zhang Yue turned her head to look at the sleeping Yan Shi. Her eyes were filled with tenderness. "My dream used to be a photographer, but at that time I was too poor to afford a camera. It was Yan Shi who bought me my first DSLR, and it was he who always encouraged me to stick to my dream. If it wasn't for him, I'm afraid I would have only dared to secretly dream about it while working part-time." Zhang Yue touched Yan Shi's hair. "So no matter what bad things he did, I wouldn't blame him." Zhang Yue looked at Su Xiaoshang. "As for the love of men and women, I'm not too sure. After all, we haven't seen each other for 3 years, so maybe it will take some time to confirm." The eyes of Su Xiaoshang flashed a hint of decline. "Really, he is also very good to you all." "Then I also straight to say it." Her eyes firmly looked at Zhang Yue. "I also like Yan Shi. I also like Yan Shi." Zhang Yue's eyes widened in surprise. "Didn't you want to kill him?" She remembered that the person who hated Yan Shi the most at that time was Su Xiaoshang. At that time, she had offered $500,000 to kill Yan Shi. Su Xiaoshang bit her lip. "That's right, I also hate to kill him now. But it's not a conflict." She shook her head firmly and said, "In short, I won't let him get away this time." After hearing this, Zhang Yue grabbed Yan Shi's ear and gently twisted it. "You brat is really blessed with a lot of lust." She then looked at Su Xiaoshang and laughed. "But it's not me you have to be wary of." "What do you mean?" Su Xiaoshang didn't understand. Zhang Yue looked out of the window. "This little scumbag had his foot in 5 boats in the beginning. I remember none of them left Cloud City either." She stood up and went back to the table, picked up a beer and drank it all in one go. Those people are not as nice as I am. Su Xiaoshang also picked up a glass of wine. Anyway, no matter who it is, I won't lose. Zhang Yewei laughed and took out her cell phone. Add a contact, I will not compete with you for the time being. Of course, if Yanqi dares to mess around in the company, I'll let you know. I'll let you know. Su Xiaoshang also took out her cell phone. The two of them have reached an alliance for the time being. The next day, it was already 12 noon when Yanqi woke up. He only felt that his brain was groggy and there was something pressing down on his body. Yanqi slowly opened his eyes, and the first thing he smelled was a smell of alcohol, and the sound of a clattering shower came from his ears. He looked down and was shocked. Only to see that Su Xiao Frost was sleeping on top of him. I'll go, what's going on here? Yanqi was a bit flustered. He only remembered that he drank a bottle of wine last night, and then he didn't remember anything. Finished, I won't be fucking drunk and disorderly. Yanqi sucked in a breath of cool air. He hurriedly moved Su Xiaoshang to the side first. At the same time, Yanqi went to the bathroom where the sound of the shower disappeared. Zhang Yewei, wrapped in a bath towel, then walked out of the bathroom. She walked to the bedside with her slender legs. Woke up. Yanqi rushed to look aside. You this. You shy what ah? Zhang Yewei flirted, make it seem like you have never seen it before. Yanqi then reacted. Yes, not to mention Zhang Yewei wrapped in a bath towel. Even a naked Zhang Yewei, he had seen her countless times. It was just that he had spent 3 years in the temple and was a bit unaccustomed to it. So Yanqi looked at Zhang Yewei and tentatively asked, I didn't do anything last night, did I? Ouch, but what a little scumbag. Zhang Yewei laughed, you did something so excessive last night, can't you remember? Yanqi was shocked, really? I won T do it to both of you. Zhang Yewei finally couldn't hold back her laughter. Hana, look at you scared. You sleep so much, even if you want to do something, you can't do it. She pinched Yanqi's face. Don't worry about it, little scum, you didn't do anything. That's good, that's good. Yanqi was instantly relieved. It was hard to stabilize his life now. He didn't want to be chased by women again. That's good? Zhang Yewei skimmed her lips. It sounds like you dislike me. Yanqi playfully scratched his head. No way, Sister Wei, I'm just glad I didn't mess around. This is more or less the same, if you dare to dislike me. Zhang Yewei bent down in front of Yanqi. I won't be able to spare you. The aroma of the shower gel on her body drilled into Yanqi's nostrils. Coupled with Zhang Yuwei's stunningly beautiful face, it made Yanqi's heart a little messed up. He kept taking deep breaths and pushed down the evil thoughts. Okay, I won't mess with you anymore. Zhang Yewei laughed. There's something going on over at the company, so I have to go over and fix it. Yanqi hurriedly got up at his words. I'll go with you then. Forget it, I'll give you a day off and report to the company tomorrow. Zhang Yewei waved her hand. She then turned around and went into the bathroom. After a while, Zhang Yewei changed her clothes and walked out. She was just about to go out when she suddenly remembered something and turned her head and shouted. Yanqi, don't mess around while I'm not here. I won't. Ha, let's go. Zhang Yewei then left. Yanqi looked around. The house, which was originally a bit messy, had been tidied up in a well-organized manner. It was Zhang Yuwei's doing. Since she was 2 years older than Yanqi, she always took great care of him. Sister Wei is still the same as before. Yanqi sighed. He got up and got out of bed and went to the bathroom to clean the smell of alcohol from his body. By the time he came out of the bathroom, Su Xiaoshang had also woken up. While she rubbed her eyes in some confusion, where am I? That's when she saw Yanqi. Yanqi, looks like I'm dreaming again. The first time she saw Yanqi, she saw her eyes and rubbed them in confusion. Yanqi saw this and laughed, still laughing at me for not being able to drink. It seems that you are not good at drinking either. Hearing this, Su Xiaoshang instantly sobered up. She sat up violently. Yanqi. Right, you've already returned to Cloud City ah. Actually, her drinking capacity wasn't good either. After drinking 4 bottles of beer last night, she was drunk and unconscious. At this time, Su Xiaoshang suddenly remembered the conversation with Zhang Yewei. She covered her face and screamed out, what the hell am I talking about? People would always feel ashamed of their former behavior. Even if it's only been 10 hours. Su Xiaoshang now only wanted to find a crack in the ground to burrow into. She herself even told Zhang Yue, I still like Yan Qi. And so on. This is really too embarrassing. Yan Qi didn't know what Xiao Frost was thinking. He covered his ears and waved his hand. Stop screaming, I didn't do anything. Where is Zhang Yue? Xiao Frost looked around. She has returned to the company, why are you looking for her? Su Xiaoshan continued to ask, she did not say anything to you, right? She didn't say anything special. Yan Qi thought about it. Just flirting with him a little. Su Xiaoshang suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, okay. What did you guys talk about after I fell asleep yesterday? Yan Qi asked curiously. Su Xiaoshang smiled and said, I talked about a lot of things, such as whether or not to stab you to death while you're asleep, you're a scumbag, and so on. Yan Qi felt a chill on his back. Although it sounded like a joke, he always felt that Su Xiaoshan could do this. For the sake of my life, it's better not to drink in the future. Chapter 9, Irony Fans. The sunlight passed through the window and sprinkled on Su Xiaoshan's good-looking face. Yan Qi stood behind her, combing her hair with a comb. This is almost right? Yan Qi tilted his head to look at Su Xiaoshan. Su Xiaoshan looked in the mirror and nodded with satisfaction, quite good. The technique hasn't regressed, you've combed the hair of many women in the past 3 years. Don't be ridiculous, I've been with monks for the past 3 years, where are the women? Yan Qi snorted. He used to comb Su Xiaoshan's hair, and his technique is already very skillful. Su Xiaoshan got up, she pinched the corner of her coat, right, you have something in the afternoon? She felt herself getting nervous again. Obviously, when they were together before, they had done everything. But even asking such a normal question now, she still felt nervous. Yes, I have to go to the company in the afternoon. Yan Qi said truthfully. Su Xiaoshang frowned, TSK, didn't that woman Zhang Yue say she'd give you a day off? That I also have to go after all, just joined the work, have to give colleagues a good impression of it. Yan Qi patted his chest. Su Xiaoshang skimmed her mouth, she originally wanted to ask Yan Qi to go to the movies. Phew, next time then. Su Xiaoshan prepared to leave. Yan Qi followed behind, do you need me to send you off? Yan Qi followed behind her, do you need me to give you a ride? Su Xiaoshan opened the door to her room. She walked straight to the door of room 507 on the opposite side. There's no need to send you off if it's so close. She took out her access card and swiped it. With a ding, the door opened. This set of actions flowed smoothly, and Yan Qi looked silly. What are you? The small cream of the beard is a little proud to look at Yan Qi, is it strange? This whole building is mine, I want to live wherever I live. Yan Qi was speechless for a moment. This is the rich? They are really arrogant. Yan Qi also followed out of the room door, okay, then if you encounter any trouble, just come over and knock on the door. Su Xiaoshan was stunned, she originally thought that Yan Qi would reject it. She nodded her head a little shyly, then if you have a need, you can also knock on my door. But then she realized that there was ambiguity in this statement, so she hurriedly added. I'm talking about a serious need. It's not good if you don't explain it, but it's even more crooked once you explain it. There can still be a modest needs. Yan Qi smiled and teased. Su Xiaoshan's face miso red, she pinched Yan Qi's waist flesh, you are the most immodest one. Pain. Yan Qi hurriedly begged for mercy. Su Xiaoshan let go of her hand and let out a soft hum, humph, it's good to know how powerful you are. Then she walked into 507 and turned her head to threaten. Don't forget what you said before, no messing around in the company. After saying that, she directly closed the door of the room. Yan Qi touched the place where he was screwed, this little ninja screwing people is still so painful. After cleaning up, Yan Qi directly moved to the company. He was not deliberately perfunctory to Su Xiaoshan. Instead, he really intended to work seriously. Especially for someone like him who hadn't worked for 3 years after graduation, he would have to work even harder. The company was not too far from Yan Qi's house. It was half an hour away by subway. Walk out of the subway station and walk for another 3 minutes to see the company's front door. Ahem, hello everyone, my name is Yan Qi, and my interests are. Yan Qi walked while thinking about how to introduce himself. Should I invite my co-workers to dinner tonight? With no work experience, he didn't know exactly what to do. Yan Qi walked near the company. The noise attracted his attention. He looked up and saw that a large group of women were surrounding the companies downstairs. They rushed towards the building and cursed. Give us an explanation, what makes you guys dare to do this? Get the fuck out of here. How dare you do this to our brother? Come and see for yourselves. Machine Media is bullying honest artists and letting backdoor talent take the place of them in the filming. They were also holding up various signs in their hands, basically cursing the company. Yanqi was shocked by the scene in front of him. What's the situation? He scratched his head. After observing for a while, he roughly understood what this group of people were doing. This group of people were fans of a star named Zhou Wenyao. However, Yanqi had spent 3 years in the temple and had never heard of this person at all. When Sister Wei said that she had to deal with something, this should be what she was referring to. He looked at the group of fervent fans, his heart beating a bit. It wasn't because he was a wimp. Rather, the basic tonnage on the opposite side was a bit too big. For some reason, fat people made up the majority of this group of rice circle women. There were also 2 or 3 that weighed 200 pounds or more of oversized tonnage. Just by looking at them, the deterrent effect was very strong. If they were to make a meatball impact, I'm afraid that their bones would be shattered all over the place. Hiss, it's a bit scary. Yanqi sucked in a breath of cool air. But after pondering for a moment, he still boldly walked towards the company. Zhang Yue was quite good to him. How could he run away from the battle? So Yanqi gathered all his courage and walked behind the group. He opened his mouth cautiously, "Hello, guys." A female impatiently turned around, "None of your business." But stopped mid-sentence. Yanqi couldn't do anything else, but his appearance was still quite good. And the most important thing that the women in the rice circle valued was their face value. "He's so handsome." The woman whispered. The woman whispered. The corner of Yanqi's mouth twitched, this attitude change was also too big. "What are you guys doing here?" he continued to ask. That rice circle woman spoke softly, and she pointed to the sign in her hand. "This Inkart Media is too hateful, originally it should have been our family brother shooting the cover. As a result, this company kicked our brother out and found a backdoor person to shoot the cover. Today, we're looking for that backdoor bastard to see what kind of shit dares to take our brother's place." When the other girls heard the sound, they also turned their heads. After seeing Yanqi, they all lit up. "He's so handsome. I feel like he's just a little bit worse than Wenyao's brother." "What's a little bit worse? A lot worse. Brother Wenyao is the most handsome, this person is just a little bit handsome only. He's not that far behind. He's a little taller than his brother. Yanqi has been praised by many people since he was a child. But this is the first time he's been complimented all over his body. This group of people is so scary." Yanqi gulped. But he still took a deep breath and continued to ask, "Then do you know what that person's name is?" "No." The women of the rice circle were suddenly furious. "That backdoor son of a bitch is called Yanqi, we definitely can't spare him." Chapter 10 Anger. Yanqi people stupid. Asked half a day, together with this group of people to find him awe. Yanqi suddenly cold sweat straight, hiss, "Will not be last night's shooting it. If you let this group of fanatic fans know that he is Yanqi, then I am afraid that he will be eaten alive. Then I'm afraid he'll be eaten alive. Oh my God, God, don't punish me like this." Yanqi cried out in his heart in despair. It was not easy to stabilize his life. As a result, he got into trouble with a group of rice circle women again. He had heard of the horrible methods of the rice circle. In order to defend their own brother, they would use any means. Stalking, clandestine photography, human flesh, cyber violence. Just thinking about it made Yanqi sweat. "No, I can't let them find out that I am Yanqi." So Yanqi could only force a smile on his face and said, "I see. So that's how it is, then you guys go for it." He turned around and planned to leave. But the rice circle woman obviously do not want to let him go. "Little brother, what is your name? Are you an employee of this company?" No, I'm just a passerby." Yanqi hurriedly waved his hand, he just wanted to leave quickly now. But at this time, someone in the crowd suddenly shouted, "Ugh! Look guys, someone has sent Yanqi's picture in the group." At this remark, everyone uniformly took out their cell phones. These avid fans often rely on QQ groups to contact each other. A lot of information was shared, such as the star's schedule or the black news of the opposite family or something like that. Yanqi was shocked when he heard this. No way, how did this group of people get his picture? He was just about to run away when the female fans had already looked up at him. "You're Yan Shi, you're the one who took over your brother's job, ah." "Shit, I'm really blind, I thought you were a good guy, but you look like a human being, but you're really bad. Tell me, why did you take my brother's job?" They angrily surged towards Yan Shi, their heavy steps seemed to make the ground shake. "Wait, you guys listen to my explanation, I don't even know who Zhou Wenyao is," Yan Shi hurriedly explained. But these words instead added fuel to the fire. "You don't even know your brother, who are you fooling?" The rice circle women became even more enraged. "Are you jealous of our brother and deliberately smearing him, aren't you?" They even took out their cell phones and took a bunch of random shots at Yan Shi. "Look everyone, it's the individual who stole brother's job. He is the one who took the back door. I am afraid that he is not the concubine of the boss of this company. The boss of this company is also not a good thing, the two of them are working together." Hearing this, Yan Shi's face darkened. Calling him names was fine, but calling Zhang Yue names was something he really couldn't stand. "You guys shut the fuck up." Yan Shi pushed away the rice circle women in front of him and gritted his teeth as he cursed, "If you talk any more fucking nonsense, I'll tear your mouths apart." The rice circle women were first stunned, they obviously did not expect that someone would dare to resist them. But then came more vicious curses. "Anxious. You've been poked and prodded, haven't you? Ah, I heard that the owner of this company is only 27 years old, so young to get the company so big, must be accompanied by a lot of men, right? That bitch is with a man, you're with her, a couple of adulterers." Before the man finished, Yan Shi had already punched up. With a bang, the man was knocked down by a punch. 180 pounds of weight, directly smashed into the rice circle women behind him. A large number of them fell down. "Your mouths are really fucking cheap." Yan Shi had been completely pissed off. He couldn't care less about the group of people filming with their cell phones, all he wanted to do now was to beat the shit out of this group of people. The group of women were obviously dumbfounded by the beating. "You dare to hit a woman?" The rice circle women roared, "Ah, sisters beat him." A large group of women surrounded them. But Yan Shi was not afraid in the slightest. At this moment, Yan Shi is like Aristo possessed, to the group of rice circle women is a punch and kick. He was a big man of 1 meter 8.5, plus these 3 years of hard training in the temple. His fighting strength was not comparable to this group of dead fatties. With every punch Yan Shi swung, a female fell to the ground. But at the same time, this group of women also attacked Yan Shi as if they were crazy. A chaotic battle was fought. Meanwhile, Zhang Yue was sitting leisurely in her office. To her, this group of fans making trouble was a common occurrence, nothing to be concerned about. She smiled as she flipped through her cell phone's photo album. Last night when Yan Shi was asleep, she secretly took quite a few pictures. "It's quite cute," she whispered and laughed. Just at this time, there was a sharp knock at the door. "Mr. Zhang, it's not good, there's a fight downstairs." "I don't know, but I don't know, I don't know, I don't know," Zhang Yue said without a care in the world. "When the police come, just let them handle it." "No, the one they are fighting is Yan Shi," shouted the door. Zhang Yue froze. "Yan Shi? Didn't she give Yan Shi a vacation?" Zhang Yue stood up in a miso, and she ran to the door like a madwoman. Slamming open the door, "You just said that they were beating up Yan Shi, did you see it clearly?" "See clearly, the group of fans are beating him up," the employee outside the door rushed to say. Zhang Yue instantly panicked, "Quickly! Hurry up and call someone to save Yan Shi, tell everyone to go down." The employee was shocked. It was the first time she had seen her boss show this kind of expression. The usual calm and unruffled feeling was completely gone. "Okay, I'll go call someone." The employee nodded and turned to run away. Zhang Yue was truly scared. She was well aware of how difficult that group of rice circle women were. In case Yan Shi was broken by them. Zhang Yue trembled and hurriedly ran towards the stairs. "Don't let anything happen, please, if something happens to you, I really..." she prayed in her heart. When she rushed to the entrance of the company, the sound of sirens rang in her ears at the right time. The police had finally arrived. But Zhang Yue didn't have the heart to care about that at all. Her eyes were only on Yan Shi, who was not far away. At this moment, Yan Shi was not in a good state. His nose was bleeding, his forehead was bruised, and his body was still covered in scratches. But the group of rice circle women were beaten even worse. A dozen or so big fat men fell to the ground and kept wailing. The rest of the group also scattered in all directions when they saw the police coming. Yan Shi also saw Zhang Yue. He was just about to say something when he was escorted into the police car by the police. When Zhang Yue saw this scene, she only felt her heart like a knife. Yan Shi. Chapter 11, On the Hot Search. Yan Shi sat on a chair in the waiting room, covering his head. Next to him stood two police officers. In order to prevent a conflict, the police department separated Yan Shi and the rice circle women for interrogation. Yan Shi was now regretting it, very much regretting it. It wasn't that he regretted hitting the rice circle girls. If he was given another chance, he would definitely do it again. What Yan Shi regretted was that he had caused trouble for Zhang Yue. Originally, this matter was relatively simple. It was nothing more than fans coming to cause trouble, and it would be fine if it was calmed down. But after Yan Shi beat up someone, things could get troublesome. After all, this matter involves traffic stars. It would definitely be on the hot search. Soon the whole city would know about it. If it was only Yan Shi himself who was affected, it would be nothing more than being scolded. But if this affects Moxin media, then he is afraid that he will die of guilt. This is Zhang Yue's 3 years of hard work. As a result, it might be ruined because of him. He had gotten her into trouble again, Yan Shi sighed. He had originally thought of working hard to repay Zhang Yue. Now it was bad, he had already caused such a big trouble before he even started working. Just as he was blaming himself, the door to the waiting room opened. A policeman walked in with Zhang Yue. When Zhang Yue saw Yan Shi, she rushed over. Yan Shi, are you alright? She held Yan Shi's face as she nervously looked left and right. I'm fine, it's just a small injury. Yan Shi touched the wound on his forehead. Zhang Yue let out a soft sigh of relief. Then she grabbed Yan Shi's shoulder and yelled, Yan Shi, are you crazy? Why did you fight with them? Didn't I give you a vacation? What are you doing here at the company? Yan Shi froze. It was the first time he had seen Zhang Yue get so angry. Even 3 years ago, when he had his foot in 5 boats exposed, Zhang Yue had only complained about him a few times. It was evident how angry Zhang Yue was now. Sure enough, this company was too important to Sister Wei. Yan Shi sighed in his heart. He understood Zhang Yue very well. If his own heart and soul had been casually destroyed, he would have been so angry as well. So he hurriedly said, Sister Wei, don't be angry. I've already thought about it. You go back and tell the other media that I'm a temporary employee of our company. The whole thing was done by me alone, it has nothing to do with the company, you can just fire me at that time. Zhang Yue was a bit confused after hearing this. What the hell was Yan Shi talking about? Is that what she was angry about? She was only angry because Yan Shi had been beaten up. Zhang Yue just wanted to explain. The door came in another police officer. Yan Shi, it's your turn. Yan Shi, it's your turn. This is to take him into the interrogation room. Yan Shi immediately got up and followed the policeman out. Before he left, he said to Zhang Yue, Sister Wei, don't worry, the company will definitely be fine. The police were carrying out their official duties, and Zhang Yue couldn't stop them. She could only watch Yan Shi being taken away. This time, he could not meet with her for 7 days. In the end, Yan Shi was administratively detained for 7 days for fighting and assault. The girls who were arrested were also given the same 7 days. When entering the detention center, they needed to surrender their cell phones. Yan Shi watched the news one last time. The matter of his beating was already on the hot search. The title of the hot search was, Male Employee of a Media Company, Beating Up an Innocent Female Fan on the Street. This headline could only be said to have taken journalism to the extreme. Yan Shi had completely become an evil man who had done wrong. Those rice circle women, on the other hand, became innocent victims. Not only that, but it also sneaked in a handful of male-female oppositions. The male characters of the male employees and the female characters of the female fans were enlarged, in order to let people see at a glance that the male hit the woman. As for the news content, it was even more exaggerated. After carefully editing the videos of those rice circle women, they were posted online. In the video, the overly aggressive behavior of the women in the rice circle was all cut out, leaving only the image of Yan Shi hitting the man. In short, Yan Shi had become a complete villain. In this regard, Yan Shi was not the least bit surprised. He hoped that the netizens would just scold him, and it would be best if it didn't spread to the company. Yan Shi then turned in his cell phone and other things, and was put in a detention center. Meanwhile, in the center of Yun City, Yunguang Mansion. Tonight the building is holding a charity party. A large number of celebrities and tycoons have gathered here. Reporters blocked the entrance of the building and were taking pictures of the stars for a while. At this time, a black nanny car slowly stopped at the entrance of the building. The reporters who were originally filming the other stars turned their cameras on the nanny car. It was Pei Lucier, right? That's right, I didn't expect her to come too, it seems like there's a big row tonight. The reporters discussed in whispers. The nanny car first came down, an assistant helped open the rear door. Then a slender leg stepped out of the car. Immediately after that, a woman with a stunningly beautiful face walked out from the carriage. The woman was dressed in a high-fashion gown, and the tight cut emphasized her proud curves. Photographers frantically pressed the shutter, and flashes came and went. The other celebrities seemed to have become accompaniments at this moment. Pei Liu's, one of the hottest actresses in the last 2 years. Whether it was her looks, figure or acting skills, she was crushingly superior to the others. Her every move could easily make it to the top of the hot search headlines. Pei Liusi waved at the cameraman before walking into the building with her skirt in hand. TSK, 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 it's so beautiful, it's even more beautiful up close than on the internet. Tonight is really worth it, another new headline. The photographers sighed. On the other hand, Pei Liusi walked into the building's elevator. Her female assistant also followed her in. Is today's hot search ready? Pei Lucier opened her mouth and asked. The female assistant hurriedly said, Don't worry, Sister Lu, I've already taken care of it. Tonight's #1 hot search is ours. Pei Liusi could always be so hot, partly because of her own strength. On the other hand, it was because she had a large amount of media resources at her disposal. As long as she wanted to, she could be on the hot search every day. At this time, the assistant handed Pei Liusi her cell phone. Right, Sister Lu, take a look at this. Pei Liusi scanned it without a care in the world. What? It seems like someone beat up Zhou Wenyao's fans on the street. The assistant said with some bloating. Pei Liusi instantly became interested. Interesting, there is really someone who dares to mess with that group of mad dog fans, She took the phone and read it. Male employee of a media company, beating up an innocent female fan on the street. Innocent? Still really dare to say it seems to be Zhou Wenyao's side of the people to start Pei Lucier laughed lightly. But soon she couldn't laugh anymore. She saw the video of the beating in the street. Pei Liusi stared at the video dead on, murmuring in a low voice, It can't be. Sister Lu, what's wrong with you? The assistant inquired in confusion. Pei Liusi hurriedly enlarged the video and carefully observed the beater. Shaoli, do you know the name of this man who hit people? Pei Lucier looked to the assistant. Although the assistant didn't understand why Pei Lucier asked this. But she still immediately said, I'll ask, I'll know right away. Then the assistant took out another cell phone and dialed, Hey, it's me, help me ask. Pei Liusi looked at the video again carefully. It's too similar, but isn't he gone? Her hands unconsciously trembled. Soon the assistant asked. Sister Lu, this person is called Yin Shi, a male model under MOXIN Media, it seems like he just joined last night. The assistant truthfully reported to, now because of the fight and assault, has been detained by the police. Pei Liusi only felt her legs soft, almost fell to the ground. Assistant panicked to help Pei Lucy. Sister Lu, are you okay? Do you want to rest? Pei Lucier gasping for air, eyes flashing fervor. Rest? I'm fine. After a moment of contemplation, she immediately said to her assistant, Notify down, tonight about my hot search are not on. The assistant was a bit confused. Pei Lucy continued, Let all the media under our command go digging for Zhou Wenyao's black material, and I want the original video of the beating video just now. The assistant was completely confused. Sister Lu, what exactly do you want to do? Pei Liusi's eyes are monstrous anger, she yelled. I want Zhou Wenyao to die, immediately. Chapter 12 Offended. Meanwhile, Mirror Lake Homes, Building 3, 507. Su Xiaoshan was cooking in the kitchen at this time. She was humming a strange tune and seemed to be in a good mood. Today's dinner was potato beef stew, Yan Qi's second favorite dish. Su Xiaoshan tasted the flavor and nodded with satisfaction. It was delicious, Yan Qi would definitely enjoy it. Thinking of the surprised expression Yan Qi revealed after eating her cooking, Su Xiaoshan then involuntarily laughed out loud. Let's ask him if he wants to go to the movies again during dinner in the evening. She weighed the words in her head. Just then, the cell phone in her pocket vibrated. Su Xiaoshang took out her cell phone with some impatience. When she was cooking, she hated it when someone disturbed her. The cell phone showed that it was Zhang Yue who had sent her a Weibo message. TSK, this woman wouldn't be making Yan Qi work overtime again. Su Xiaoshang smacked her lips in displeasure. She then clicked on the WeChat. Yan Qi was detained by the police for 7 days because of a fight. With a clang, the spoon in Su Xiaoshang's hand fell to the ground. Fighting, detention. She couldn't believe reading this WeChat. This cannot be Yan Qi is usually always smiling, she has not seen Yan Qi fight. Su Xiaoshang hurriedly made a WeChat call to Zhang Yue. Soon the phone was connected. Zhang Yue, is Yan Qi okay? Su Xiaoshang couldn't wait to ask. The voice of Zhang Yue on the other end of the phone was a bit hoarse. She was injured a bit, nothing serious. Frost relaxed a little bit. The person is fine, so good. What's going on? Didn't he go to work? Su Xiaoshang questioned. Didn't you watch the news? Zhang Yue sighed, then she told the cause and effect. After a moment of silence, Su Xiaoshang opened her mouth and asked, who is Zhou Wenyao? She had always paid no attention to these trashy stars. A traffic star, quite hot recently. Zhang Yue casually replied. Su Xiaoshang didn't say anything else and directly hung up the phone. Zhou Wenyao, right. She looked at the phone with indifferent eyes. Then, Su Xiaoshang dialed the phone again. Dad, I want you to do me a favor. This night is not destined to be calm. At this time, Zhou Wenyao was lying on the sofa of the mansion. This quality idol who claimed to be single to the outside world was lying on an old woman in his arms. The woman looked nearly 50 years old. However, Zhou Wenyao didn't mind it at all, instead his eyes were filled with favor. This was his strange XP, liking old women. Zhou Wenyao thought that women were like wine, the older they got, the more flavorful they were. He looked at his cell phone with satisfaction and laughed loudly at the ignorant netizens. Ha ha, what a bunch of idiots, they believe whatever lousy says. Zhou Wenyao got the news this afternoon. The instant he knew that someone had assaulted his fans, he knew that this was a good time for hype. As long as it was played well, then he would be a perfect victim, letting his popularity soar a few more notches. To put it bluntly, what a traffic star played with was a persona. As long as the persona was solid enough, there would be no worries about rising fans. In just one afternoon's time, his Weibo followers had risen by more than 1 million. But behind success there are always sacrifices. And this time, the poor victim was the unlucky person who had hit someone. Zhou Wenyao received the original video taken by his fans. Although it was true that the unlucky man had moved first. But his fans' curses were also really dirty. If this thing was blown out, then I'm afraid the situation would be reversed. However, Zhou Wenyao had already had someone dispose of the original video. Next, just dump the pot all over the unlucky guy. He'd get both fame and fortune just by lying down. Cool. Thinking of this, Zhou Wenyao kissed the old woman in his arms. Let's go, keep me company tonight. Good, brother, the old woman shouted ostentatiously. The next day, Zhou Wenyao was woken up by his cell phone ringing. He picked up the phone in a daze and impatiently shouted, fuck, didn't I say not to call me in the morning? You fucking Alzheimer's. The assistant on the other end of the phone panicked and shouted, "Yao brother is not good, we are going to be finished." Put your mother's ass, I'm fine, how is finished, will not talk Zhou Wenyao cursed. The assistant quickly explained, no, is really going to be over, your black information has been flying all over the sky, the endorsement we received also want to terminate the contract with us. Hearing this, Zhou Wenyao only felt an atomic bomb explode in his brain. Are you fucking kidding me? He asked with the corners of his mouth twitching. No, you quickly look at the hot search. Zhou Wenyao hurriedly hung up the phone and opened Weibo. In an instant, countless pop-ups poured out. His fingers trembled as he clicked on the hot search list. The hot search in the first place was called Zhou Wenyao, an old woman. Usually, there was only the word hot at the end of a hot search. But this time, it was followed by the word explosive. It could be seen how many people were paying attention to this matter. Zhou Wenyao clicked on the hot search like a madman. Photos of him and the old woman appeared. There were them secretly going to hotels together, secretly shopping together, and even some extremely large-scale coded photos. Zhou Wenyao shouted out, his cell phone falling onto the bed. Finished, with just this one piece of black material, he was completely finished. He wasn't some power star. Rather, he was a traffic star who relied on his fans. Having a girlfriend was already a great offense, let alone one so old. Zhou Wenyao picked up his cell phone in despair. But what came was an even greater despair. The hot search list totaled 50 hot searches. And he alone accounted for 32 of them. This was probably the peak moment of his life, but it was the reverse peak. Zhou Wenyao looked at those hot searches with his eyes lifeless. Zhou Wenyao indoor smoking. Zhou Wenyao tax evasion. Zhou Wenyao nightclub. Of course, the most eye-catching one was still Zhou Wenyao fans' beatings reversed. Zhou Wenyao was already numb. He clicked on this hot search. Reversed. Zhou Wenyao played a big game and missed the shoot. His fans insulted the vegetarian model, and the vegetarian model was forced to fight back. This news item gave a complete account of the cause and effect of the whole thing. In the beginning, Zhou Wenyao was absent from the shoot, so Inkart Media had to find someone to temporarily fill in for the shoot. As a result, the fans fought back and ran to the downstairs of Inkart Media to protest. Then these crazy fans ran into the vegetarian model. In the end, they insulted the model and her company's leadership. The vegetarian model was so humiliated that she was forced to fight back. The full video also broke at that time. The vicious words of Zhou Wenyao's fans had spread throughout the internet. Overnight, Yan Qi had changed from a hateful victimizer to a pathetic victim. This was the moment of journalism's charm. Messages were still popping up on Zhou Wenyao's cell phone. It was sent to him by his assistant. All of his endorsements had all sent him a lawyer's letter overnight, demanding him to compensate for the brand's reputation. Especially the richest man in Yunchang, Black Yao Group. It even claimed to completely block Zhou Wenyao. Zhou Wenyao was spread out on the bed as if he was dead. He knew that he was completely finished. With so much black information being exposed, he couldn't turn the tables anymore. But what he couldn't figure out was, how could so much black information suddenly come out all at once? It was as if someone was deliberately messing with him. Especially that Obsidian group. Is it necessary to hate him so much? Zhou Wenyao once even met the chairman of the Black Yao Group. Seems to be called Su Daiguo, right? Fuck, who the hell did I offend? He covered his forehead in despair and shouted. What Zhou Wenyao didn't know was that the person he had offended was squatting in the detention center at this time. Chapter 13, Turning the Tables. The days in the detention center were much better than Yan Qi had imagined. 3 meals a day were not luxurious, but at least they were filling. And there were no clips of bullies bullying people like in TV dramas. 7 days quickly passed peacefully. On the last day, Yan Qi packed up his things in advance. Until the police informed him that he could go out. The police returned the detained things to Yan Qi. Don't fight again in the future, ah. Okay, comrade policeman. Yan Qi hurriedly nodded his head. He always felt that the police were looking at him a bit strangely, as if they were looking at some kind of endangered animal. However, Yan Qi didn't care too much because he had more important things to do right now. During these 7 days, he had also thought clearly. He absolutely could not involve Zhang Yewei. Yan Qi planned to post a video on the internet and confess to all his crimes. He was already prepared to be abused by the entire internet. Thinking about this, he was not only not afraid. On the contrary, he had a feeling that the wind is xiao xiao and the water is cold, and the strong man will not return once he is gone. Come on, all fucking come to scold me. Yan Qi walked out of the police station in large strides. As soon as he walked out of the police station's gate, a large number of reporters surrounded him from all sides. The reporters looked at Yan Qi with eyes like hungry wolves. It's good to come. Yan Qi shouted in his heart, save me the trouble of posting a video on the internet, let you all expose my ugly face. Reporters gathered around Yan Qi. One of them asked loudly, Mr. Yan Qi, about the incident 7 days ago. Before the reporter finished, Yan Qi crossed his arms and shouted. That's right, all of them were done by me. This voice confused the reporters. What do you mean, you did it all? Whether it was replacing that traffic star or beating up people, it was all my idea alone. Yan Qi said bluntly, as for why I did it, it was mainly because I don't like that traffic star, I just intentionally wanted to mess with him. When these words came out, the reporters' faces changed. But it was not the change that Yan Qi expected. Yan Qi thought that after he said this, the reporters would definitely cast a look of contempt or anger. But what the reporters revealed were looks of admiration. It was as if they were looking at a hero. Yan Qi blinked. Thinking that he hadn't made himself clear, he emphasized, "I'm talking about the person called Zhou Wenyao." As a result, the smiles on the reporters' faces grew even wider. "Mr. Yan Qi, then why do you look at him in a bad light?" the reporters asked curiously. Yan Qi was momentarily speechless. He hadn't even seen Zhou Wenyao. So he could only harden his head and awkwardly hack, "Intuition, I don't see him as a good thing, that's why I purposely messed with him." Yan Qi felt that he was so awkwardly black, the reporters had to despise him, right? As a result, not only did the reporters not, but they admired him even more. Some even gave him a thumbs up, "Awesome, really prescient." What the hell? I'm not fucking crossing over, am I? Yan Qi looked around in confusion. You can be praised for your own nonsense? Just as he was puzzled, a black BMW X5 sped from the distance. It stopped at the entrance of the police station. Zhang Yue opened the car door and shouted, "Yan Qi, come quickly." Yan Qi's heart rejoiced at the sight, and he hurriedly peeled away the reporters in front of him. "Sorry, I have to go." "Wait, Mr. Yan Qi, we still have questions." But Yan Qi didn't give them a chance at all and directly jumped into the BMW. Zhang Yue immediately stepped on the gas and left the police station. Phew. Yan Qi leaned on the back of his chair and breathed a sigh of relief. He turned his head and laughed. "Sister Wei, that group of reporters just now looked like they had gone crazy." Zhang Yue glanced at Yan Qi, her eyes full of tenderness. "They didn't go crazy, you are now a big celebrity on the internet. Black red is also red, right?" Yan Qi laughed to himself. Zhang Yue found a place to stop the car. Then laughed. "You open your cell phone and take a look, the situation now can be different from a week ago." Yan Qi skimmed his mouth. What could be different? He took out his cell phone and turned it on. As he opened the social software, his brows gradually furrowed. What the hell? Yan Qi was completely confused. What were all the hot search phrases at this moment? Zhou Wenyao is disgusting. Zhou Wenyao refuses to accept media interviews. Zhou Wenyao broke up with an old woman. Zhou Wenyao broke up with an old woman. In addition, there are also hot searches about Yan Qi. Yan Qi is quite handsome. Yan Qi fights against the rice circle culture. Yan Qi's height. Yan Qi couldn't believe it when he looked at Zhang Yue. "I can't be dreaming, can I?" Before he entered the detention center, he was still a street rat that everyone shouted at. How is it that only a week has passed and his popularity has improved? At that moment, he remembered the strange behavior of the reporters. If that was the case, then the reporter's behavior wasn't strange. On the contrary, his behavior just now seemed just as strange. Zhang Yue told Yan Qi about the events of these days. "It is like this, from the time you were detained." The more Yan Qi listened, the wider his eyes opened. When he heard it at the end, he exclaimed with a look of astonishment, "Is it so amazing?" Yes, these 2 days, the internet is anti-rice circle culture. You fell into the hero of progress. Zhang Yue smiled. Yan Qi scratched his head. This was too much of a coincidence. He himself had just been put in a detention center, and the other party's black information had been blown out. It was as if someone was manipulating this. Just as he was thinking, Zhang Yue suddenly spoke. Xiaoqi, I have something to say to you." Hearing the word Xiaoqi, Yan Qi trembled. When they were first together, Zhang Yue loved to call him this. Yan Qi turned his head to look and found Zhang Yue looking at him with moist eyes. "Sister Wei, what's wrong with you?" Yan Qi was a bit flustered. Didn't things work out perfectly? Why are you still crying? Zhang Yue bit her lip and whispered, "I saw the full video at that time." "Did you fight with them because they scolded me?" She looked at Yan Qi with tears in her eyes filled with heartache. Zhang Yue never thought that Yan Qi was beaten and detained because of herself. Yan Qi scratched his face. They were talking too hard at the time." "Sister Wei, you've worked so hard, and you were still talked to like that by them, so I just..." Zhang Yue sniffed and tears flowed out of her eyes. She grabbed Yan Qi's hand. "Oh, then why didn't you tell me? There's nothing to say about it, right? After all, I've caused you so much trouble." Yan Qi shook his head. Zhang Yue looked at Yan Qi and her eyes were almost dilated. She could feel her heart beating rapidly, as if she had returned to 3 years ago. Yan Qi whispered consolingly, "It's nothing really, it's all settled now, isn't it great?" Before he could finish, Zhang Yue had already wrapped her arms around his head. Before he could finish, Zhang Yue had already wrapped her arms around his head, and Yan Qi only felt his lips surrounded by softness. Yan Qi froze, although his first kiss was long gone. But this was also the first time he had been kissed in 3 years. After a while, Zhang Yue slowly released Yan Qi. She looked aside somewhat shyly. Let's go, I'll take you back to the company. Ah. Yan Qi was confused by the kiss. Oh. Zhang Yue then started the car again. She secretly glanced at Yan Qi and thought in her heart. Sorry, Frost, sure enough I still can't let go of Yan Qi either. Chapter 14 Crazy. Yan Qi had forgotten how he got back to the company. All he could think about was Zhang Yue's kiss. In fact, when he was in college, he and Zhang Yue did everything they needed to do. Kissing and whatnot was just a routine. But maybe it was because of the 3 years of abstinence, a light kiss made Yan Qi a bit distracted. I'm sorry, Abbott, I've broken my fast again. Yan Qi confessed in his heart. Obviously said that he would never go near a woman again, but in less than 10 days, he broke his fast. If Yan Qi is still like this, Zhang Yue next to him is even more confused. I even kissed up. Yan Qi also did not dodge away. Does that mean no, he may just be scared? That's right, suddenly being forcibly kissed by an ex-girlfriend, no matter who it is, they will be startled, right? What should I do? He won't be angry, right? What if he runs away again? Should I apologize? No, this is too embarrassing. Zhang Yue sneaked a glance at Yan Qi and found him expressionless as he looked ahead. What kind of expression is this? Happy, angry? I don't understand. Zhang Yue was a bit frantic. Just as the two of them were rambling, the car had already arrived near the company. Yan Qi took a deep breath and still decided to ask, Sister Wei, just. Shoo. Zhang Yue suddenly silenced him in a serious manner. She was currently looking at the entrance of the company very nervously. Yan Qi followed her line of sight. He found a white Porsche Panamera parked in front of the company. Whose car is this? Yan Qi was a bit puzzled. Which employee in their company could afford to drive this kind of car? Zhang Yue pinched the steering wheel hard. She then turned her head to Yan Qi. Xiao Qi, go to the conference room for a while. Sister Wei, whose car is this anyway? Yan Qi asked again. Zhang Yue touched Yan Qi's head. Listen to your sister first, I'll tell you afterward. Okay. Yan Qi nodded. Afterwards, Zhang Yue brought Yan Qi into the company. She locked Yan Qi into the meeting room on the first floor, then went up to the second floor alone. Just as she reached the second floor, an employee greeted her. Mr. Zhang, that person is here, the employee whispered. Zhang Yue just nodded, I know. He walked towards his office. Only to see the office doorway crowded with employees, who anxiously looked inside. Don't crowd it, let me see it first. Wow, it's really pretty, even better than the photo. How did she come to our company? At this time, Zhang Yue's voice rang out. What are you all doing here? The employees froze. They all turned their heads and saw Zhang Yue with an unpleasant face. General Manager Zhang. The employees bowed their heads in greeting. Zhang Yue waved her hand. Hurry back to work. Yes. The employees quickly dispersed. Zhang Yue walked to the door and took a deep breath to open it. She walked into the house, only to see a woman sitting in her boss chair. The woman was dressed very plainly, a white t-shirt, black jacket, jeans, board shorts and a baseball cap. But her near-perfect features and body looked so dazzling and eye-catching. Sure enough, it's you, Paleosi. Zhang Yue looked at the woman, her eyes filled with caution. The person who came was none other than the popular star, Paleosi. Paleosi smiled. Long time no see, Zhang Yue. I'll cut the crap, you should also know the purpose of my coming. She narrowed her eyes slightly. Where is Yan Qi? The room fell into a dead silence. The two women looked at each other, and it was as if sparks were about to rub off in the air. After a while, Zhang Yue spoke. I won't let you see him. You won't let? Pei Lucia got up with a huff on her face. She walked to Zhang Yue, her eyes filled with killing intent. Who are you to stop me? You're also just Yan Qi's ex-girlfriend. No, I'm not like you. Zhang Yue said without showing any weakness. Even if Yan Qi and I aren't boyfriend and girlfriend, I'm still his sister. As a sister, I can't let a psychopath get close to him. Especially you, a psychopath. Zhang Yue was so repulsed by Pei Lucia, not because she was jealous. Rather, she really felt that Pei Lucia was dangerous. She was able to accept Su Xiaoshang because she felt that Su Xiaoshan was just a silly, stupid young lady. Although Su Xiaofrost was yelling about killing Yan Shi, she simply couldn't be bothered to do it. But Pei Lushur was different, her mental state was extremely unstable. It wouldn't even be surprising if she really stabbed Yan Shi to death. Zhang Yue could accept Yan Shi not choosing her, but she couldn't accept Yan Shi being killed. When Pei Liuxi heard this, not only did she not get angry, she instead smiled contemptuously. Zhang Yue, do you think you can stop me? Just this little raggedy company of yours, I can make it close down at any time. Zhang Yue was not afraid in the slightest, she choked back. Whatever, anyway, I have quite a lot of your material in my hands, big deal, I'll explode with you. Pei Liuxi stared at Zhang Yue. She didn't expect the other party to be so tough. Even if the company went out of business, she still wanted to stop her. So Pei Lushur could only show weakness, I won't hurt Yan Shi. Humph, I don't believe it. Zhang Yue snorted coldly. Pei Liuxi lowered her head, then sobbed in a small voice, Woohoo, I beg you. Just let me see him once, I really miss him. Teardrops fell to the ground in big drops. The tears scratched across her stunningly beautiful face, giving her another point of poignant beauty. Not to mention men, even women would be charmed by it when they saw it. But Zhang Yue still looked at Pei Liuxi coldly, don't pretend, this trick won't work on me either. She knew very well the nature of the woman in front of her. Everything was an act she put on. As expected, Pei Liushur's crying stopped instantly. She raised her head with an indifferent face and wiped the tear tracks on her face. TSK, you're really annoying. Pei Lushur smacked her lips. She sighed helplessly and turned around to walk to the window. Originally, I didn't want to use this trick, it's all because you forced me to. She then took out her cell phone and dialed, tell them all to come over. Are you going to break in? Zhang Yue was alert. Pei Liuxi shook her head, I won't do anything that rude, come and see. Zhang Yue immediately walked over to the window and looked out. Immediately, her eyes widened. Only to see a dozen news vans rushing over from all directions. Inside were news vans from the mainstream media, as well as some news vans from the internet media. Yan Shi is now an internet celebrity, there must be a lot of people who want to interview him. Pei Liuxi laughed. If the reporters accidentally know that Yan Shi is my ex-boyfriend or something like that, what do you think will happen? Zhang Yue froze. If that was the case, it would definitely cause an even bigger stir. You have to know that Pei Liuxi's fanbase is not something that Zhou Wenyao can compare to. Some crazy fans would definitely still retaliate against Yan Shi offline. The consequences would be unimaginable at that time. She looked at Pei Lushur in disbelief. You're crazy, if you do this, you yourself will be revolted. Pei Liuxi revealed a somewhat maniacal smile. I don't care, Yan Shi will be spurned by 10,000 people, and I will be spurned by 10,000 people. At that time, he will only be with me, and the two of us will be together forever, Zhang Yue was shocked. She then realized that normal people couldn't defeat a madman. Zhang Yue and Pei Lushur were two extremes. Zhang Yue was as long as Yan Shi was safe and happy, as for who Yan Shi chose to be with, Zhang Yue didn't care. On the other hand, Pei Lushur was the complete opposite, she didn't care if Yan Shi was happy or not, she only wanted to be with Yan Shi forever. Even if it was by some extreme means. Zhang Yue was pressed for her life, she couldn't watch Yan Shi's life be ruined. In the end, she sighed helplessly, phew, I'll let you see him. Chapter 15 Pei Lushur. Zhang Yue took Pei Lushur and came to the door of the conference room on the first floor. It's just inside. Zhang Yue pointed at the door. Pei Liuxi's eyes lit up as she grabbed the door handle. But Zhang Yue suddenly held her wrist. Before I go in, I'm going to do a security check first. What? Pei Lushur frowned. Zhang Yue walked to a cabinet on the side and took out a security wand from it. This thing was a metal detector that could check if a person had any metal objects on them. Pei Liuxi's face was a bit ugly. You're going to check me with this thing, huh? That's right. Zhang Yue didn't budge. She turned on the power of the security wand and swept it over Pei Liushur's body twice. Tick-tock. The security wand sounded an alarm as it swept over Pei Liushur's thin waist. Zhang Yue shook her head helplessly. Take something out. Pei Liuxi smacked her lips in displeasure, then pulled out a slender dagger from behind her waist. The corner of Zhang Yue's mouth twitched, fortunately she had checked in advance. Don't get me wrong, it's for self-defense when going out. Pei Lushur casually threw the dagger on the ground. Zhang Yue swept around 2 more times, the security baton wasn't ringing. Go in. She took the security baton back. Pei Lucier glanced at the dagger somewhat downcast, then entered the conference room. Meanwhile, Yan Qi in the room saw the door open. He thought it was Zhang Yue coming to find him. So he hurriedly got up. As a result, the person who came in surprised him. Lucy? Yan Qi shouted with some disbelief. Pei Lucier closed the door. Then rushed towards Yan Qi like a hungry wolf. She violently pounced Yan Qi to the ground, forcibly burying her head into Yan Qi's arms. Brother Yan Qi. Yan Qi's back directly hit the ground, painfully baring his teeth. Hiss. I miss you so much, do you want me to pay? Lucy raised her head and blinked her eyes. At this moment, she was like a different person, as if she was a kitten. If a reporter saw her like this, I'm afraid tonight's hot search would explode again. Yan Qi nodded, thinking about you. Think about me? The expression on Pei Lucy's face changed once again. She stared at Yan Qi dead in the face. Then why did you leave me 3 years ago? Pei Lucy clutched Yan Qi's shoulders with both hands. Are you sick of me already? Is it because I'm not pretty enough? Or is it because of those 4 stinking women? You say ah. The bottom of her eyes were filled with madness, as if she would kill Yan Qi at any time. But Yan Qi wasn't scared in the slightest. Instead, he was a little nostalgic. LOL, it's true that you haven't changed much either. Yan Qi patted Pei Lucier's head. Pei Lucier, who had already fallen into a frenzy, instantly changed back to her kitten form after being patted on the head. Bad guy. Pei Lucy cried in aggravation. Yan Qi wiped her tears. This was his 3rd ex-girlfriend, Pei Lucier. A woman with a bit of a brain problem. Yan Qi remembered that their first encounter was during the 2nd semester of freshman year. At that time, a few buddies from the same dormitory were planning to go to the Cloud City Film Academy to take a stroll. Yan Qi also went along. But after turning around, he was greatly disappointed. These female students of the movie academy were not as pretty as Su Xiaoshang. It was really no fun to stroll around. So Yan Qi bought a drink in the cafeteria and found a seat. As a result, not 10 minutes after sitting down, a girl came over. Can you give me your contact information? She timidly said to Yan Qi. This girl was Pei Lucy. Only at that time, Pei Lucy was still far from the popular star she is now. At that time, although she was pretty, her eyes were full of inferiority and cowardice. At that time, Yan Qi felt very strange. Although he was often asked for contact information by women because of his good looks. But it was usually some outgoing girls who would do so. Girls with introverted personalities like this would not take the initiative to ask strange men for contact information. So Yan Qi asked curiously, is it you who wants it? Pei Lucy instinctively looked backward. Yan Qi followed and found 4 or 5 fashionably dressed students looking this way. They were laughing while pointing at Pei Lucier. Yan Qi instantly understood. This girl was being bullied, right? So he asked bluntly, is it that group of people bullying you? No. Pei Lucy hurriedly lowered her head, I just want contact information. Yan Qi skimmed his mouth, I think, you should beat them up. People like them will be honest after a beating. Beat them up? Pei Lucier was a bit confused. Yan Qi nodded, yeah, if you don't want to be bullied again in the future, it's best to be a bit tougher. He also didn't really want to get into trouble at the movie academy. So Yan Qi gave Pei Lucy her contact information. This is just my suggestion, if you don't dare, then give them the contact information. Yan Qi got up and prepared to leave. But suddenly Pei Lucy asked, can I beat them up? At that time Yan Qi did not understand what Pei Lucy meant. He directly answered, of course, if someone dares to bully you, then you have to hit them back, that's the right thing to do, right? Then he left. And just 3 minutes after he left, a fight broke out in the cafeteria. Pei Lucy was as crazy as a madman and injured 5 female students. According to eyewitnesses, Pei Lucy was laughing maniacally while beating people. That night Pei Lucy added Yan Qi's WeChat. The first message she sent was, I beat them up. Well done. Yan Qi complimented her. Later, he learned something about Pei Lucier's past. Pei Lucier grew up in a single-parent family. Due to growing up in a lack of loving environment, her personality gradually became twisted and violent. As a result, she often clashed with her classmates. When she was in the 1st grade of junior high school, she stabbed a classmate in the eye with a pencil. Because the classmate called her fatherless and her mother a whore. Bei Liu Si was expelled from school. Her mother sent Bei Liu Si to a local juvenile correctional school in order to correct Bei Liu Si. No one knew what Bei Liu's went through in there, and Bei Liu's didn't want to talk about it. But after coming out of the school, she never hit anyone again. Not only that, even when people bullied her, she just endured it silently. Every time she was bullied, she always kept chanting, "I can't hit people, it's wrong to hit people," and so on. This situation lasted until when she went to college. Pei Lucier met Yan Shi. "I think so, you should beat them up." Yan Shi said so. These words exploded in her head. Over the years, Pei Lucier had been brainwashed by not being able to beat people up. She instinctively thought that no matter what happened, she was absolutely not allowed to do anything. That was why she asked, "Can I hit them?" Of course, if someone dares to bully you, then you have to hit them back, that's the right thing to do. Yan Shi's words were like a switch. Re-released the monster in Pei Lucier's heart. And so that day, Pei Lucier injured her 5 roommates. And out of consideration for the school's reputation, the film school suppressed the matter. That night Pei Luci added Yan Shi's WeChat. She weighed in as if inviting credit, "I beat them up." "Well done." Yan Shi replied so. These 4 short words made Pei Luci feel like a newborn. Since then, there were 2 people left in her mind. One was herself, and the other was Yan Shi. Chapter 16 Heavy Love. Later Yan Shi and Pei Lucier, logically together. But soon Yan Shi realized that something was wrong. Pei Lucier's possessiveness was just too strong. She couldn't wait to be with Yan Shi 24 hours a day. It was important to realize that Yan Shi, who was still in his first year of college at the time, was already in a state of having his feet in 2 boats. Time would have been a bit insufficient to allocate. So after much deliberation, Yan Shi proposed to break up. And that day Yan Shi saw the berserk Pei Luci. Pei Luci took a dagger and forced Yan Shi into a hotel room. Forced, and Yan Shi had a coughing. But that night was not a good experience. Pei Luci's was a little too crazy. Yan Shi has not dared to mention breaking up since here. But he also gradually grasped how to deal with Pei Lucier. Although Pei Lucier's mental state is very bad. But in the end, she still eats softness and refuses hardness. Compliment her twice, touch her head, then everything is negotiable. Later, under Yan Shi's persuasion, Pei Luci divided part of her energy into her studies. Only then did Yan Shi relax a little. Pei Luci had majored in acting at the time. This also gave her a deep foundation in acting. In this way, until the 4th year of college, Yan Shi's foot in 5 boats was exposed. The reason why Yan Shi chose to run away at that time, 50% was because of Pei Lucier. He was really afraid that Pei Lucier would stab him to death. Since then, 3 years have passed. "Oh, you dead scum." Pei Lucier kept hitting Yan Shi's chest. This wasn't a little girl's pouting. Rather, it was Pei Lucier's full force pounding. "Cough, cough, cough, calm down, I'm going to be whacked to death." Yan Shi touched her head. Only then did Pei Lucier stop. She huffed and asked aggressively, "So why did you run in the first place?" Yan Shi scratched his face somewhat sheepishly. "I wasn't afraid you'd get angry." "Then you ran." "I am not more angry, ah." Pei Lucier shouted. Yan Shi sighed. Okay, don't be angry, I won't run in the future, okay?" "Really?" A bright light flashed in Pei Lucier's eyes. Yan Shi could know Pei Luci too well. She was the scariest of the 5 ex-girlfriends, but at the same time the best to handle. As long as you say a few soft words, you can instantly coax her. "Of course it's true, I'll stay in Cloud City from now on." Yan Shi nodded his head. Pei Lucier closed her eyes. "Then I'll believe you if you give me a kiss." Yan Shi looked at Pei Luci's stunningly beautiful features, and his heart and mind swirled a bit. It had to be said that although Pei Luci was a bit of a crazy critic, but it is also true that it is the most beautiful of his 5 ex-girlfriends. "Silka, in fact, I this 3 years," Yan Shi put to go to the temple said. Pei Luci some confused. "You went to be a monk?" "It is not a monk, it is to let the master enlighten me." Yan Shi honestly, the master said that my life is a peach blossom, and then continue to do so will be a big problem. Pei Luci's eyes flashed a hint of murderous intent. "Where is this temple, ah? And what is the name of this so-called master? I will go and have a chat with him to see if he is actually that powerful." Yan Shi gulped. "This is the rhythm of getting the abbot killed, ah." So he hurriedly said, "The point is not this, the point is that I just want to work well now." "This is not good. You want to leave me again?" Pei Liusher's eyes darkened. She instinctively touched her back, wanting to feel out the dagger that she carried with her. But suddenly she remembered that her dagger seemed to have been taken away by Zhang Yewei. "TSK, what a nosy woman." Pei Liusher smacked her lips. Yan Qi instantly understood what Pei Liusher wanted. He pinched Pei Liusher's face. "It's been 3 years, why are you still this way? Whenever you are not happy, you pull out a knife, then why don't you just kill me with a knife? Can't we talk things over?" 3 years ago Yan Qi would still be afraid of Pei Liusher. But he's not afraid anymore. Yan Qi dared to go back to Cloud City, he was already prepared to be stabbed to death. Pei Liusher's little face was pinched red. She bit her lips with some aggression. "Bad guy, you're always bullying me just because people like you. Then how do you want to discuss it? Let's get up from the ground first?" Yan Qi touched Pei Liusher's face. Pei Liusher nodded and got up from the ground. Yan Qi also covered his back and got up, and found a chair to sit down. At this time, Pei Lius took out her wallet from her pocket. Then she took out a few bank cards from the wallet and handed them to Yan Qi. "This is all the money I've earned in these 3 years. It's all for you, so don't work in the future, okay?" As a popular star, her income in these 3 years was quite impressive. "Don't work and stay with you all day long, right?" Yan Qi sighed. Pei Liusi nodded expectantly. In the future, you just have to stay home with me, you don't have to go anywhere." "No way." Yan Qi decisively refused. He knew very well that once he agreed, then Pei Liusher would immediately take him into captivity. This captivity is not an exaggeration. It was real captivity. "I'm afraid that Yan Qi will not be able to get out in this lifetime. This love is really too heavy." Pei Liusi was a little disappointed. "So what do you want?" "It's very simple, you'll just continue to be your star, and I'll continue to work here." Yan Qi said his own ideas. "There is time you can come to me, or I go over to you can also." Pei Liusi didn't say anything, and after a while, she slowly opened her mouth. "Yan Qi, am I particularly annoying, always forcing myself on you?" "Don't be angry, okay, I am afraid that you will suddenly disappear again." Yan Qi stood up and walked to Pei Liusi. "I'm not angry, it's just that I can't stay with you 24/7. But I can assure you that in the future, as long as you come to me, then I will always be there." Pei Liu stirred her hands together, she gently raised her head. Can I trust you?" Trust me one more time, okay?" Yan Qi touched her hair. Pei Liusi jumped into Yan Qi's arms. "Good." She also figured it out. Even if she forced Yan Qi now, it would only backfire. In case it scared Yan Qi away again, it would be more than worth it. It would be better to do it little by little. One day, she would have Yan Qi completely in her hands. Hey, you can't run away." Just at this time, the door was knocked. "Hey, almost got it. The reporters outside are about to break in." "What reporters?" Yan Qi was a bit confused. It was only then that Pei Liusi remembered that there was such a thing as reporters. That's what she called over in order to force Zhang Yewei. You are now an internet celebrity, there must be many reporters who want to interview you." Pei Liusi pinched the corner of her coat with some embarrassment. Yan Qi looked at her like this and understood everything. He pinched Pei Liusi's face. "Is it you who brought the reporters here?" "I just wanted to see you." "I just wanted to see you, it's all because Zhang Yewei, that woman, stopped me." Pei Liusher weakly lowered her head. Only in front of Yan Qi would she show this kind of small woman look. Yan Qi sighed. "Apologize to Sister Wei later." "I apologize to her?" Pei Liusi revealed a disdainful look. Seeing Yan Qi frown slightly, she quickly said, Okay, I'll apologize." "Don't frown all the time, it's easy to get old." Pei Liusi touched Yan Qi's brow. "In the future, if you let me do something, I'll do it, okay?" Yan Qi pinched her face. "You stay here, I first go to the reporters are sent away." Chapter 17. Breaking the fast again. Zhang Yewei was fidgeting outside the door, she kept taking out her cell phone to check the time. "How come it's not out yet?" She paced back and forth nervously. Even when she usually talked to people about cooperation and signed contracts, she was not as nervous as she was today. She was afraid that something might happen to Yan Qi. At this time, the door opened and Yan Qi walked out from inside. Zhang Yewei immediately greeted her. "Shao Qi, that crazy woman didn't do anything to you, right?" She looked up and down, afraid that something would go wrong. Sister Wei, I'm fine. Yanqi shook his head. Actually, Paleosi isn't that scary. Zhang Yue grabbed the dagger on the table next to her. It's still not scary? She was carrying a dagger with her. No wonder she didn't pull it out after pulling it out for half a day, so it was taken away by Sister Wei. Yanqi laughed in his heart. He held Zhang Yue's hand. Sister Wei, I've caused you trouble again. Zhang Yue's cheeks turned slightly red. Cough. What's the trouble? You're still so polite with your sister. As long as you are fine, I am relieved. Then she pointed to the entrance. A lot of reporters are blocking the door. If you don't show up, I'm afraid you won't be able to solve it. Don't worry, leave it to me. Yanqi nodded and turned toward the gate. At the same time, Paleosi was on the phone in the conference room. Without Yanqi, she was back to that high-flying actress state. She told those reporters not to ask too sensitive questions. Pei Lucia instructed into the phone, then by a few hot searches, yes, not too front row, just focus on praising Yanqi. Good, that's all for now. Pei Lucia hung up the phone and leaned back in her chair. In fact, she could have told those reporters to go back and not let them interview Yanqi. And the reason why she didn't do that was because she wanted to promote Yanqi. The more popular Yanqi became, the closer he would be to her. She would also have a better chance of controlling Yanqi. Pei Lucia had a demented smile on her face. Ah, Yanqi, one day you'll beg to be with me forever. At that time, we'll come together to have 10 children, ha ha ha. Just as she was fantasizing, the door opened. Zhang Yue walked in with a dagger. She stared at Pei Lucia with a bad expression and casually threw the dagger back at her. In the future, when you see Yanqi, don't bring such a dangerous thing. Pei Lucia caught the dagger and laughed lightly. Hee hee, this is a little love affair between us. Oh. A curmudgeon like you surely can't understand it, right? Zhang Yue skimmed her lips. What love interest? You're just being self-satisfied. And I'm not curmudgeonly. The head that Yanqi and I play with can be much more open than you think. Ah. Her cheeks stained a layer of redness, as if she remembered something. It is the kind of love interest that both of us like. Oh. Pei Lucia angry mouth corners pumped, violently slammed the table. Stinky woman. But then she took a deep breath and returned to her bashful demeanor. Although Pei Lucia couldn't wait to kill Zhang Yue right now, as well as those other 3 foxy girls. But she knew that she couldn't rush, or Yanqi would definitely be scared away. What she had to do now was to make Yanqi completely inseparable from her. At that time Yanqi would take the initiative to kick out these annoying bastards. So Pei Lucia stood up and bowed slightly. I was too impulsive before, I apologize. Zhang Yue was a bit surprised that this woman would apologize. Pei Lucia sat back down on her chair, her elegant legs folded. Don't think too much, it was Yanqi who asked me to apologize to you. Zhang Yue heard the corners of her mouth rise, and she thought in her heart. Bastard, can't you still have a conscience? At this time, Pei Lucia opened her mouth to inquire, where does Yanqi live now? With your intelligence network, it's easy to find out about this matter, right? Zhang Yue replied with a slight sneer, is it necessary to ask me? Pei Lucia pinched the corner of her coat. I don't want to investigate Yanqi in that way, that's for treating my enemies. After a moment of silence, Zhang Yue opened her mouth and asked, Zhou Wenyao's black information was you who broke the news, right? Pei Lucia sneered, that's right, I can't control those fans, but it's still possible to stink up their master. I'm afraid those fans are crying in hell, huh, deserved, this is what happens when you bully Yanqi. The anger in her eyes seemed to burn everything. Zhang Yue looked at Pei Lucia. She only felt that the person in front of her was a bit strange. The Pei Lucia she knew was an absolute egoist. As long as she could achieve her goal, she would not care at all about what happened to other people and how they felt. This was also the reason why Zhang Yue didn't want Yanqi to come into contact with Pei Lucia. But now it seems that this woman seems to have real feelings for Yanqi. So Zhang Yue sighed, Mirror Lake Home, Building 3, 505. Then she turned around and went out. Still, if you dare to hurt Yanqi, I will definitely not spare you. Thank you. Pei Lucia whispered. The interview lasted a full 2 hours, and by the time it was over, it was almost dark. Yanqi walked back to the company exhausted. These reporters are also too capable of asking questions. Yanqi pressed his shoulders. Zhang Yue handed him a bottle of water, smiled and teased, hard work, big medicine, the company can rely on you to make money in the future. Oh. Yes, guaranteed to complete the task of leadership. Yanqi gave a fake salute. Then both of them laughed at the same time. At this time, not far from the conference room door opened. Pei Liuxi quickly rushed out from the conference room. Yan Shi laughed, Liuxi, you haven't. But before he could finish, Pei Liuxi had already rushed in front of him. Then she cupped Yan Shi's face as she stood on her tiptoes and kissed him. On the side, Zhang Yue's eyes widened. But her first reaction wasn't jealousy, instead she looked around. Only after realizing that no one was there did she let out a sigh of relief. Then Pei Lucier gently pushed Yan Shi away. You don't kiss me, then it's okay if I kiss you," she whispered. Then she hurriedly said, "Then I'll leave first, next time I'll come back to find you." Oh. Did not wait for Yan Shi to speak, Pei Liuxi was full of red face quickly step away from the company. Only after she drove away did Yan Shi come back to his senses. He touched his lips and confessed in his heart, "Oh no, Abbot, I broke my fast again." "Well, it looks like it's still very reminiscent of it." A vinegary voice came from the side. Yan Shi was a little embarrassed and scratched his head. "Wait, sister, just now that was." "Well, little scum, sister did not blame you." Zhang Yue pinched Yan Shi's face. Then she came to Yan Shi's ear and asked softly, "So do you think it's sister's lips that are sweet, or the big star's lips?" Yan Shi was speechless for a moment. To be honest, both are quite sweet. But it's not right to say anything at a time like this, right? Zhang Yue puffed and laughed, "Ha ha ha, I'm just teasing you." She then gave Yan Shi a collar. "It's almost time today, so you can go home from work. If you don't go back, that person is afraid to come to the company." Yan Shi instantly remembered that there was still a little ancestor at home. "Okay, then I'll leave first, Sister Wei." Looking at Yan Shi walking away, Zhang Yue gently covered her chest. "It is true that the heart still hurts. Alas, there will be a day when you have to be killed by your little scum." Yan Shi took the subway and went directly back to the neighborhood. He took the elevator to the 5th floor and then carefully walked to room 507. Since he was back, it was definitely necessary to inform Su Xiaoshan. "I also don't know if Su Xiaoshan will be angry." Yan Shi took a deep breath and then intended to knock on the door. But at this time, the door of the room opened from the inside. Su Xiaoshan poked her head out. At this moment, she looked to be in a rather bad state. Her hair was a mess, her eyes were red and swollen from crying, and she didn't look the least bit energetic. Yan Shi was hit like a heavy blow. He pushed the door open. "Xiao Frost, are you alright? Do you want to go to the hospital?" Xiao Frost also reacted. Seeing Yan Shi, her tears instantly welled up from her eyes. She aggrievedly jumped into Yan Shi's arms. "Oh Yan Shi." Chapter 18. Another broken ring. These days, Su Xiao Frost was not able to eat well or sleep well. Because she heard that there would be many criminals in the detention center. These people will bully the new arrivals ruthlessly. As soon as she fell asleep, Su Xiaoshang would dream that Yan Shi was blocked in the corner and beaten up by a few tough guys. Yan Shi would cover his head while shouting, "Frost, help me." Then Su Xiao Frost would wake up from the dream and cry. It was the first time Yan Shi had seen Su Xiao Frost in this state, and he felt very guilty. He touched Su Xiaoshang's hair. "Sorry, I made you worry again." Su Xiaoshang shook his head and whispered, "It's not your fault, but don't fight with people again, okay?" "Good, I promise you." Yan Shi nodded. Su Xiaoshang raised her head and sniffled. "Then next time someone bullies you, you tell me and I'll let Dad beat them to death." "Good, don't cry." At this time, Yan Shi's stomach suddenly grumbled. He hadn't eaten anything all day today. Su Xiaoshang broke into a smile. Hey, I knew you must be hungry." She pulled Yan Shi's arm. "Come on, I've already made the meal." Yan Shi did not resist and directly followed her into the house. The house was filled with the aroma of rice, and Yan Shi smelled even hungrier. But just as she walked past the mirror next to her, Su Xiaoshang stopped in her tracks. She tilted her head to look at the mirror, then screamed out, "Why am I so ugly?" Since her mind was full of Yan Shi, she didn't even care about her condition these days. After seeing that Yan Shi was fine, only then did Su Xiaoshang have the heart to pay attention to her appearance. Su Xiaoshang covered her face with one hand and waved one hand at Yan Shi. "No looking at me, no looking at me." Yan Shi saw this and grabbed Su Xiaoshang's hand. "Don't say that, even like this you are very beautiful." Su Xiaoshang let go of the hand covering her face and asked in a low voice, "Really?" "Of course it's true, Xiao Frost is the most beautiful." Yan Shi touched her head. Su Xiaoshang immediately revealed a smile. She happily hummed, "Humph, counting you still have some taste, of course this young lady is the most beautiful." She then pulled Yan Shi's hand and walked to the dining table. "You sit down first, I'll go serve you food." "I'll serve it with you." "Well, you quickly sit down first." Yan Shi heard this and had to sit down first. Su Xiaoshang then ran into the kitchen and brought over 7 or 8 dishes back and forth. They were all Yan Shi's favorite foods. So many? Yan Shi was a little surprised. Su Xiaoshang heatedly smiled, "Eat more, look at you in the detention center are starving thin." "Is that so?" Yan Shi touched his face. Su Xiaoshang said with some impatience, "Let's not talk about this first, quickly taste how the flavor is." So Yan Shi first tasted a mouthful of beef curry. Aha! He shook his head in a very exaggerated way. "It's really delicious, it's really worthy of being Chef Su." "Ha, this is too pompous of you." Su Xiaoshang was amused. She then patted Yan Shi's hand. "You eat first, I'll go wash my face." Although Yan Shi had complimented her, she still couldn't accept that she was so haggard. Su Xiaoshang turned around and ran into the bathroom again. Yan Shi looked at the table and sighed, sigh. The better his ex-girlfriends treated him, the heavier his heart became. Yan Shi had absolutely no idea how to repay them. "I'm really fucking scum," he cursed in a low voice. Su Xiaoshang stayed in the bathroom for half an hour. Yan Shi was almost full before she came out of it. She had washed her hair and face, and she had applied makeup, covering up the haggardness on her face. "Dang dang dang, how was it?" Su Xiaoshang inquired with some anticipation. Yan Shi gave a thumbs up. "Oops, even more beautiful, this to go out shopping, not to the other people fascinated to death." Ah. Su Xiaoshang happily ran to Yan Shi's side and poked him. He, just you can talk." Then she suddenly remembered something, bent down and asked, "By the way, Pei Liu's that woman went to find you?" Yan Shi froze. "Yes, how do you know?" Su Xiaoshang squeezed her small fists, a small flame emerging in her eyes. "I guessed, after all, Zhou Wenyao's black information is what she exploded, so I thought she would go to you." "It's her." Ah. Yan Shi then reacted. "It makes sense to say so. After all, this matter was too sudden, and it looked like someone was behind it. With Pei Liu's character, it was indeed possible that she did it." Su Xiaoshang smacked her lips in displeasure. "TSK, meddling, even without her, I can still screw Zhou Wenyao to death." Zhou Wenyao could cool off so thoroughly. The Black Obsidian group behind Su Xiaoshang had contributed a considerable amount of force. If it wasn't for their family taking the lead, there wouldn't have been so many endorsements revoked at the same time. Su Xiaoshang pinched the corner of her coat with some weakness. "So then what did you say to her?" "You guys wouldn't have." "Nothing already." Yan Shi laughed. But suddenly he remembered Pei Liu's kiss. "There shouldn't have been, right?" He scratched his head. Su Xiaoshang could know Yan Shi too well. This expression meant something was wrong. She grabbed Yan Shi's neck collar and shouted through clenched teeth, "Ah, you guys wouldn't have gone to a hotel?" No. Yan Shi hurriedly waved his hand. He then talked about the situation at that time. After listening to it, the fire in the eyes of Su Xiaoshang burned up. "This damn fishy cat, I cannot spare her." It can't be said to be cheating. Yan Shi smiled somewhat awkwardly. Talking to an ex-girlfriend about another ex-girlfriend's kiss. This is also too strange. At this time, Su Xiaoshang violently came over. "I want it too." "What do you want?" Yan Shi blinked. Su Xiaoshang's cheeks turned red. "I want whatever Pei Liu has." Seeing Yan Shi in some difficulty, Su Xiaoshang didn't bother to wait. She hugged Yan Shi's head and kissed him. But the moment her lips touched, she jumped like a rabbit. Su Xiaoshang panicked and waved her hands. She had just been blinded by jealousy. It was only after kissing up that she realized something was wrong. Yan Shi touched his lips as he once again confessed in his heart, "Abbot, I've broken my precepts again and again." He was just about to say something when Su Xiaoshang suddenly fell straight down. Yan Shi was shocked and rushed to catch Su Xiaoshang. Su Xiaoshang was in a daze, already about to fall asleep. Since she hadn't slept properly in the past few days, she was already quite exhausted. The reason she hadn't collapsed was that she had the breath of wanting to cook for Yan Shi to hold her back. And just now this breath dissipated, so the fatigue returned instantly. Su Xiaoshang buried her head in Yan Shi's arms and whispered, "Yan Shi, I'm so tired." Yan Shi touched her head, then picked her up in a princess hug. "Then go to sleep first." He carried Su Xiaoshang into the bedroom, put her on the bed, and covered her with a quilt. Su Xiaoshang weakly raised her hand. "Shake, shake." Yan Shi sat down on the edge of the bed and took hold of Su Xiaoshang's hand. "Go to sleep." Yan Shi sat on the edge of the bed and held Su Xiaoshang's hand. "Sleep." Su Xiaoshang obediently closed her eyes. In less than 10 seconds, she fell into a deep sleep. Good night. Yanqi smiled and touched her head. Chapter 19, Buying a Life. Every city has its share of unseemly business. Cloud City naturally has them as well. Cloud City Yulong District Tianhong Microfinance Company. This company is ostensibly in the legitimate loan business. But in fact, it's the skin company of the underground gangsters, the Yulin Society. The business they do includes flesh and blood business, gambling, loan sharking, and the like. In short, as long as you could afford the money, the Jade Forest Society could do anything. At this moment, a man with a hood on his head walked into the company. I'm sorry, sir, we're already off duty. A clerk came forward and said, if you need to borrow money, please do it tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Not waiting for the clerk to finish, the man threw the clerk a crescent-shaped keychain. I'm here to talk business. The staff took the keychain, the expression on the face changed instantly. So it is an old customer, then upstairs please. The clerk then took the man to the 3rd floor. The clerk knocked on one of the doors. Master San, someone is here to talk business. Come in. A rough voice came from inside. The clerk nodded and said to the man, please come in. The man directly pushed the door and walked in. A burly man was sitting in the middle of the sofa, and behind him stood 7 or 8 ferocious men. The strong man smiled and said, sit down. The man sat on the opposite side of the sofa. Self-introduction, my name is Liu Chang, ranking 3rd in the Yulin Society. The strong man introduced himself. What is the matter, just mention it, as long as you can afford the money. The man across the street didn't talk nonsense, and directly took out a photo and handed it to Liu Chang. Help me kill him. Liu Chang and the others were shocked, and came up to ask to kill. Sorry, we don't take on killing jobs now. Liu Chang said seriously. The man took out another bank card. There is 1.5 million in here, and you will be given another 1.5 million after the deed is done. Liu Chang swallowed his saliva. The first shot is $3 million, generous enough. He took the photo and the bank card. Then we will consider. Liu Chang said halfway, suddenly saw the person on the photo. Wait a minute, isn't this the person who was very hot recently? Liu Chang handed the photo to his men. What's the name? Yanqi. The henchman recognized the person on the photo. Recently Yanqi has been on the hot search a lot, he is still quite famous. This is not good, right? Liu Chang shook his head. The risk of killing a celebrity is too great. The man on the other side pulled out another bank card, another 2 million, a total of 5 million. Liu Chang sucked in a breath of cold air. He thought for a moment and then said, you take off your hat first, or I cannot believe you. The man took off his hat without hesitation, revealing a handsome face. Zhou Wenyao. Someone recognized the person in front of him at a glance. It was none other than the star who had recently been exposed as a blackmailer, Zhou Wenyao. At this time, Zhou Wenyao's state was quite bad, and his entire person looked like he had aged 10 years. He had been tortured to death by reporters and public opinion this week. Almost the entire society was condemning him. Not only that, but there were also a large number of endorsing parties demanding money. Zhou Wenyao wanted to take revenge. However, he didn't know who to retaliate against. The brand parties led by Obsidian Group? Or was it the person who had blown up his black information, but he had no idea who had done it? Thinking about it, the only one he could think of was Yanqi. Fuck, my reputation stinks. This kid is on fire instead. The more Zhou Wenyao thought about it, the angrier he got, so he planned to find someone to kill Yanqi. Anyway, even if the money wasn't spent, it would still have to be paid out to the brand in the end. Then it would be better to spend money to hire a murderer. $5 million to kill him. Zhou Wenyao stared at Liu Chang and said. Liu Chang nodded, yes, but you have to add another 2 million. Why? Zhou Wenyao frowned. Liu Chang revealed a bad smile. Confidentiality fee, no matter what happens in the end, you can't find your head. Okay, I have to see his body with my own eyes. Zhou Wenyao gritted his teeth and agreed. Deal. On the other side, Yanqi still didn't know that someone was planning to take his life. He fell asleep on the side of Su Xiaoshang's bed. Early the next morning, he was woken up by Su Xiaofrost. Yanqi, it's time to get up. Yanqi jolted up. He rubbed his eyes and saw Su Xiaoshang standing next to him. Su Xiaoshang poked Yanqi's face. Breakfast is ready, go and wash your face first. Yanqi nodded in a daze. He then went into the bathroom. Only after he finished washing did he react, only then did he feel that the atmosphere was a bit strange. It was like going back to 3 years ago when they were still together. Yanqi shook his head violently. It's over, it's going to fall again. He recalled that yesterday in just one day, he was kissed by 3 ex-girlfriends at the same time. Abada, I'm afraid I won't be able to last much longer, Yanqi sighed. His resistance to beautiful women was originally weak. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to have his foot in 5 boats in the first place. The rotating bombardment from his ex-girlfriends these days had already bombarded him with some dizziness. If he continues like this, maybe one day he will cross that line again. By then, if he has his feet in several boats again, I am afraid that he will be assassinated and die in the street. No, I have to hold back, I can do it. Yanqi slapped his face. He took a deep breath and walked out of the bathroom. Su Xiaoshang stood by the dining table in her apron, with donuts and tofu brains on the table. She looked, at the moment, like a newlywed wife who had just gotten married. Come and have a taste, I made it myself. Su Xiaoshang beckoned. Yanqi was just about to sit down when there was a knock at the door. Someone is coming? I'll go open the door. He went straight to the front door. Yanqi first looked through the cat's eye. He realized that the other party was not knocking on the door of 507's room. Rather, it was the door of the room opposite 505, which was his rental house. Taking a closer look, Yanqi froze. This back figure could be too familiar. Hiss, Pei Lushur. Yanqi sucked in a breath of cool air. How did this woman find her way to the door? Yanqi instinctively looked behind him. Su Xiaoshang, Pei Lushur, 2 of his ex-girlfriends were the most difficult women to deal with. If the 2 of them meet, then I'm afraid something will happen. Yanqi, who is it? Su Xiaoshang curiously walked towards the door. Yanqi was a bit nervous and swallowed his saliva. No one, knocking not the door of this house. But Su Xiaoshang saw the difference at a glance. Really? She casually took off her apron and walked towards the door with large strides. The aura on Su Xiaoshang's body changed instantly. From the little dainty wife, she changed again into that rich second generation who held power and influence. Yanqi was just about to block the door when a knock sounded behind him, and Peleosi deliberately lowered her voice to call out, Yanqi, are you there? Hearing this, Su Xiaoshang's face clouded over. The voice didn't sound like Zhang Yewei, which meant that it was another woman who had come to look for Yanqi. Get out of the way, Yanqi. Su Xiaoshang walked to the door. I'd like to see who it is. She grabbed the door handle and violently opened the door. At the same time, Pei Lushur, who was still knocking on the door, turned around when she heard the sound. The 2 women's gazes met. They then recognized each other at the same time. Su Xiaoshang. Pei Lushur. Chapter 20 The Head-Scratching Cultivation Arena. A popular star and the daughter of the richest man, they had naturally crossed paths over the past 3 years. But it was just a nodding acquaintance. After all, neither of them wanted to talk too much with their love rivals. Oh, so it's you, no wonder Yanqi is so nervous. Su Xiaoshang turned her head to look at Yanqi in a somewhat conspiratorial manner. Yanqi looked aside somewhat sheepishly. Ahem. The worst had happened. Since this was the case, he could only play dumb. Pei Lushur, on the other hand, directly crossed over Su Xiaoshang and looked at Yanqi behind her. Yanqi. She waved her hand happily. But soon she realized something was wrong. How was Yanqi in a room with this woman? Last night they wouldn't. Thinking of this, a trace of ferocity flashed through Pei Lushur's eyes. She stared deathly at Su Xiaoshang. Why are you here? This is our family's property, I can live wherever I want. Su Xiaoshang nonchalantly disliked back. Pei Luosi sneered, right, I forgot that you are a rich second generation to come. You didn't rely on smashing money to get Yanqi to stay with you, did you? Su Xiaoshang silently clenched her fists at that. Pei Lushur had poked her sore spot. Although Su Xiaoshang was a rich second generation. But when she was with Yanqi, she would deliberately downplay this status. Because she wanted Yanqi to be with her because of love. And not because of money. Yanqi saw this and rushed up to change the topic. Luosi, what are you looking for me to do? Pei Luosi immediately changed her expression. She smiled and asked, do you have time today? Let's go out and play. No time, Yanqi still has to go to work. Su Xiaoshang directly blocked in front of Yanqi. Pei Luosi smiled disdainfully. I didn't ask you, What is your relationship with Yan Qi? You just make decisions for him? Su Xiaoshan was speechless for a moment. But she quickly reacted and disliked back. I'd like to ask you what your relationship with him is, what makes him go out with you Pei Lucier, could not say the same. Yan Qi, who was on the side, only felt his head explode. The war between women is really too terrible. In fact, there have been instances before where two ex-girlfriends have met each other. But every time, Zhang Yue was present. It was hard to argue with Zhang Yue present. After all, she would usually take the initiative to take a step back. But Pei Luosi and Su Xiaoshan weren't the ones who would voluntarily admit defeat. Just when the two were at war. The door to the room next to them opened, and a young man carrying a briefcase walked out. Apparently it was time to leave for work. The man looked suspiciously at Pei Luoshir's trio. Pei Luoshir instinctively lowered the brim of her hat for fear of being recognized. It wasn't until that person walked into the elevator that Pei Luosi breathed a sigh of relief. TSK, the big star is afraid of being discovered to find a man Su Xiaoshang mocked, since you are so afraid of being found out, then simply don't come to find Yan Qi, don't ruin your star road at that time Pei Luosi gently bit her lip. This time it was her turn to be poked and prodded. She was the same as Su Xiaoshang. She didn't want to be separated from Yan Qi because of her star status. Yan Qi saw this and immediately rounded off the situation. Well, let's not disturb the people outside, something to come in to talk about? He looked to Su Xiaoshang, after all, this is her house. The first thing you need to do is to get a good deal on your own. Su Xiaoshang nodded without a care in the world. If she refused, it would rather seem petty. Letting this woman in was just the thing to crush her face to face. Pei Luoshir also raised her head without showing any weakness. Then I will not be polite. With that, she directly walked into 507. Su Xiaoshang simultaneously looked her up and down. Even she had to admit. Pei Luoshir's appearance could almost be described as perfect. One must know that Su Xiaoshan was already considered a great beauty. But compared to Pei Luoshir, it was still a level apart. No wonder Yan Qi would be attracted to this foxy girl, she did look okay, right? Su Xiaoshang thought with some indignation, but I will not lose. With that, she closed the door to the room. Yan Qi looked at these two people and only felt a burst of headache. He had originally almost fallen into tenderness. But the cultivated scene in front of him instantly sobered him up again. Sure enough, having a foot in several boats was just too dangerous. He hadn't even gotten back together with his ex-girlfriend yet, and he was already in such a tense situation. If this is getting back together, when the time comes, I'm afraid that it's not going to be a bloodbath. Yan Qi forced a grin. Let's eat first, Little Frost's cooking is good. I don't know if Ms. Pei is used to eating it, after all, it's just some very ordinary breakfast. Said Su Xiaoshang in a somewhat conspiratorial manner. Pei Luosi is equally yin and yang back. Ms. Su such a big tycoon are accustomed to eating, I such a small star naturally no problem. Yan Qi hurriedly pulled out the chair for the two, first sit. Ms. Su Xiaoshang and Pei Luosi sat down on the chairs respectively. In order to prevent the two from fighting, Yan Qi sat in the middle of the two. He attentively gave the two a bowl of tofu brain and poured the marinade on it. And one of them took a donut for them, come and taste it. Pei Luosi looked at the tofu brain with some suspicion. Would a rich second generation like Su Xiaoshang really be able to cook? Pei Luosi picked up a spoon and experimentally scooped up a spoonful of tofu brain. The moment she put it in her mouth, her eyes widened in disbelief. Yummy! She was already prepared that the flavor would be strange. But she didn't expect Su Xiaoshang to make it so delicious. It was even quite a bit tastier than the breakfast stalls outside. No wonder Yan Qi was so enamored with her. It was true that to tie up a man's heart, you had to tie up his stomach first. Pei Luoshir thought unconvincingly, but I will not lose. Su Xiaoshan looked at Pei Luosi with some complacency. How is it, Miss Pei, the taste is not bad, right? It's barely adequate. Pei Luoshir said with a very stiff upper lip. Su Xiaoshang is not angry, but continued to say, Miss Pei's taste is really tricky then you usually will cook by yourself? Pei Luoshir could hear that Su Xiaoshang was shading her. So she said with a smile on her face. I'm usually very busy, I'm not like Miss Su who has so much free time to study cooking every day. Su Xiaoshang gritted her teeth at her words. This woman was implying that she was not doing her job. If you don't have free time, you still need to learn, right? Some people just don't like eating out. Su Xiaoshang rested her chin and looked at Yan Shi. Yan Shi, for example, he doesn't like it. Right, Yan Shi? Pei Lucier also looked at Yan Shi. Is that so? I thought Yan Shi liked eating out a lot. Yan Shi, where do you like to eat? Yan Shi was caught in the middle by the two, and sweat broke out on his forehead. Just then, the cell phone on the table rang. The caller was Zhang Yewei. Chapter 21 Temporary Truce. Yan Shi was like seeing a savior. Long live Sister Wei. He shouted in his heart. So he hurriedly said, the leader is calling, I'll take a call first, haha. Seeing this, Su Xiaoshang and Pei Liusi could only withdraw their eyes first. Yan Shi picked up the phone. Sister Wei, what's wrong? Nothing, just asking how you are doing. Zhang Yewei laughed on the other end of the phone, but listen to your tone of voice is a bit not good. Yan Shi stole a glance at the two people of the beard. Small cream, some embarrassed said, cough, indeed a little. Let me guess. Zhang Yewei flirted. It could be that Pei Liusi went to your house and just happened to run into Su Xiaoshang, and then you little scum were caught in the middle of them, right? How do you know? Yan Shi was stunned. This is also too accurate. Ha ha ha. Zhang Yewei laughed. Let you go around and get into trouble. Yan Shi was speechless for a moment. This is really his problem. Alas, I really can't help you. Zhang Yewei sighed. Forget it, just say that there is an emergency in the company, come to the company quickly. Yan Shi showed joy after hearing this. So he hurriedly said in a fake manner, Sister Wei, there is an emergency in the company, right? Oops, but I'm having dinner with someone, so I might not be able to make it. What? What? It's so urgent, then fine, I'll go over now. He then hung up with a look of regret. Lucy, Xiao Frost, there is a sudden emergency at the company. Yan Shi turned to Pei Liusi and said, I have to hurry to go there. Pei Liusi and Su Xiaoshan looked at Yan Shi with speechless faces. Both of them had spent a long time with Yan Shi. They could tell at a glance whether Yan Shi was lying or not. Yan Shi also discovered this, and he sighed in his heart, sure enough, nothing can be hidden from them. At this time, Su Xiaoshan grabbed his wrist. Let us eat something before we go, I want tea talk, she said weakly. She could also see that Yan Shi didn't like this kind of saber-rattling atmosphere. Pei Liusi also lowered her head. I won't say anything either, eat quickly. Yan Shi looked at the two and could only pick up the donuts and start eating. All three of them ate in silence, no one said another word. Until Yan Shi had eaten enough. I'm full, then I'll leave first. I'll see you off. Pei Lucier hurriedly said. Su Xiaoshang also immediately spoke up, forget it, in case a reporter catches the big star with you, that's not clear, it's better for me to send you. Ha! I'm sending Yan Shi because I happen to have something to go to their company. Pei Liusi looked at Su Xiaoshang. Su Xiaoshang also looked back, I also have something to go, can I? Seeing that the two were about to argue again, Yan Shi hurriedly clapped his hands, alright. I'd better go take the subway. Saying this, he picked up his cell phone and walked quickly towards the front door. With a bang, Yan Shi left. Alas, Su Xiao Frost and Pei Lucier both sighed at the same time. Failure, really too much of a failure. Originally, they were thinking of crushing the other party head-on. As a result, they didn't expect Yan Shi to be crushed by them first. Both of them didn't speak again, and it was only after a while that Su Xiaoshang slowly opened her mouth. Let's call a truce for the time being. I'm afraid that Zhang Yewei is going to get carried away if this continues. Zhang Yewei is the most Buddhist of them all, which in turn gives Yan Shi a sense of shelter. In the long run, Yan Shi would only become more and more alienated from them. Pei Lucier was silent. With her character, not to mention a truce, she couldn't wait to kill all those in her way. Su Xiaoshan continued, let me remind you, Juaning, that woman can come back. If Yan Shi encounters her, do you think that Yan Shi can control Xia itself? Pei Liusi raised her head in disbelief. Juaning? Isn't she out of the country? This is also thanks to you, every day Yan Shi to the hot search. Su Xiaoshang said in a conspiratorial manner. This woman saw the news and flew straight back. Pei Liusi, after listening to hands stirred together, she just think of the red Yan Shi, have forgotten that there is this matter. Seeing this, Su Xiaoshang struck while the iron is hot. In addition to Juaning, there is also the woman surnamed Bai. If Yan Shi meets her again, I'm afraid his soul will be hooked away. Hearing this, Pei Liusi's face changed greatly. Juaning's woman was fine to deal with, but the one surnamed Bai was indeed difficult to deal with. So she immediately made a decision. Okay, truce. Then Pei Lucier got up and headed out. What are you going to do? Su Xiaoshang turned her head to look. To Yan Qi's company. I also go. On the other side, Yan Qi sat on the subway with dull eyes. His mind was filled with images of the two of them arguing with Su Xiaoshang. No, it can't go on like this. Yan Qi shook his head. The abbot was right, he was indeed destined for peach blossoms. Without realizing it, he was surrounded by women again. In the long run, he would definitely repeat the same mistake again. Yan Qi decided. Devote all his time to work in the future. Reduce the time spent entangled with women. That's right, just do it. Just as he was thinking, a little girl in a school uniform walked over. She timidly asked, "Hello, may I take a picture with you?" Yan Qi raised his head, a little confused. Are you talking to me? Yes, you are Yan Qi, right? The little girl nodded her head. Yan Qi then reacted to the fact that he seemed to be very popular on the internet. He was only thinking about Su Xiaoshang and their quarrels, and had forgotten about it. Yan Qi nodded his head. Yan Qi nodded. The little girl quickly took out her cell phone. Thank you. She opened the camera and took a picture with Yan Qi. At the same time, other people in the carriage also gathered around. It's really Yan Qi, I just felt very similar. I just felt a resemblance. It's so handsome, it feels even more handsome than the photo. Can I take a picture with you? Can I take a picture with you? Facing the raging crowd, Yan Qi had to fulfill their wishes one by one. The photos were taken together, and the signatures were signed. Until the subway prompted, the train ahead to the station Chunyun Station, the train will open the right side. I arrived at the station, let's sign next time Yan Qi hurriedly got up and walked out of the door. The people behind him still shouted, wait a minute, I haven't taken a picture yet. But Yan Qi had already run away in a puff of smoke. Yan Qi quickly left the high-speed train station with some palpitations. No wonder Pei Lucier went out wearing a hat and a mask. He was just a little bit famous and he was already like this. Then if it was a big star like Pei Lucier, I'm afraid the whole street would be blocked. Yan Qi shook his head. In the morning, he had just been noisy by the duo of Su Xiaoshang, and when he went out, he was surrounded by a group of people who wanted to take a photo. It made his brain a little confused. Let's go to the company and squint for a while. Yan Qi turned around and walked towards Moxin Media. At this time, a man wearing a hood came up to him. Yan Qi, right? Yan Qi waved his hand. I have something urgent to go to the company, come again next time. He thought it was another photo shoot. But the next second, the hooded man pulled out a sharp dagger from his pocket. He swung it violently towards Yan Qi's neck. Yan Qi's eyes widened. He instinctively dodged backward. The blade of the knife cut across Yan Qi's neck, causing only a shallow wound. The hooded man on the opposite side did not expect Yan Qi to react so quickly. He then grabbed Yan Qi's shoulder with force, making it impossible for Yan Qi to dodge anymore. Then he plunged a knife into Yan Qi's stomach. Chapter 22 Assassination. Yan Qi first felt a coolness, followed by intense pain sweeping through his body. The hooded man had a death grip on the dagger, and he was ready to turn the dagger around with force, completely churning Yan Qi's internal organs. But then Yan Qi grabbed his wrist. At the moment of life and death, Yan Qi erupted with great strength. Under his full grip, the hooded man was unable to turn the knife at all. At the same time, the people around him also sensed something strange. When someone saw the blood, they instantly screamed out in horror. Murder. Everyone's eyes looked over. The hooded man obviously panicked. He wanted to pull his hand out and quickly withdraw. But Yan Qi clutched his arm and yelled, "Don't you fucking try to run." The hooded man was shocked. This man had been stabbed, how come he wasn't scared at all? Fuck, let go of me. The hooded man pulled out with all his might. Although Yan Qi desperately tried to stop him, he eventually pulled his hand out. The hooded man turned around and fled. A black motorcycle stopped at the side of the road. The hooded man nimbly jumped on it. The motorcycle immediately started up and fled the area at speed. Yan Qi panted heavily and calmly said to the people around him, "Please call an ambulance." Then he fell to the ground with a softness in his body. Quickly call an ambulance." The crowd shouted. 5 minutes later, the Inkheart Media. Zhang Yue stood in front of the company, looking left and right. Why not come from the neighborhood to the company should only take half an hour. As a result, Yan Qi did not wait, but waited for 2 luxury cars. 2 cars from the distance, parked in front of the company. A pink McLaren and a white Porsche. Zhang Yewei sighed softly. Ugh, why are the 2 of them here as well? I had wanted to be alone with Xiao Qi. This little scumbag, isn't he a bit too popular? Pei Liuxi and Su Xiaoshan got out of the car at the same time and walked towards the company in large strides. Where's Yan Qi? The 2 asked in unison. Zhang Yewei shook her head very calmly. She hasn't come yet. Shouldn't be Xiao Xiao Frost frowned, he went out earlier than us. Pei Liuxi, on the other hand, went straight into the company, then I'll go in and wait. You are not polite. Zhang Yewei skimmed her mouth. Just as the 3 of them were chatting, an ambulance passed by in front of the company, closely followed by a few siren-honking police cars. What's the situation? Zhang Yewei looked over curiously. Su Xiaoshan shook her head. They didn't pass by the subway station on their way here. Both of them didn't care too much, after all, this kind of thing happened every day in Yunchang. Mr. Zhang, something big has happened. A company employee ran over from the direction of the subway station. He shouted as he ran. Yan Qi was stabbed with a knife. He came out of the subway station just in time to see Yan Qi, who had fallen to the ground. The moment these words came out, Zhang Yewei and the 2 of them froze. As soon as Su Xiaoshan stopped the employee, she asked in disbelief, "You just said what happened to Yan Qi?" There was someone who stabbed him in the stomach with a knife. There was a lot of blood just over the subway station. The employee stammered a reply, apparently also frightened. Su Xiaoshan only felt a blackness before her eyes, and then she stumbled and fell to the ground. Zhang Yewei was slightly better, but she also felt a wave of dizziness. Yan Qi had been stabbed? A great sense of fear gripped her. She panicked and ran towards the subway station. Pei Liuxi had already gone into the company and sat down, and after hearing the commotion, she also walked out. As soon as she went out the door, she saw the collapsed Su Xiaoshan on the ground. What are you doing on the ground? Pei Liuxi inquired. Su Xiaoshan climbed up from the ground. She was trembling and whispered, Yan Qi accident. Ah. When Zhang Yewei rushed to the subway station, she just happened to run into Yan Qi being carried to the ambulance by the doctor. In the cracks of the crowd of onlookers, she saw Yan Qi's somewhat pale face. Yan Qi. Zhang Yewei's voice hoarsely shouted as tears unconsciously welled up in her eyes. She desperately squeezed through the crowd. Get out of the way. Zhang Yewei squeezed her way to the ambulance and grabbed the accompanying doctor. Doctor, is he all right? The doctor turned his head to look at her. Who are you to him? I'm his boss. Zhang Yewei replied with a little hesitation. The doctor sniffed and said, the stab was deep, but the specifics will have to be looked at carefully. Since you know him, follow in the car. Good. Zhang Yewei hurriedly nodded and followed along to the ambulance. By the time the 2 of them, Su Xiaoshan, arrived, the ambulance had already driven away from the subway station. Yan Qi, Yan Qi, Yan Qi. Pei Liuxi's mouth kept chanting. Her eyes were nearly crazy. The original slightly better mental state because of Yan Qi was once again shattered by the cruel reality. Go to hell, all go to hell for me. Her eyes stared dead ahead, filled with resentment and hatred. With that, she turned around and walked towards the door towards the company. You want to go to the hospital, let's go together. Su Xiaoshan also followed. Now she was also a little bit calmer. The knife stabbed into the stomach. As long as it didn't damage the key organs, it shouldn't be life-threatening. Pei Liuxi shook her head expressionlessly. No, I'm going to find Zhuaning. There was only one thought in her head. That was to break the person who hurt Yan Qi into pieces. Hearing the name Zhuaning, Su Xiaoshan stopped in her tracks. She knew very well that once Zhuaning knew about this, then I'm afraid that the entire Cloud City would be in chaos. Logically, Su Xiaoshan should have stopped Pei Liuxi. But she didn't. Because she also wanted to see the culprit being punished. So Su Xiaoshan also pulled out her cell phone. In that case, let's make a mess. Meanwhile, in the ambulance, doctors and nurses were stopping Yan Qi's bleeding. Zhang Yewei looked at the unconscious Yan Qi, her heart filled with guilt. If she hadn't asked him to come to work, maybe Yan Qi wouldn't be like this. You mustn't have an accident. She silently prayed, if you die, then I won't live either. Perhaps it was the prayers that worked. Yan Qi slowly opened his eyes. Pain. He sucked in a breath of cool air. Zhang Yewei shouted excitedly, Yan Qi, are you all right? Sister Wei? Yan Shi looked to the side at Zhang Yewei. He grinned, it's fine, shouldn't die, don't worry about it. Well, it's good to be fine. Zhang Yewei bit her lips and touched Yan Shi's forehead. As long as the person is still alive, then everything else is fine. At this time, the doctor also came over and said, I just took a look at the wound, and it shouldn't have stabbed the key organs. I'll give you a closer inspection later at the hospital. Yan Shi nodded. Suddenly he remembered something and raised his arm. This. Don't move, you can't move now. The doctor rushed to say. Yan Shi said weakly, no, I should have the DNA of the prisoner in my nails, it should be helpful in solving the case. When he pulled the prisoner at the end, he scratched hard on the prisoner's arm. At this time Yan Shi's nails, in addition to his own blood. There was also the prisoner's flesh and blood. Chapter 23 Zhuaning. Underground gangs in Yunshang often have only two endings. One was to be wiped out by the police, and the other was to find a way to clear their name. Among the underground gangs in Cloud City that had been most successful in their whitewashing was the once leading boss, the Red On Society. 6 years ago, the Red On Society was the largest underground gang in Cloud City. Today, 6 years later, the Red On Society has transformed into the Hong'an Group. One of the most important reasons was because the boss of the Red On Society had changed. At the moment, the chairman of Hong'an Group was named Zhuaning. At only 31 years old, he had already become one of the top 20 tycoons in Cloud City. But even though the Red On Society had been cleared, but there were still rumors that the Red On Society still held the underground power in Cloud City. It's just that no one can come up with evidence. At this time, inside the luxurious office on the top floor of Hong'an Mansion, Zhuaning stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling mirror, sizing herself up. The woman in the mirror had a head of burgundy-colored curly hair, a pair of peach blossom eyes that could charm people's hearts, and a tear mole dotted at the bottom of her left eye, giving people a feeling of flavor. And what really made people's blood spurt was Zhuaning's hot body. The fullness in front of her breasts almost burst her shirt, and her waist, coupled with her buttocks under the tight hip skirt, formed a set of exaggerated curves. It was hard to imagine that this figure wasn't straightened out, but was born. Zhuaning was wearing a one-piece wrap-around hip dress, and her feet stepped on a pair of open-toe high heels, her nails smeared with colorful red high heels, showing her temptation. It's been a long time since I wore this dress, it feels a little tight, am I getting fat? She muttered to herself as she spun around. She was busy with her work over the years, and she usually only wore ladies' suits. This was after 3 years, Zhuaning once again started dressing up. And there was only one person who could make her take it so seriously. Yan Shi. A man that she loved and hated at the same time. At this time there was a knock at the door. Mr. Zhua, someone wants to see you. Not to be seen. Zhuaning impatiently shouted, didn't I say so? I won't see anyone today. The female assistant outside the door continued, Mr. Zhua, the person who came said he wanted to talk to you about Yan Shi. At these words, Zhuaning turned around violently, let her come in. Yes. Zhuaning sat back behind her desk, her elegant legs folded together. Who is it? Could it be Yan Shi looking over, with his character it shouldn't be? Zhuaning shook her head. Soon the doorway once again resounded with knocking sounds. Before Zhuaning could say anything, the door was pushed open by someone. Zhuaning's face instantly clouded over. Daring to casually break into her office, this is not wanting to die. However, when she saw the visitor clearly, her anger instantly subsided. This lady, you wait a moment, female assistant shouted. Zhuaning saw this and waved her hand, forget it, you go down, I want to talk to her alone. Okay, Mr. Zhua. The female assistant hurriedly exited the office and closed the door. Zhuaning looked at the opposite woman and smiled, long time no see, Pei Lucier. The person who came was none other than Pei Liu's. She unceremoniously sat on the sofa. Pei Liusi looked at Zhuaning and smiled disdainfully, dressed so burnt, you want to go seduce Yan Shi, right? Zhuaning was not angry at all after hearing this. Instead, she graciously admitted, that's right, you can't be here just for this. I know you are a crazy person, but I have seen too many crazy people, and you are not the craziest. So I advise you to hurry. Yan Shi into the hospital. Pei Liusi directly interrupted her, you can't seduce him, I'm afraid. Zhuaning froze, what did you say? Yan Shi was stabbed and is currently lying in the hospital. Pei Lucier calmly elaborated. Although she was acting calm, the anger and resentment in her eyes couldn't be hidden. She was just holding on strongly. Juan gripped the handrail with a death grip. He dead? No. Pei Lucier shook her head. I heard that it's out of life-threatening danger, but it still needs to be hospitalized for a while. Juan was slightly relieved. She leaned back in her chair and murmured, it's good that he didn't die. Just that moment just now, her back was already drenched in sweat. What followed was Juan's anger. She slammed the table and roared, who did this? I'll kill him with my own hands. Unknown. Paleosi sighed, although the intelligence network under me is spread all over Cloud City, there are some places that I can't get my foot in the door. Juan narrowed her eyes. You mean, this matter is the work of those underground gangsters? It's very likely. Pei Lucier nodded her head. Juan smiled and shook her head. So it's like this. I said, how come you took the initiative to come to me? She knew Pei Liu's very well as a person. For Yan Qi, she was extremely possessive. If she didn't have to, she wouldn't come to the aid of her love rival. But Pei Lucier still came. This shows the weight of Yan Qi in her heart. I understand, leave the underground side to me. Juan sneered, within a day no, within 12 hours, I will ask for a result. She stood up and looked out the window. It seems that some people have already forgotten about the Red in society. Then let them recall it. 8 hours later, Cloud City First Hospital. Yan Qi was weakly lying on the hospital bed and was being questioned by the police. He had already finished his surgery. Since the knife hadn't pierced the vitals, the surgery had gone very smoothly. It was just that there was going to be a scar on his stomach. The man was wearing a black hood and then he had an accomplice. Yan Qi told everything he saw. They rode a motorcycle over to Guiyun Street. The police recorded it through and through. Comrade policeman, can we catch that man? Yan Qi asked curiously. The policeman nodded. Don't worry, based on the DNA under your fingernails and the surveillance along the road, we've already locked the suspect. We should be able to catch him soon. Yan Qi was relieved to hear this. That's good, it's really hard on you guys. But you are calm enough. The policeman smiled and said, we watched the video of the crime at that time, and you were able to grab that person's wrist even after you were stabbed. If an ordinary person encountered such a thing, he would have long been terrified. Your behavior is not ordinary, it doesn't look like it's the first time you've encountered this kind of thing. Yan Qi was first stunned, and then laughed with some embarrassment. I just usually like to watch some horror movies, police movies, and so on, so it is not so afraid. After they chatted a few more times, the police left. Yan Qi looked at the back of the police, his heart was a little drumming. Oops, I should have acted a little scared. But it should be fine, after all, that incident has been over 6 years ago, surely no one remembers it. The reason Yan Qi was able to act so calmly was naturally not because he had watched a lot of movies. Rather, it was because he had once experienced something similar. To be precise, it was that he had killed a person. No, to be precise, it was that they had partnered up to kill a person. His accomplice's name, Juan. It was also one of his former ex-girlfriends. Chapter 24, Cloud City in Chaos. That was a memory Yan Qi would never forget. When he thought of that incident, he thought of Juan. When he thought of Juan, Yan Qi only felt his blood rushing down his throat. No, I can't see Juan even if I die. Yan Qi shook his head violently. Recently, he was about to fall in a gentle land. If there was another Juan, then he was afraid that he would really be unable to hold back. At that time, if he transformed into a little teddy, it would be a complete mess. At this time, Zhang Yue walked in with her lunchbox. Feeling better? She sat on the edge of the bed and smiled. Yan Qi nodded. Much better, thanks to Sister Wei taking care of me. Thanks to Sister Wei taking care of me. Zhang Yue patted Yan Qi's head. Since Yan Qi entered the hospital, Zhang Yue had not rested for a moment. At this time, Zhang Yue noticed that Yan Qi showed a tangled expression. Sister Wei, forget it, I'd better not ask. Zhang Yue could understand Yan Qi too well. At a glance, she saw what he was thinking. He just wanted to ask Paleosi and Su Xiaoshan why they hadn't come to the hospital. But he felt that if he asked, the grandiose words of the women he said he planned to stay away from before would become bragging again. That was why he was so torn. Zhang Yue shook her head helplessly. You little scum, you obviously still want them to come and see you, right? Yan Qi scratched his head. He felt that his scummy nature was exposed again. Obviously in the morning, he was still tired of people quarreling and thought that he would stay away from women in the future, but as a result, he now hoped that they could come over. Saying something about changing his ways, he ended up being just as greedy as before. Yan Shi covered his forehead. What can be done about this? He has fallen deeper and deeper into it. Zhang Yewei pampered and pinched Yan Shi's face. Well, they all have important things to do, and they will definitely come tomorrow. Yan Shi frowned. What important things? For some reason, he had an ominous premonition. Ahem, in short, it is something very important. You better drink some kanji first. Zhang Yewei said somewhat perfunctorily. She knew about the movements of Su Xiaoshang and the others. It was just that Pei Lushur and the others had instructed that they must not tell Yan Shi. After all, if Yan Shi knew that Zhuan Ning was involved, he would definitely be anxious. Yan Shi sensed something unusual. But he didn't ask hard questions either. After all, once Zhang Yewei intended to keep it a secret, no one would be able to ask anything out of her. I hope nothing messes up. Yan Shi looked out the window. One could only say that Yan Shi's premonition was quite accurate. At this time, Cloud City was indeed in a mess. The first to bear the brunt was the news aspect. Yan Shi was originally the most recent big celebrity. This sudden assassination had doubled his popularity several times over. If one were to open the social software at this moment, one would find that the hot search list was filled with Yan Shi's name. The top one was, Yan Shi was stabbed at the subway entrance, explosion. Followed by, Yan Shi was stabbed live video. Yan Shi shed a lot of blood. Who stabbed Yan Shi? A certain blog's hot search list totaled 50 hot searches, and Yan Shi himself accounted for more than 30. It was evident how much of an impact this matter had on Cloud City. In addition to the news aspect, there was also a heavy bomb that caused the entire city to take action. That was the richest company in Cloud City. The Obsidian Group had issued a bounty. Anyone who could provide the location of the culprit would be able to walk away with $10 million. This news directly blew everyone away. $10 million, that's a whole $10 million. An average family wouldn't earn $10 million in a lifetime of work. Now, all you have to do is provide the location of the culprit. This is a fatal attraction for ordinary people. So a large number of people took to the streets to look for clues, all wanting to be the first to find the culprit. But there were also people who realized something was wrong. The Obsidian Group had nothing to do with Yan Shi, so they had nothing to do but post a reward. So some people on the internet speculated that Yan Shi could be the illegitimate son of the chairman of the Obsidian Group, Su Daigua. But this discussion didn't make much of a splash. After all, people wanted that $10 million more than who was whose bastard. The entire Yan City was in chaos because of this. Not only was Cloud City in chaos on the bright side, its dark side was also in chaos at the moment. Over the past 6 years, the underground forces in Cloud City had stabilized. Each of the 5 gangs had their own turf, and they belonged to the category of well water does not offend river water. And today, the bosses of this gang had gathered together in a rare manner. The only one who could have such a big face was the once leading boss, the Redden Society. At this moment, the 5 bosses were gathered in front of an underground casino. 4 of them all looked a bit nervous, and only one of them, a dangling young man, wasn't afraid in the slightest. Shit, this has been waiting for more than an hour. The young man cursed at the door. Damn, how much longer do you want us to wait? He was the current boss of the Ghost Glow gang, Shui Kai. When the other bosses heard Shui Kai say that, their faces changed in fear. Shui Kai, don't talk nonsense. A gang boss reprimanded. Shui Kai gave him a disdainful look. You guys too, our old man too, all scared silly. The Redden Society was bullish 6 years ago, but that was 6 years ago. What's so scary about it? I came here today to tell them that in the future, our Ghost Firefly gang will not listen to them. The corners of the other few bosses' mouths twitched. They also stopped dissuading them. Since someone wanted to die, there was no need to stop them. At this time, the door of the underground casino opened. A burly man who was nearly 2 meters tall walked out from inside. Long time waiting, Sister Joy is waiting for you inside. The strong man bowed politely. The other few bosses nodded their heads in succession. Good. Only Shui Kai looked at the strong man with a curious face. You kid is tall enough, follow me in the future. You really know how to joke, please follow me in. The strong man turned around and walked towards the depths of the casino. Shui Kai smacked his lips in displeasure. TSK, something that doesn't know what's good for you. The few bosses then came to a small door. The burly man knocked on the door. Sister Joie, I've brought someone over. Come in. Zhuan Ning's voice came out from the house. The strong man then opened the door and let a few bosses inside. The decoration in the house was very simple, there was only a table and a few chairs. Beside the table, there were several black plastic bags that were one person high. Juaning sat at the table. At this moment, she had already changed out of her wraparound skirt and re-changed into a valiant lady's suit. Everyone, long time no see. Juaning lightly laughed, it looks like you guys are all doing pretty well. Several bosses hurriedly bent over, thanks to Sister Zhua's care. They were all older than Juaning, but they still had to call Sister Zhua. This was the rule. Only Shuaikai sized up Juaning with interest. He gently swallowed his saliva and thought, fuck, this bitch is also too energetic. Juaning also noticed Shuaikai's line of sight. She asked with some displeasure, who are you? Ghost Glow Gang's current boss, Shuaikai. Shuaikai patted his chest. Then he took big strides to the table and sat down, laughing very lewdly. I didn't expect the boss of the Redden Society to be a big beautiful girl. When the other few bosses saw this scene, they were so scared that their legs started to tremble. Damn, is this kid crazy? Dare to molest Juaning? Shuaikai. Juaning raised her eyebrows. Oh, Shuai's son is the son of a bachelor, right? That's right. Shuaikai raised his head proudly. On the street, if anyone heard that he was the son of Shuai's bachelor, they would bow down to him. The women would even jump on him. And this gave him an illusion. That is, our Ghost Glow Gang is invincible. But obviously not everyone would be scornful of his identity. Juaning sighed helplessly, I didn't expect Shuai to give birth to such a loser like you. Shuaikai froze. He asked back in disbelief, what the fuck did you say? Stinking bitch, you fucking dare to curse my old man. Saying this he violently stood up, intending to slap Juaning. Just then a sharp pointy knife ran straight through his body from behind. Alas? Shuaikai looked down. Chapter 25 Gang Leader. As the sharp knife was drawn out, Shuaikai fell to the ground covering his stomach. He hadn't even reacted to what had happened. Shuaikai looked up, only to see that the one who stabbed him with the knife was none other than the polite burly man who brought them in. But at this moment, the politeness on the burly man's face had disappeared without a trace. In its place was a chilling killing intent. Shuaikai stared at the burly man in horror. He didn't understand why he was suddenly given a knife. According to his gang experience over the years, even if there was a conflict between two gangs, it would at most be a fight. It was the first time he had seen one like this that came up to kill. The burly man kicked at Shuaikai, sending him flying out 2 to 3 meters. Shuaikai rolled on the ground in pain. The few gang leaders not far away lowered their heads for fear of implicating themselves. The burly man's face remained bland. He respectfully bent towards Juaning, Sister Zhua, how to deal with this kid. Juaning casually waved her hand, kill it. When these words came out, not only Shuaikai, but the other few bosses also froze. This is killing? Shuaikai couldn't care less about shouting out in pain. He hissed in fear, you can't kill me, my father is Shuai Bachelor, I'm Shuaikai, the boss of Ghost Glow Gang. If you dare to kill me, my father will bring people to take revenge on you. Juaning nodded after hearing this, that's true, it's really a bit troublesome to engage in this way. Shuaikai was slightly relieved when he heard this. Sure enough, the Ghost Glow Gang still has some say. However, Juaning's next words completely knocked Shuaikai into the abyss. Juaning softly yawned, then destroy Shuai's bachelor along with the Ghost Glow Gang. Yes, Sister Zhua. The strong man bowed his head and took the order. After saying that, he walked towards Shuaikai with a sharp knife. Shuaikai was dumbfounded. This isn't right, why is the Ghost Glow Gang suddenly going to be exterminated? Moreover, looking at this woman's posture, it doesn't seem like she's joking. She really wanted to destroy the Ghost Glow Gang. He quickly looked to the other bosses and shouted, Uncle Wang, Uncle Wu, save me ah. But how dare these few bosses mind their own business, they didn't even dare to raise their heads. Shuaikai was completely desperate, he kept moving backwards, wait, I know I'm wrong, don't kill me ah. I will give you money, okay, as much as you want. But the burly man didn't even bother to listen to him, and raised his knife and cut down. With a few miserable screams, Shuaikai was completely unable to make a sound. The burly man was very skillful, and put it into the black bags next to him. Obviously these bags were prepared for this moment. The remaining few bosses were trembling in fear. Juaning, this ancestor is still so ruthless. Originally I still wanted to catch up with you guys. Juaning gently sighed. This kid stirred up the excitement. She looked towards the remaining four. Since that's the case, I'll cut the crap. I called you all here because I want you to do me a small favor. The four bosses quickly raised their heads. You name it, we're willing to do anything. Seeing Shuekai being hacked to death, they no longer had the guts to resist. Don't be nervous, it's just a small favor. Juaning lightly laughed. You all read the news, right? Did you know that someone was stabbed at Chunyun Station today? No. They nodded their heads. Of course they knew about such a big thing. Just what does this have to do with them? Juaning knocked on the table. Very well, all you have to do is to go back and ask if this matter was done by one of your people. If it's one of yours, hand him over to me, and I'll make sure you'll be fine. The four bosses looked at each other. No wonder they were approached. It turned out that Juaning was suspecting them. So one of them hurriedly said, Sister Zhua, you may not know that we no longer take on killing jobs these days. The person who spoke was the boss of the Yulin Society, Wang Chang. He was telling the truth. Although killing people is fast money, but it is really a bit dangerous. So a few gangs decided not to do it. I know. Juaning nodded, but can you control yourselves and the people below you? She stared at Wang Chang and the others. I repeat, go back and ask your people. Of course I won't let you guys suffer. After that, the Ghost Glow Gang's territory will be divided among the four of you. Hearing this, the four bosses immediately came into the spirit. The Ghostfly Gang's territory is not small. Even if the four of you share it equally, it's still enough to earn a profit. Okay, Sister Zhua, then you can wait for our news. Wang Chang. Several people hurriedly agreed. Juaning was very satisfied. Very good, give you 4 hours. No problem. Wang Chang. Several people left the underground casino. Phew, scared me to death. Wang Chang wiped the sweat from his forehead. It feels like Sister Zhua is even more terrifying than before. The others are a little worried. You said that the one who stabbed someone will not really be our people. Don't talk nonsense, anyway, it can't be my people. Wang Chang said with confidence. He waved his hand and walked towards his car. You guys go back and ask nicely, don't piss off Sister Zhua at that time. And so the underground of Yunchang also set off a storm of searches. By now, almost the entire city was looking for the culprit who stabbed Yin Qi. While Cloud City was in a state of chaos, Yin Qi was in the hospital for the rest of his life. He leisurely lay on his bed reading his cell phone. Zhang Yue, on the other hand, stood by his bedside, peeling apples for him. Sister Wei, the Obsidian Group is Su Xiaoshan's family, right? Yin Qi looked at the hot search and asked, it says here that there is a reward of $10 million, it can't be her, right? Zhang Yue nodded, what else? She was quite angry when she saw that you were stabbed. The reason she didn't come was that she also went to help find the culprit. The corner of Yin Qi's mouth revealed a smirk. In that case. Happy. Zhang Yue pinched Yin Qi's face. You little scum, let me say what's good about you. Because of you, the entire Yunchang is in chaos, whether it is the media, the people, or the gangs, all of them are in a mess. Yin Qi smiled awkwardly. These few ex-girlfriends of his were indeed magical. Su Xiaoshan was the daughter of the richest man in the world, and was able to use money to mobilize the people. Pei Lucier was a popular actress and could use the media for publicity. Juaning was the head of a gang, and could use the underground. Wait a minute. Gangster? Yin Qi suddenly sensed something was wrong. He looked at Zhang Yue. Sister Wei, did you just say that the gangsters are in a mess as well? Zhang Yue blinked her eyes. Did I say that? Yes, I heard it all. Zhang Yue gulped and sweat broke out on her forehead. Damn, accidentally blurted it out in passing. She handed Yin Qi the apple and casually said perfunctorily, you should have misheard it, you eat the apple first, I'll go to the restroom, With that, Zhang Yue slipped away. Something's wrong, Juaning won't be involved. Yin Qi looked out the window. He gripped the railing beside the bed tightly. His eyes rarely panicked. Oh no, if this is the case, then things will be in trouble. Yin Qi could understand Juaning too well. This woman can really kill. Chapter 26, Trying to Escape? Meanwhile, inside the Tianhong Microfinance Company. Lu Chang, the third oldest member of the Yulin Society, was lashing out at his little brother. Wastes, you're a bunch of fucking wastes. Lu Chang gritted his teeth and cursed. Two juniors were kneeling in front of him with bruises and swollen noses, their heads lowered and trembling. They were the two prisoners who stabbed Yin Qi at the subway entrance today. One was responsible for stabbing people, and the other was responsible for driving away. Third brother, that kid reacted too fast. One of the juniors lowered his head. I stabbed him and he clutched my arm. This kid is definitely not an ordinary person. Lu Chang listened to a kick. Fuck you, whether he is an ordinary person has nothing to do with me, I am going to let him die. You fucking people didn't kill him, and you made the whole city a sensation. The little brother was kicked down. Although he was aggrieved, he didn't dare to say anything more. Lu Chang was silent for a moment before taking a deep breath. Phew, but it's good that the police can't find this side for now. As for those citizens who want to offer a reward, there is no threat. Speaking of the bounty, Lu Chang looked at his little brother with some greed. He would love to hand over his little brother and get his hands on the $10 million. But it was a bit too dangerous to do so. If something went wrong, he himself would have to get hitched. Just as Lu Chang was thinking about what to do, his cell phone suddenly rang. He picked it up and realized that it was from his oldest, Wang Chang. Lu Chang hurriedly picked up the phone. He, who had just been arrogant and incomparable, instantly became extremely fawning. Big brother, what are your orders? Old 3, today Chenyun Station subway entrance someone stabbed someone with a knife. Do you know about this matter? Wang Chang on the other end of the phone asked. Lu Chang's heartbeat suddenly missed half a beat. He instinctively wanted to say he didn't know. But he immediately reacted. The matter has become so big, it would be strange not to know. So Lu Chang laughed and said, No, the whole city knows this matter, right? Is not there a bounty? You ask if the people under your hand did it. Wang Chang instructed, Are not all give me a phone call to report. This word, Lu Chang whole person like a thunderbolt. Find the right person, is he let people do it. But he still held on and asked, Big brother, is something wrong? Why are you still personally asking about this matter? Oops, you don't know. Wang Chang sighed, now Zhuaning of the Red in society is looking for this person. You have to give me a good question, do not let the Red security will catch our handle. Lu Chang sniffed and his legs trembled. He is not the kind of rash like Shui Kai. He knew very well how scary the Red Security Society was. Zhuaning, the boss of the Red Safety Association, was even more terrifying. Lu Chang was not afraid of the police, the bounty, or the Obsidian Group. But the only thing he's afraid of is the Red on society. Hey, what's wrong with you? Wang Chang on the other end of the phone asked. Lu Chang hurriedly said, No, just a little surprised. Red Security Association is not several years ago retired? You do not care about the specifics, you remember to ask on the line. Wang Chang hung up the phone with some impatience. Lu Chang only feel legs and feet as soft. Bang sat on the ground. It's over, 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 it's over. He covered his head with fear. A little brother rushed over to ask, San brother, is the police coming? Lu Chang slapped his little brother's face. If only the police would be good, the Red Security Association can be 10,000 times more terrifying than the police are. If you are caught by the police, you will only be sent to jail at most. But if you are caught by the Red Security Council, then I am afraid that even the whole body cannot be left off. What to do? Lu Chang is really panicked. If he had known this would happen. If he had known this would happen, he would not have taken this job. At this time, one of the younger brothers suddenly said, Third brother, why don't we run, first go to the field to avoid the wind? At that time, there were two people in charge of assassinating Yin Shi. He was the one in charge of stabbing. Once he was caught by the Red in society, it would be a complete disaster. Lu Chang nodded after hearing this. That's the only way, go and get ready. Yes. The junior brother who stabbed the man nodded and hurriedly ran out. There was still one junior brother left in the room. He was in charge of driving the motorcycle to escape. Doggy, you go get ready too, we'll run away in a while. Lu Chang waved his hand at Dogsy. The dog nodded and walked out without a word. But instead of preparing to run away, he came to the rooftop of the company. He took a deep breath and dialed the phone. Hello, is this the Obsidian Group? I want to report a lead on the culprits. In the end, he was only responsible for driving the motorcycle, and he was an accessory at best. Why should he escape with Lu Chang and the others? This clue quickly reached the ears of Su Xiaoshang. At the moment, she was sitting in her office, listening to the reports from her men. Sure enough, it was the underground group of scum that did this. Su Xiaoshang said with a look of disgust. Seeing this, the subordinate respectfully asked, Missy, do you want to tell the police about the clues? Su Xiaoshang shook her head. No, tell Juaning and the others about the location and let them solve it. Yes. Then she got up and went out. Missy, where are you going? The subordinate hurriedly asked. Hospital. Su Xiaoshang couldn't wait to run out of the office. 1 hour later. Wang Chang, the boss of Yulin Club, didn't know that a big trouble was coming. He is now in a KTV, singing with a KTV girl. Wang Chang was singing his favorite song, Chaotic Superstar. He always felt that this song was simply written for him. Handsome enough, spontaneous enough. Wang Chang was in a good mood now. His little brothers had all reported to him that the incident at the subway entrance wasn't done by them. Then there was nothing to be afraid of in that case. Next, just wait to receive the territory of Ghostfly Gang. After singing a song, Wang Cheng contentedly leaned back in the chair and sighed. Lousy's luck is really fucking good, earned a lot. Brother Wang is really great, tonight you must enjoy yourself, said the lady next to him daintily. Wang Cheng laughed, he put his arm around the lady. Just want to make out with her. The door of the box was suddenly kicked open. Wang Cheng turned around and cursed angrily. Fuck, didn't I say? Do not come in, hurry to give me a roll. But when he looked clearly at the person who came, instantly put out the fire. However, the lady next to him did not go out, she pointed to the door and shouted. You deaf did not hear Wang brother let you roll Wang Cheng heard, immediately felt a chill up. He slapped a vicious slap on the face of the lady. Bitch, give me shut up. The lady was confused, but she knew that Wang Cheng usually favored her. Then Wang Cheng stood up in a miso, bending over like a student who made a mistake. Sister Zhuazhua, why are you here? The person who kicked in the door was someone from the Redden Society. That lady was also trembling with fear. She originally wanted to rely on Wang Cheng as a big mountain to show off. But looking at Wang Cheng, I'm afraid this group of people are not to be messed with. Juaning looked back at the week and laughed. Old Wang, quite good at playing The corner of Wang Cheng's mouth twitched, and then hurried to drive away the lady. You fucking blind, hurry to the old man out. The lady was like an amnesty, quickly got up and wanted to leave the private room. But the strong man under Juaning stopped her. You just scolded us for being deaf, didn't you? Juaning laughed. The lady was terrified, she hurriedly admitted her mistake. I was wrong. Before she could finish, the strong man had already slapped her face twice. The force was so great that it directly swelled her face. You can roll. Juaning said indifferently. The lady hurriedly rolled and left the private room. This was the Redden Society's style of doing things. If you messed with the Redden Society, even a passing dog would have to be slapped twice. Chapter 27, Arresting. The box fell into dead silence. The people of the Red Security Association all stared at Wang Cheng. Wang Cheng quickly broke the silence. Zhua's sister, why did you personally come If you have any orders, just have someone tell me directly. Juaning smiled, it's not a big deal, it's just that the matter of the Spring Cloud Station asked how? Wang Cheng was instantly relieved. So it is for this matter So he hurriedly said, I have asked all of them. I can assure you that it was definitely not done by the people under me. Juaning eyes flashed a trace of anger. Do you really? Wang Cheng patted his chest, I'm absolutely sure, there's no way my men would lie to me. He believed in the same thing as in the movie Grouchy Boy. Brothers must trust each other. Very good. Juaning was exasperated and laughed. Then she took out a tape recorder from her pocket. In that case, let me give you something interesting to listen to. After that, Juaning clicked on the play button. Hello, is this the Obsidian Group? I want to report a clue about the culprit. What came out of the recorder was the recording of a tip-off call from Lu Chang's henchman, the dog. Yes, it was all instructed by Lu Chang, the oldest three of the Yulin Society, who was now going to run away. The more Wang Cheng listened to it, the more he was cold. At the end of the day, his legs went limp and he paralyzed on the sofa. Impossible Lu Chang, that boy cannot lie to me. Wang Cheng face panic muttered to himself. If this recording is true, then he would be finished. He had just sworn to boast, and then he was hit hard in the face. Sister Zhua, listen to my explanation. Wang Cheng flopped down on the ground. It was Lu Chang, that kid lied to me. I really don't know that he did it Juaning smiled disdainfully. Too late. She waved her hand. Take the man away, let him meet his good brother. With that, she ignored Wang Cheng's pleas for mercy. Juaning's men forcibly tied him away. Meanwhile, Lu Chang had already loaded the car. They were going to leave the city overnight and stay out of town for 2 or 3 years before coming back. Big brother, I'm sorry, I can't help it. Lu Chang sat in the passenger side and muttered to himself. Then he looked at the main driver. Drive, Erpy. Erpy is the gangster who gave Yanqi a knife. The dog hasn't come yet. Erpy looked out the window. Lu Chang waved his hand in annoyance. Ignore him, hurry up. Okay. Just as Erpy was about to start the car, a black van turned out from the intersection in front of them and blocked their way. Immediately afterward, 7 or 8 people with machetes came down from the van. Holy shit, back up the car! Lu Chang yelled. Erpy hurriedly backed up. But at this time another van killed out from behind, blocking their way back. The 2 vans, one in front of the other, completely blocked the escape route. After the van in the back stopped, 7 or 8 more strong men came down from the vehicle. The 2 groups of people walked to Lu Chang's car at the same time. The leader knocked on the car window. Lu Chang, right? We're from the Red Security Society. If you don't want to die, get out of the car. Lu Chang was tempted to order Erpy and drive over them. But in the end, he gave up. This was the people of the Red Security Society. If you don't run them over, there is still a chance of survival. If he did, it would be the end of his life, and his family would suffer. Get out of the car, Lu Chang said in despair. At this time in the hospital, Yanqi is nervously swiping his cell phone. He was afraid that strange hot searches would suddenly pop up. For example, Red in Society reappears, or something like that. If that happened, things would be troublesome. Just at this moment, the door to the ward slowly opened. Su Xiaofrost cautiously poked his head in from outside the door. Yanqi, are you okay? Xiaofrost. Yanqi immediately brightened up. He hurriedly waved his hand. Come on, come on, come on. Su Xiaofrost saw that Yanqi was in a good mood, so she also walked in with confidence. She sat down obediently on the chair next to her. Su Xiaoshang tentatively inquired, Yanqi, are you still angry? Angry? Yanqi was a bit confused. Angry about what? Su Xiaoshang, a little nervous, grabbed the corner of the coat. Is the morning meal? I should not be so noisy. Ah, you say this Yanqi suddenly realized. He gently patted the head of Su Xiaoshang. I'm not angry, and that's not your fault. It's me who was a bit impulsive at that time. I apologize to you, I'm sorry. Su Xiaoshang pinched her fingers a little happily. Hey, there is no need to apologize, it's good that you're not angry. Normally when she was with Yanqi, she was more or less a bit arrogant. But since Yanqi is now injured, her arrogance has been restrained, and now there is only petulance left. At this time, Yanqi took the cell phone, came to Su Xiaoshang's eyes. This is not you do A reward of $10 million, you really do it let the whole city with you crazy. The small cream of the beard puffed lightly, snorted. I do not care so much, someone dares to bully you, of course I cannot spare them. I heard at the time that you were stabbed, and it scared me to death. Said she was about to cry out again. Yanqi hurriedly touched her head. Okay, I don't blame you. Actually I'm quite happy. He scratched his cheeks and said. Su Xiaoshang looked at Yanqi with some disbelief. You have to know that Yanqi is rarely saying this kind of words. Yanqi, you are so cute. Su Xiaoshang wrapped her arms around Yanqi's neck. Yanqi hurriedly shouted, no. Yanqi hurriedly shouted, no. Su Xiaofrost immediately shrank back. She shouted in panic, I forgot, you are okay. Okay. Yanqi covered his stomach and shook his head, but let's take it easy next time, or we'll have to go into the operating room again. Aha! Su Xiaoshang nodded with some guilt. At this time, the door came some jealous voice. Really sweet Su Xiaoshang's face sank, and she turned her head to look. Seeing Zhang Yewei carrying a pot of hot water, she was leaning against the door. Ms. Zhang, you've worked hard for a day taking care of Yanqi. Su Xiaoshang revealed a fake smile. It's so late, you'd better go back to rest quickly, just leave this place to me. No hard work, Miss Su. Helping to find the prisoner is the hardest part. Zhang Yewei walked to the hospital bed and put down the water warmer. Miss Su Xiaoshang and Zhang Yewei's eyes met. Although both of them were smiling, Yanqi always felt that killing intent filled the room. However, when it came to finding the prisoner, Yanqi suddenly thought of something. Wait a moment. He turned his head to look at Su Xiaoshang. Xiaoshang, tell me honestly, is Juan also involved? Su Xiaoshuang was first stunned, then looked at Zhang Yue with some dissatisfaction. Zhang Yue turned her head in embarrassment, cough cough. Su Xiaoshang scratched his head and didn't know what to say. Seeing this performance, Yan Qi instantly understood. He grabbed Su Xiaoshang's hand. Xiaoshan, don't lie to me, okay? Su Xiaoshang's cheeks were slightly red. Where could she resist this kind of offense? So she gently nodded. Pei Lushur did go to find Juaning. Pei Lushur went to find Juaning? Yan Qi exclaimed in shock. Juaning is a murderous master. Pei Lushur's spirit was so unstable. In case if we let Pei Liu's kill someone. Yan Qi panicked, he was really panicked. Chapter 28. No one is allowed to kill. Lu Chang was put into a sack by the people from the Red Security Society. When he was released from the sack, he found himself in an incinerator room. The not-so-large incinerator room was filled with people, most of whom were from the Red Angel Society. At the head of the group were two beautiful women. These two people he recognized. One of them was the boss of the Red Society, Juaning. The other woman made Lu Chang surprised. Surprisingly, it was the popular actress Pei Lushur. Why was this woman here? Lu Chang felt a little confused. Moreover, this woman was looking at him with a fierce face. It was like a jungle beast seeing its prey. Just when he didn't know what to do, a furious roar sounded from behind him. Lu Chang, fuck you. Lu Chang shuddered and turned his head to look. He turned his head and saw Wang Chang, the boss of the Yulin Society, lying behind him, tied up. Next to Wang Chang was the stabber, Erpai, who was already trembling with fear. Boss, Lu Chang looked at Wang Chang and lowered his head guiltily. Wang Chang's lips trembled with anger. It's really fucking you who did it, you son of a bitch. Laozi is going to be killed by you. He was so trusting of his own brother. But did not expect to end up folding on his brother. Okay, I don't want to see your brotherly love. Juaning clapped her hands hard. She walked to Lu Chang and looked at him condescendingly. I have a small question now, who actually asked you to assassinate Yan Qi? The reason why Juaning hadn't killed him yet was to know the answer to this. After all, Yulin would have nothing better to do than to kill someone. There must be someone behind it. Lu Chang frowned tangledly. After all, he had received $2 million in hush money. You fucking say it. Wang Chang yelled at him. After a moment of silence, Lu Chang sighed in despair. It was Zhou Wenyao. The one who reacted the most to this statement was Pei Lushur. She walked quickly to Lu Chang and asked in a trembling tone, Are you sure it's him? Yes, I saw his face. Lu Chang nodded. Pei Liusi regretfully closed her eyes and murmured in a small voice, I blame me. If I was a little more ruthless at the beginning, there would not be so many things. Juaning clapped his hands. Well, next it's time to talk about how to deal with the three of you. 3? Lu Chang suddenly reacted. No, where is Airdog? He was also involved in this matter. Juaning smiled. Oh, why don't you guess how we know your location? Lu Chang instantly reacted. Is the 2 dogs? Damn, no wonder he didn't show up for the escape. He gritted his teeth and cursed, this traitor. Juaning didn't pay any more attention to him. She first pointed at Wang Chang. Wang Chang, this matter really has nothing to do with you. Sister Jua is wise. Wang Chang shouted excitedly, I was really cheated. Then Juaning looked at Erpai and Lu Chang. As for you two, just throw them into the incinerator and burn them. Lu Chang was dumbfounded. Especially Lu Chang, he begged for mercy. I know I'm wrong, don't kill me, give me another chance. I'll help you lure Zhou Wenyao out. But Juaning's men completely ignored it. They directly lifted them up by force. Wait a moment. Pei Lushur suddenly shouted. You're going to help them plead for mercy, huh? Juaning glanced at Pei Lushur. Pei Lushur stretched out her hand. Give me a knife, I'm going to kill them with my own hands. When these words came out, not to mention Lu Chang, even Juaning and her men froze. How much hatred is this, that you have to kill with your own hands? But then Juaning laughed. Ha ha, good. Old lady appreciates you. So she beckoned to her men, give her a knife. Yes. The men handed Pei Lushur a machete. Pei Liusi held the knife and walked towards Lu Chang's duo without hesitation. Go to hell, go to hell, go to hell. She stared at Lu Chang and the others in death, her eyes already completely blinded by madness and resentment. The malice and murderous aura emanating from Pei Lushur shocked everyone present. Even these people who licked blood at the tip of a sword had never seen such a terrifying killing intent. The malice that poured out of them scared the two of them, Lu Chang, so much so that they couldn't even speak. Pei Lucier walked up to the two of them and raised her knife. Go to hell. Just as she was about to swing the knife, the cell phone in her pocket suddenly rang. The ringtone was a nice piano piece called Dream Wedding. This was the special ringtone Pei Liusi had set for Yan Qi. Yan Qi? Pei Liusi's eyes regained a bit of clarity. She put down the machete in her hand and hurriedly picked up the phone. Yan Qi? Is your injury all right? She asked in a gentle tone. This made the surrounding people look dumbfounded. Just now, this woman was like a killing god, but when she answered the phone, she instantly turned into a little sheep. This one called Yan Qi is not simple. Zhuaning looked at the cell phone with some anticipation, but she resisted the urge to snatch it. Where are you now? Yan Qi on the other end of the phone asked. Pei Liusi looked around. I'm outside, I'll see you in a while. Yan Qi opened the door and asked, Are you with Zhuaning? Pei Liusi was silent. Yan Qi sighed. Hurry to the hospital, immediately. Pei Liusi quickly said, Yan Qi, I still have some things to do, maybe temporarily. Are you trying to kill someone? Yan Qi interrupted her with a stern voice. Pei Liusi silently clenched her fists. They bullied you so much, I have to kill them with my own hands. Can't. Yan Qi rebuked, if you dare to kill someone, don't come see me in the future. Pei Liusi lowered her head somewhat aggrieved. She began to have a fierce mental struggle. After a few moments of silence, she finally compromised. Okay, then I won't kill, okay? Yan Qi on the other end of the phone was relieved. Hua, this is a good boy. Give the phone to Zhuaning. Oh. Pei Liusi obediently nodded, and then handed the phone to Zhuaning. Yan Qi looking for you. Zhuaning couldn't wait to grab the phone. She first coughed lightly, and then opened her mouth in a very coquettish manner. Honey, isn't it missing me? Everyone was shocked at the words, their mouths opened wide in disbelief. Honey? Is this still that murderous and decisive mob queen? She was actually pampering a man. What kind of person was this Yan Qi? Not only Pei Liu's, even Zhuaning had this kind of attitude towards him. Lu Chang was completely desperate. They had messed with the wrong person from the beginning. The Yan Qi on the other end of the phone, however, directly ignored Zhuaning's pettiness. He sternly reprimanded. Zhuaning, didn't you promise me that you would never mess with the Red in society again? Can't you be honest and do serious business? Zhuaning's cheeks instantly became flushed. Hearing Yan Qi's reprimand, she in turn felt her heart beating wildly. That's right, although Zhuaning looked like she killed without blinking an eye. But in her dealings with Yan Qi, she was a proper jitterbug. The more she was scolded by Yan Qi, the more excited she became. I listen to you. I haven't been messing around with the Red Security Society for all these years. Zhuaning twisted and said, I am not looking at you being stabbed, so I. TSK, then you give the matter to the police is not finished? Yan Qi impatiently smacked his lips. Zhuaning felt even more excited when she heard Yan Qi being so impatient. Yan Qi sighed, forget it, in any case, don't let Pei Lucier kill anyone, okay? Okay then. Zhuaning nodded, then can I visit you later? Tomorrow, it's too late today. Well, Zhuaning also only had to nod. With that, Yan Qi hung up the phone. Hoo-hoo, Zhuaning gasped in excitement. This was a feeling she hadn't seen in a long time, a wonderful feeling of being treated roughly by Yan Qi. Sure enough, it's still you, Yan Qi. Zhuaning said to herself. It was then that she reacted to the fact that there were other people around. Zhuaning instantly changed her face, her eyes indifferent as she looked at her men. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and burn them. The men hurriedly grabbed Lu Chang and pushed them towards the incinerator. Lu Chang hissed miserably, help! Pei Lucier took the cell phone in Zhuaning's hand. Without a word, she walked out of the incinerator room. Soon the screams in the incinerator room stopped. Chapter 29. You'll be from me. After putting down the phone, Yan Qi was finally relieved. He wiped the sweat from his forehead. Phew, luckily it was in time. What he was most worried about was Pei Lucier going crazy. This woman's mental state was already bad. If this were to make her kill 2 more people, then he was afraid that she would really have to be put in a mental hospital. Yan Qi looked at Zhang Yue and Su Xiaoshang next to him. You guys too, you should have told me earlier if there was something like this. I was afraid that you would be worried. Xiao Frost laughed a bit sheepishly. Zhang Yue patted Yin Qi's head. Don't be angry, next time there's something like this, my sister will definitely tell you, okay? Then I'll tell you too. Su Xiaoshang said without showing any weakness. Yin Qi sighed, you guys better. At this time, Zhang Yue yawned tiredly. She had been busy in the hospital all day today and hadn't gotten much rest yet. Seeing this, Yin Qi said with concern, Sister Wei, go take a rest first, don't be too tired. Zhang Yue did feel a bit sleepy. So she came to Yin Qi's ear, then don't make a move on anyone else while sister is away. Okay, sir. Yin Qi pretended to salute. It made Zhang Yue laugh out loud. Then she looked at Su Xiaoshang, then I'll leave this place to you first. Zhang Yue then left the ward somewhat reluctantly. After Su Xiaoshang watched her walk away, she said softly, Yin Qi, why do you feel that Zhang Yue is like your mom? No, Sister Wei just likes to worry. Yin Qi laughed. Su Xiaoshang came to Yin Qi's ear, so who do you think is better, Zhang Yue or I? Yin Qi was speechless for a moment. What a terrible question. No matter how you answer it, it's a dead end. This well that is certainly each has its own good ah. Yin Qi replied somewhat perfunctorily. Seeing this, Su Xiaoshang pinched Yin Qi's arm, dead scum. The pain. Yin Qi pretended to be in pain and bared his teeth. Su Xiaoshang hurriedly let go of his hand, But I didn't exert myself. Yin Qi heatedly smiled, actually it doesn't hurt that much. You bad Su Xiaoshang angry fist on Yin Qi's arm. The two of them talked and laughed for quite a while. Until the beard Xiao Frost some cannot hold on, lying on the bed to fall asleep. Yin Qi did not rest, he was waiting for someone. After another hour or so, footsteps came from the door. As the door was slowly opened, Paleosi walked into the hospital room with her eyes averted. She silently walked over to the hospital bed, like a schoolboy who had done something wrong. Are you okay? Yin Qi patted the stool next to her, sit down first. Paleosi obediently sat on the stool. Are you very angry? Paleosi lowered her head and asked. Yin Qi looked at her very seriously, yes, I'm really angry. Paleosi trembled. She had known Yin Qi for so long, and it was the first time she had seen Yin Qi speak to her so seriously. Pei Lucier only felt a blockage in her chest. She could care less about what other people said about her. Only Yin Qi was the only one that would bring her mood down. At this time Yin Qi gently held Paleosi's hand. I know you want to protect me, but you first have to protect yourself first. Promise me that no matter what happens in the future, don't think about killing people, okay? Pei Lucier did not answer, but gently raised her head. Her eyes were already glistening with tears. Yin Qi, in fact, this matter is all my fault. If only I had settled Zhou Wenyao once and for all, it would have been fine. Zhou Wenyao? Yin Qi was a bit confused. What does this have to do with Zhou Wenyao? He was the one who paid for the murderer. Pei Liu silently clenched her fists, and the anger in her eyes couldn't stop burning. Yin Qi suddenly came to a realization. So it was like this. Yin Qi was still thinking whether it could be because of that incident 6 years ago, someone had come to seek revenge on him. Hearing that it was Zhou Wenyao, his heart was instead relieved. Phew, fortunately not. Yin Qi patted Paleosi's small hand, do not blame yourself, this matter has nothing to do with you. Then you are still angry? Pei Lucier came to Yin Qi and asked. Her beautiful face looked especially charming under the moonlight. Yin Qi gulped, then gently sighed, I'm angry because I'm worried about you, you don't always do such dangerous things. If something happens to you, how can I live? In case Paleosi really turns out to be crazy. He was afraid that he would have to feel guilty for the rest of his life. Pei Lucier was quite happy to hear this. However, she only heard the second half of Yin Qi's sentence. And the words were reorganized in her head. Yin Qi said that he wouldn't live without me. Pei Lucier excitedly got up. Yin Qi was startled, what are you doing? Paleosi stared at Yin Qi, her eyes going watery. Then she directly bent down and kissed him. Yin Qi was shocked, it's over, it's not going to get out of control again, is it? Pei Lucier gasped and let go of her mouth. She couldn't wait to take off her jacket, Yin Qi I can't wait any longer. Yin Qi looked to the side of the sleeping Su Xiaoshang, wait a minute, Xiaoshang is still there Regardless of her. Paleosi looked at Yin Qi hungrily. She grabbed a handful of Yan Shi's clothes. Yan Shi, just give in to me. Don't, my wound hasn't healed yet. Yan Shi struggled and shouted. Suddenly Yan Shi heard the sound of sutures breaking. Immediately followed by a sharp pain, Yan Shi couldn't help but yell out, "Ah!" The screams not only brought back Paleoshi's sanity, but also woke up the sleeping Su Xiaoshan. What's going on? Su Xiaoshan looked ahead with a confused face. As a result, she saw Yan Shi, who was covering his stomach, as well as Paleosi, who was disheveled and had a panicked look on her face. Yan Shi, are you alright? Paleosi was on the verge of crying. Sorry, I lost control again, whoops. Su Xiaoshan then got up violently and roared, you cheating cat. Yan Shi, on the other hand, struggled to stretch out his hand. Quickly go call the doctor. On this day, Yan Shi was once again pushed into the operating room. The residents of Cloud City searched for the prisoner on the first day and found nothing. Originally, they were thinking of continuing to look for it the next day. As a result, as soon as they woke up, they saw the news headlines. Zhou Wenyao hired a murderer to assassinate Yan Shi. Explosion. This explosive news had once again detonated the entire Cloud City. In fact, there have been speculations on the internet that Zhou Wenyao could be taking revenge on Yan Shi. Yan Shi had stolen all the limelight from him these days, so he must be very resentful of Yan Shi. But most people didn't take it seriously. No one believed that Zhou Wenyao had this much guts. After all, the previous incident would at most make him lose his reputation. And hiring a murderer was something that would land him in jail. The news in the hot search detailed the cause and effect. But after some added oil and vinegar. For example, the news portrayed Zhou Wenyao as quite vicious. Yan Shi, on the other hand, was portrayed like a saint. This was naturally Paleoshi's handiwork. In addition to Paleoshi, Zhuaning was also secretly making an effort. In the morning, when the police station had just opened its doors, a person came to the police station to turn himself in. This person was Airdog, who was responsible for driving the motorcycle to escape when he assassinated Yan Shi. Airdog told the police all about what happened. He also told the police that Lu Chang and his team had fled Yuncheng overnight. This was the reason why Zhuaning spared Airdog's life. There has to be a backstabber for this to end. As for Lu Chang and his wife, where are they now? They had already turned into 2 handfuls of ashes, floating into the river with the wind. Chapter 30: The Past with Zhuaning. Last night, Yan Shi was pushed into the operating room again due to the wound splitting. Paleosi squatted outside the operating room, sobbing uncontrollably with self-blame. Originally, Su Xiaoshan still wanted to accuse her. But looking at her like this, she really couldn't accuse her either. Later, even began to comfort Paleosi. And so it was tossed around like this for the rest of the night. Yan Shi didn't fall asleep in a daze until 2 in the morning. By the time he woke up, it was already 12 noon. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw a familiar face. Zhuaning? Yan Shi rubbed his eyes. At this moment, Zhuaning was wearing a tight wraparound dress that reflected her perfect figure to the fullest. Seeing Yan Shi waking up, Zhuaning hugged his head. Chi, you finally woke up. I was worried to death. Yan Shi immediately felt his head surrounded by softness. Ah, a long-lost feeling. Of his 5 ex-girlfriends, only Zhuaning could do it to this extent. For a moment, Yan Shi was intoxicated. But at that moment, the figure of the temple abbot flashed through his mind. No way, no way. Yan Shi pushed Zhuaning away. Zhuaning was a little surprised. The Yan Shi from before was completely unable to resist this move. Yan Shi took a deep breath and tried to push the evil thoughts out of his head. Zhuaning, this woman is really too tempting. The number of times Yan Shi had roomed with Zhuaning was more than the other 4 ex-girlfriends combined. And every time he came out of the hotel, he was holding his back and had to rest for days. Chi, are you alright? Zhuaning inquired with some concern. Yan Shi shook his head. Nothing, just remembered some things from the past. His first meeting with Zhuaning was 6 years ago. That year, it was the second half of Yan Shi's sophomore year. At that time, Yan Shi was already in the state of having his feet in 4 boats. Yan Shi remembered very clearly that it was a rainy night. After he finished watching a movie with Zhang Yue, he sent her back to her rental house. Yan Shi walked back with his umbrella. When he passed by a certain deserted alley, he suddenly heard a weak woman's voice coming from inside. At that time Yan Shi thought it was haunted and was going to run. But he heard the sudden woman's cry for help, help. So Yan Shi rushed into the alley. As a result, he saw Juaning, who was covered in blood, lying in the corner of the alley. Yan Qi's first reaction was to call the police. But Juaning grabbed him. She prayed that Yan Qi must not call the police or an ambulance. So Yan Qi only had to bring Juaning back to his rental house. Originally, this rental house was rented by Yan Qi in order to have a fling with his girlfriends. Now it was just right to be used to house Juaning. As for why Yan Qi was meddling, a ham purely sea color is just. But at that time, Yan Qi didn't know that Juaning was a triad member. If he had known, I'm afraid he wouldn't have minded his own business. That night, Yan Qi helped the unconscious Juaning dress the wound. However, when bandaging, one would always see something that should not be seen. It was really too majestic. Yan Qi secretly vowed to chase Juaning into his hands. Juaning slept for 2 days in a row before waking up. Yan Qi hadn't felt much after her injury earlier. But after Juaning recovered from her injuries, Yan Qi noticed something unusual. The way Juaning looked at him revealed wariness and a faint killing intent. This was definitely not a look that an ordinary person could have. It was then that Yan Qi realized just how terrifying an existence he had saved. However, since Yan Qi had saved Juaning's life, her attitude towards Yan Qi was quite good. After that, Juaning temporarily lived in a rented house for a period of time. Yan Qi occasionally came over to bring her some food. After a period of time together, the two people get along with each other more and more harmonious. Until one day, Juaning suddenly revealed her true identity. At that time, Juaning was the third in command of the largest gang in Cloud City, the Redden Society. 2 months ago, the boss of the Redden Society passed away due to illness. As a result, Kong Luo, the second in command of the Redden Society, began to compete with Juaning for the dominance of the Redden Society. The process in between, Juaning did not say. She only said that she failed. On that rainy night, she was chased by Kong Luo's men. In the end, it was only with the desperate cover of a few of her inner circle that she barely escaped the pursuit. If it wasn't for Yan Qi, I'm afraid Juaning would have died that night. The reason why Juaning told Yan Qi. It's because she plans to go back and fight Kong Luo. Maybe this is their last meeting. Yan Qi advised her not to go back. But Juaning said, even if I don't go back, Kong Luo can't spare me. Yan Qi, you are a good person, so live well from now on. After saying this, she wrapped her arms around Yan Qi and kissed her. Goodbye, Shao Qi. The indifference and killing intent in Juaning's eyes had long disappeared. It was replaced by reluctance and sadness. Perhaps it was because of Juaning's kiss, or perhaps it was stung by Juaning's eyes. At that time, Yan Qi ghostly said, I will help you kill Kong Luo. Juaning directly refused. She did not want to involve Yan Qi in it. But Yan Qi is very overbearing, grabbed Juaning and kissed back. If you want to die, we will both die together. That night, Juaning and Yan Qi completed the great harmony of life. Juaning also completely accepted Yan Qi. The next thing to do was to kill Kong Luo. Having said that, it was still difficult to kill the second in command of the Red Safety Society. After pondering for a few days, the two of them formulated a rather sinister plan. Kong Luo had been searching for Juaning's whereabouts these days. So Yan Qi went straight to Kong Luo's men. I know where Juaning is, but I want $1 million. Yan Qi said so. This was what Juaning had taught Yan Qi. Kong Luo was a very greedy and conceited person. There was no way he would give Yan Qi so much money. Kong Luo would definitely want to get the information and then kill someone. But before that, he must confirm the authenticity of the information. And it was impossible for Kong Luo to let his men judge this. As expected, he ordered his men to bring Yan Qi over. On the other side, Juaning had also gathered all of his former men. They followed Yan Qi all the way to Kong Luo's location. It was a speakeasy. Yan Qi was escorted to Kong Luo. Kong Luo was a smiling middle-aged man. He asked Yan Qi where Juaning was hiding. Yan Qi pretended to be stunned and stuttered. Just as the two were talking, Juaning called in with his men. Kong Luo didn't panic, after all, he had more men under him. The battle was instantaneous. The two groups of people fought. During the melee, Yan Qi pretended to be scared and hid under the table. Both Kong Luo and his men looked at him with contempt. In their eyes, Yan Qi was just a goon who wanted money. There was no threat at all. As the two sides fought more and more fiercely, all of Kong Luo's men went up to help. In the end, they even forgot about Yan Qi. Soon Kong Luo's men gradually suppressed Zhuaning's men. Leave Zhuaning's woman alive, I'm going to play hard with her. Kong Luo got up and laughed triumphantly. His attention was all on Zhuaning, and there were no men around to protect him. Yan Qi knew that the opportunity had come. He got out of the table and picked up an empty wine bottle on the table. He cracked it on the table. Then he pounced on Kong Luo like a hungry wolf. Obviously Kong Luo did not expect Yan Qi to dare to make a move. By the time he reacted, the shattered bottle had already stabbed into his neck. Yan Qi forgot the specifics of the situation. He only remembered holding the wine bottle and stabbing at Kong Luo frantically. Blood sprayed all over him. When he came back to his senses, Kong Luo had long since lost his breath. Chapter 31: Zhang Yue's Arrival. Yan Qi had once read in a book. It said that when a person killed for the first time, they would vomit due to visual stimulation. But for some reason, Yan Qi did not feel this way. He was just relieved. At least Zhuaning didn't have to be hunted down anymore. And originally, two groups of people were still fighting each other. They were all shocked by Yan Qi, who was covered in blood. A little transparent person that no one cared about had dared to kill the second in command of the Red in society. At that time, Yan Qi got up with the blood-stained wine bottle. But Kong Luo's men were clearly stunned, none of them dared to step forward. Among them, Zhuaning was the first to react, and she directly rushed to Yan Qi's side. Shouting at Kong Luo's men, she said, "Now Kong Luo is dead. I'll give you two choices, one is to surrender immediately and I promise not to kill you. The second is to continue to fight with us, but all of you should be prepared to die. The majority of this group of gangsters are paid to do things. Now the boss who paid them is dead. Naturally, they wouldn't fight to the death." Thus, Zhuaning quickly took control of the scene. Afterwards, Zhuaning hugged Yan Qi and cried. She didn't expect Yan Qi to actually do it. She had originally planned to die in the bar with Yan Qi. What happened after that, Yan Qi did not know. Zhuaning sent him back to school and instructed him not to look for her for the next 3 months. For the next 3 months, Yan Qi lived as usual. No police came to trouble him. Until one day, when Yan Qi returned to his rented house. When Yan Qi returned to the rental house, he found Zhuaning already waiting in the house. She briefly told Yan Qi about what happened afterward. The leader and the second leader of the Red in society were all dead. Zhuaning quickly unified the Red in society. Only, she didn't keep her promise. She still killed all of Kong Luo's men. The reason why the police didn't bother him. It's because Zhuaning erased all the evidence. Don't do this kind of thing in the future. Better do some serious business. Yan Qi said so at the time. Zhuaning also agreed. That's how the Hangan group came to be afterward. After that, the two of them naturally got together. Yan Qi and her get along very harmoniously. The most harmonious of them all was still the harmony between their bodies. Yan Qi met with the other 4 girlfriends, and basically it was still the ordinary dating style of men and women. Watch a movie, have dinner, go shopping, and then go to a room. With Zhuaning, on the other hand, all items were done in bed. Enjoying the most primitive human desires to the fullest. And during this period, Yan Qi found Zhuaning's XP a bit strange. This usually killing woman, a little jittery tendency. So the pattern played between the two people is even more daring. Crazy to explore the mysteries of the human body. In this way until the 4th year of college, Yan Qi's foot in 5 boats was exposed. But unlike Paleosi and Su Xiaoshan's anger and Zhang Yue's sadness, Zhuaning's reaction to knowing about this matter was rather flat. This was because she was the only one of the 5 women who had long known that Yan Qi was a scumbag. After all, Zhuaning was 5 years older than Yan Qi, and she already had considerable power at that time. Even if Yan Qi was able to hide it, he couldn't hide from Zhuaning's intelligence network. However, even though Zhuaning knew about this matter, she did not go to question Yan Qi. To her, not to mention that Yan Qi had 4 girlfriends, even if he had 100, it was nothing. She was satisfied as long as she could be with Yan Qi. Everything else was negotiable. But Yan Qi still left Cloud City. In this way, 3 years passed. Originally, Zhuaning was on a business trip abroad. After seeing the hot search, she immediately flew back from abroad. As a result, as soon as she came back, she ran into Yan Qi being assassinated. Zhuaning was sitting on the side of the hospital bed, looking at Yan Qi's side face. The eyes were quite gentle. If her men were beside her, they would have been quite surprised. Big sister would actually look at others like this. How long do you plan to stay in Cloud City this time? Juaning asked as if nothing had happened. Yanqi shrugged and laughed, I won't be leaving in the future. Juaning was somewhat delighted. She had already made plans that Yanqi would still leave. Now that she heard that Yanqi would not be leaving, she was sort of at peace. Then Juaning asked curiously, where have you been for the past 3 years? I've had people searching for a long time, but I couldn't find any trace of you. Yanqi scratched his head and then told the whole story about going to the temple for 3 years. Ah? You lived with a monk for 3 years, ah? Juaning was shocked. No wonder she couldn't find it. No matter how much she looked for someone, she couldn't find the temple, ah? Yanqi nodded his head in a serious manner, yes, I have been enlightened by the abbot of the temple. From now on, I, Yanqi, will not approach women. Juaning sniffs and holds back her laughter, not close to women? Are you talking about you? She knew Yanqi the best. If Yanqi can do that, then I'm afraid even a rooster can lay an egg. Then I'm afraid that roosters can lay eggs. Yanqi patted his chest, of course it's me. Really? Juaning said in a delicate tone. Then she gently pulled the collar down, revealing a tantalizing gully. Big, big, big. Yanqi only had these 4 words left in his mind. No, can't be tempted. Yanqi hurriedly turned his head away in thought. Juaning gently smiled. Then she came to Yanqi's ear and tenderly blew a breath. Honey, I let someone buy a very big waterbed yesterday. It's a very comfortable place to sleep, do you want to try it? Yanqi's body shivered, and the whole person was already floating a bit. No way, Juaning's attraction was just too strong. He really can't stand it anymore. Just at this moment, the door to the ward suddenly opened. Zhang Yue walked in through the door carrying a lunchbox. Yanqi, I brought you. But stopped mid-sentence. Zhang Yue saw Yanqi with reddened cheeks, as well as Juaning, who was in a seductive pose. Zhang Yue's face darkened. Sister Wei. Yanqi shouted as if he had seen a savior. Juaning also coughed lightly and resumed her original sitting position. Zhang Yue closed the door to the room, walking over to the hospital bed. She looked at Juaning and asked in a bad tone, Juaning, right? This is our second meeting. Unlike Su Xiaoshang and Pei Lushi, Zhang Yue's usual work couldn't produce any interactions with Juaning. I remember you, when Yanqi was able to leave Cloud City, it was you who helped him escape, right? Juaning said with a smile on her face. This was the result she came up with after she had her men investigate afterward. Zhang Yue was a bit surprised at what she heard. She had thought that she and Yanqi were the only 2 people who knew about this matter. She looked at Juaning with an even more wary look. Juaning smiled, don't look at me like that, I'm not your love rival. Then she suddenly thought of something and clapped her hands and said, how about this? After Yanqi is discharged from the hospital, the 3 of us can have some fun together. Zhang Yue was a bit confused, have some fun with what? Juaning said with a natural face, of course, it's that thing in bed. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. Chapter 32. 4 people gathered. Zhang Yue froze. Zhang Yue froze. Was it the kind of thing she understood? It couldn't be that her thoughts were too dirty and she thought wrongly. But looking at Juaning's demeanor, it seemed like she was referring to that kind of thing. Zhang Yue's face reddened. Although she and Yanqi had done everything that needed to be done long ago. But this was the first time she had encountered such a situation. Yanqi was also dumbfounded. How dare Juaning say anything? One of his ex-girlfriends invited another ex-girlfriend to have a great harmony of life with him. How does this matter sound how outrageous? Juaning blinked as she looked at the somewhat embarrassed 2. She asked with some disbelief, hiss, you 2 wouldn't still have. How could you not have? Yanqi instinctively retorted. Zhang Yue sniffed and her face turned even redder. Seeing this, Yanqi hurriedly said, Juaning, there is no so you know between me and Sister Wei. Juaning suddenly realized, I get it, it's just more pure, right? So she hurriedly bowed her head and apologized, I am very sorry, I was abrupt. Zhang Yue waved her hand, then looked at Yanqi with an unkind gaze. I didn't expect Xiaoqi to be so open. Before that, she also played with a lot of girls like this, right? No, I didn't. Yanqi hurriedly shook his head. I have always been one-on-one. Juaning also chimed in, yes, this is indeed true. Only then did Zhang Yue's face ease a little. At this time, Juaning suddenly said, "But Yanqi should be eager to do so, right?" Together with the two girls, she winked at Yanqi. The corner of Yanqi's mouth twitched. To say that he didn't want to, that would be pretending. But he still shook his head. "Don't ask me, I'm not close to women. It's too scary." Juaning was just too scary. If this continued, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to last much longer. But Zhang Yue didn't think the fire was big enough and added another fire. She sat down on the stool and held Yanqi's hand. "Xiaoqi, if you really want it badly." She bit her lip. "Sister, I will try to accept it." When these words came out, Yanqi only felt an atomic bomb explode in his brain. "Sister Wei, don't accept everything." Yanqi roared in his mind, "I really can't take it anymore when you screw around like this." Of his 5 ex-girlfriends, the 2 most inclusive ones were here. Juaning was not to be mentioned. She belonged to the category of being able to tolerate everything Yanqi did. And although Zhang Yue wasn't as tolerant, her temper was just too good. Obviously, she was repulsed in her heart, but for Yanqi's sake, she would still find a way to accept it. Yanqi only felt that he had fallen into a gentle land. What kind of divine day is this? "I'm going to die, quickly come and save me with a hero." He cried out for a hero in his heart. Just then, the ward door opened again. 2 pretty figures walked on. "Oh, I should say squeezed in." "You get out of my way." Su Xiaoshang shouted through gritted teeth. Paleosi also did not let go at all. "How are you so childish? Is it necessary to grab for this kind of thing?" "Don't want to grab, then let me go in first." Soon, the 2 noticed the situation in the house. TSK. Su Xiaoshang smacked his lips in displeasure. 2 fishy cats, how did they come so early? Pei Lushur also had a murderous look on her face. Only Yanqi's eyes lit up. The hero had really come. That's right. Zhang Yue and Juaning were just too accommodating. It was easy for people to fall. It's better to have Su Xiaoshang and Pei Lushur. The flame of desire that had just risen in front of his eyes was instantly extinguished. Su Xiaoshang was also carrying a lunchbox, and she walked over to the hospital bed and set it down. She looked at Zhang Yue and the 2 of them with an unfavorable expression. "What are you chatting about?" "Chatting with a red face?" Pei Lushur, on the other hand, silently closed the door and sat directly on the hospital bed. "We are chatting about whether we want to play together," Juaning said bluntly. Su Xiaoshang and Paleosi were also confused. "Play what? Juaning smiled slightly. "What else can it be? It's just a little bit of bedtime. I'm not sure if you're interested. Do you want to join? She asked in a slightly flirtatious manner. Su Xiaoshang thought she had heard wrong. When she realized Juaning wasn't joking, her cheeks instantly reddened. But this redness was a bit different from Zhang Yue. Zhang Yue was purely shy, whereas Su Xiaoshang was shy with anger. "Good for you, Yanqi." She slammed her fist hard on Yanqi's calf. "So you've been thinking about such things. Don't think that just because you're injured, you can do whatever you want." Then she threw a series of punches and slammed Yanqi's leg. Yanqi immediately opened his eyes wide in pain. At the same time, Pei Lushur pulled out the dagger behind her. She stared at Yanqi with a fierce look on her face. "Yanqi, if a person is too scummy, they will die. These 2 ancestors weren't that tolerant. The fact that they could tolerate having another woman here was already the limit of their patience. If Yanqi took it a step further, it was bound to not end well." Seeing this, Zhang Yue hurriedly explained, "Wait a minute, that's not what Yanqi said." Juaning, on the other hand, happily clapped her hands. It's just me proposing." Yanqi didn't say yes. She finally understood why Yanqi had to run away. These 2 are indeed a bit difficult to deal with. Xiao Frost hurriedly stopped. She looked at Yanqi with some embarrassment. "Yanqi, does your leg hurt? I didn't mean to." Paleosi also put the dagger away. Ahem, almost lost control again. And Yanqi not only didn't get angry, but instead looked at the 2 of them with a pleased face. "It's fine, the 2 of you did a great job." He almost immersed himself in the gentle land and couldn't pull himself out. Su Xiaoshang and the 2 of them managed to yank Yanqi out with their tantrums. Sure enough, it's still too dangerous to be messing around. Yanqi wiped the sweat from his forehead. At this time, Su Xiaofrost looked at Juaning with some dissatisfaction. "Juaning, you should not rely on yourself." She paused for a moment and looked at Juaning's chest. "TSK, why is this woman so big?" seducing Yan Qi on the basis of her figure. Su Xiaoshang said somewhat unconvincingly, Yan Qi is not that kind of superficial man. Zhuaning looked at Yan Qi, is that so? Which one do you prefer? It is my kind, or the kind of Sister Xiao Frost? Pei Lushur and Zhang Yue also looked at Yan Qi. Obviously they were also interested in the answer. After all, they had similar figures to Su Xiao Frost, both belonging to the well-proportioned type. Yan Qi scratched his head. Suddenly he happened to catch a glimpse of Zhuaning gently pulling her collar down a bit. The tender white plumpness occupied his eyes. Yan Qi was frozen for a moment. It seems like the victory has been decided. Zhuaning let out a light laugh with some complacency. Su Xiaoshang instantly exploded, "Ah, Yan Qi. Alas, it's true that men are all like this." Zhang Yue sighed. Pei Lushur, on the other hand, pulled out her knife once again. Tisk, superficial men can only see useless pieces of meat. No, no, no. Yan Qi hurriedly shook his head. You guys listen to my explanation. Do not listen. On this day, Yan Qi's wound opened up again. Chapter 33 Crazy Rice Circle. Right during the time Yan Qi was hospitalized, the police had also been looking for Zhou Wenyao. Not only had the police frozen his bank card, but they had also issued a wanted notice. But strangely enough, the police had been unable to find any trace of Zhou Wenyao. Not only that, they hadn't found Zhou Wenyao's travel records either. Other than the police, Zhuaning, Su Xiaoshang, and Pei Lushur were all looking for Zhou Wenyao. There were no clues either. It was as if this person had disappeared into thin air. After 10 days in a row, Yan Qi was about to be discharged from the hospital. On the day of discharge, it was Zhang Yue who came to pick up Yan Qi. As soon as he got on the car, he received a call from Zhuaning. Zhuaning on the other end of the phone was a bit excited. Yan Qi, we found where Zhou Wenyao is hiding. Really, where is he? Yan Qi was also a bit surprised. He thought that the other party had already run away. Zhuaning said with some gloating, "Ha, this kid is now a little miserable. Has been brought back to the police station." Time went back to an hour ago. Zhou Wenyao had fallen into the lowest point of his life. Even when his black information was exposed and he was condemned by the entire society, it was not this painful. At this time, Zhou Wenyao was locked up in a dilapidated house. Originally, as a popular fresh meat, his face value was quite beatable. But now, his hair was a mess, and there was an extra large patch of white hair between his hair. His cheeks were sunken in and he had a full beard. It looked as if he had aged 20 years. Zhou Wenyao's feet were covered with a pair of shackles, and the chains on the shackles were connected all the way to the wall. There was a dog bowl in front of him. The basin was filled with disgusting leftovers. Zhou Wenyao looked at the ceiling with lifeless eyes. How did he himself end up here? It all started 10 days ago. At that time, the news of him hiring a murderer to assassinate Yan Qi had already hit the headlines. Zhou Wenyao knew something big had happened. So he tried to escape. But he found out that the police had frozen all his money. And they set up checkpoints at the train station and airport to catch him. Zhou Wenyao didn't dare to take a car, so he could only walk all the way towards the suburbs. He wanted to try to get out of the city. But just halfway there, he was recognized by a woman. Originally, Zhou Wenyao thought he was finished. It turned out that the other party was actually a fan of his, and a die-hard fan at that. And this female fan even said that she could help Zhou Wenyao hide it. Zhou Wenyao was a bit hesitant at the time. The main reason was that the female fan's looks were really a bit of a mouthful. The one with a height of 150 and a weight of 160. It was very much in line with Zhou Wenyao's stereotypical impression of his fans. But again, Zhou Wenyao really had nowhere else to go. So he could only agree to the fan's proposal. Intended to hide for a while first. So the female fan then brought Zhou Wenyao here. This place was originally going to be demolished. But due to funding issues, the demolition was temporarily halted. So almost no one would come here. The first 2 days were fine, the female fan was quite polite. But by the third day, she was a bit out of control. Started to make a move on Zhou Wenyao. Zhou Wenyao naturally refused, he couldn't look at his female fan. And that just angered the fan. She put sleeping pills in Zhou Wenyao's meal. When Zhou Wenyao woke up again, he was already chained up. The female fan shouted while shouting, "Brother, I will protect you. Brother only has me now." While forcing herself to have sex with Zhou Wenyao. 8 days had passed since then. During these 8 days, the female fan's attitude towards Zhou Wenyao had gotten worse and worse. The food she brought was also getting more and more perfunctory. In the beginning, there was bread, but now there were only some stinky leftovers. Zhou Wenyao leaned against the wall in despair. He understood that this was all just his own doing. He never restrained his fans for the sake of his popularity, causing this group of fans to become more and more crazy. And now, this madness had finally retaliated on his head. Just as he was regretting, footsteps came from outside the door. But this time it wasn't a single person, but the footsteps of a group of people. Zhou Wenyao instantly became agitated. Could it be the police coming to arrest him? He very much hoped that the police had come to arrest him. No matter what, it was still better than now. But soon he completely despaired. The gate opened and a group of women walked in. One of them was the fan who had locked her up. Zhou Wenyao wondered if they were clones. How come they all looked alike and had such similar weights? See, I didn't lie to you guys, it's really brother himself. The female fan pointed at Zhou Wenyao and shouted. When the other fans saw Zhou Wenyao, they also shouted in excitement. Brother is so handsome, he's in such a mess, but he's still so handsome. But why did you lock your brother up? Of course it is to protect my brother. The online family of black people want my brother to die, we must protect him, he now only us, woo woo woo. Zhou Wenyao only felt that this group of people were crazy. When he saw similar statements before, he would only laugh out loud. After all, this group of fans would really help him punch black people. But now he regretted it. Because he had personally experienced the craziness of the rice circle. The female fans surrounded him, their eyes filled with greed. Don't be afraid, brother, we will definitely protect you. How could Zhou Wenyao not be afraid? He leaned against the wall in fear. At this moment, facing a dozen huge bodies, his spirit couldn't hold up at all. Get lost, you bunch of dead fat pigs. Zhou Wenyao hissed hysterically. At these words, the fans froze. Brother, what are you talking about? The female fans said in disbelief, you're the one who respects women the most, how can you scold girls like that? Zhou Wenyao didn't bother to pretend anymore. He pointed at the female fans and laughed maniacally, ha ha ha, girls? You are all uglier than a toad, and you still have the nerve to call yourselves female newborns? You didn't say that before, ah? The female fans cried sadly, you clearly said that girls don't have to care about their looks, everyone is the most beautiful angel. Zhou Wenyao smiled madly and laughed, ha ha, you guys really believe it? If I don't say that, how can I cheat you guys out of your money? He proudly clapped his hands, after all, you stinking fools have the best money to cheat, a little bit of saying a few words can make you dump your money to support me, of course I am willing to tell a few lies. I'm just going to use your fat ass money to go around playing with pretty women and scolding you while I do it. And it's not just me, the entire entertainment industry is like this. Zhou Wenyao opened his hand and shouted, no star will love you cheap fans, you are the most disgusting group on the internet. I've never fucking liked you guys, I'm disgusted by the sight of you bunch of dead fat pigs, vomit, yuck, all of you fucking go to hell. Zhou Wenyao felt much more comfortable after yelling. Finally, he didn't have to coax this group of giant baby fans. The female fans on the opposite side felt their worldview shatter after hearing this. Their favorite brother was actually such a person. Their anger was once again ignited. Suddenly a person picked up the dog bowl on the ground and directly smashed it on Zhou Wenyao's head. With a clang, Zhou Wenyao fell to the ground in a sorry state. Immediately after that, the female fans, like mad dogs, began to frantically tear Zhou Wenyao's clothes. Zhou Wenyao let out a miserable scream. Chapter 34 The Dust Settles. Meanwhile, the police had also found out clues. This was mainly because the female fan who imprisoned Zhou Wenyao was just too high profile. She was no longer satisfied with having fun on her own and started contacting other fans. That's what made the police notice that something was wrong. So the police also came to this demolition area. The police got a clue, then Juanning's side naturally got it as well. Juanning also sent someone to follow them. Since the demolition area was a bit large, the police searched for more than half an hour before finding it. When they broke down the door and entered, the scene in the house left an extremely deep impression on the police. Only to see a large group of naked fat women in the house. They were taking turns on Zhou Wenyao, doing something indescribable. Zhou Wenyao was completely mentally broken at this moment. Even when he saw the police coming, he was still frozen. The group of female fans, on the other hand, were shouting something like, "You bunch of smelly hooligans, how dare you peek at us?" while starting to frantically attack the police. But this group of people were just heavy. Soon they were all subdued by the police. Zhuaning's men also secretly saw the scene and reported it to Zhuaning. Zhuaning in turn immediately told Yan Qi. On the other hand, Yan Qi was on his way to the police station. Halfway there, he received a call from the police station. He was informed that he had caught Zhou Wenyao and was told to go to the police station to make a statement. When Yan Qi arrived at the police station, he found that the entrance was already surrounded by reporters. "Should we come back another day?" Zhang Yewei asked in a low voice. Yan Qi shook his head. "What's coming can't run away, and I also want to see how miserable Zhou Wenyao is." He then got out of the car alone. Soon the reporters noticed Yan Qi. They quickly gathered around as if they had seen a rare animal. It was important to know that these days, Yan Qi had been in the hospital. Every time they tried to sneak in for an interview, they were blocked back by a group of burly men. Now that they could hardly see Yan Qi, they naturally wanted to interview him fiercely. "Mr. Yan, may I ask if you are here to see Zhou Wenyao?" The reporters couldn't wait to ask. Yan Qi was already somewhat used to this kind of battle. He nodded his head as he squeezed his way in. "Yes, it was the police department that informed me to come over. I heard that Zhou Wenyao was imprisoned by his own fans. May I ask if this is true?" The reporters continued to inquire. "I don't know the specifics either." Yan Qi shook his head. He pushed aside the reporters. "You guys make way first, wait for me to come out before giving an interview. Last question, do you particularly hate Zhou Wenyao?" The reporters asked as they watched the fun. They wanted Yan Qi to say hate, so they could hype it up hard. Yan Qi naturally knew what they were thinking. So he smiled and said, "It's not possible to talk about hate or not, whether it's Zhou Wenyao or his fans, they are all people who have been ruined by the culture of the rice circle. What we need to do is to boycott this rice circle culture." The reporters froze. This was too fucking positive. There was no heat in this kind of news. They wanted to ask more, but Yan Qi had already walked into the police station. After giving his statement, Yan Qi asked if he could take a look at Zhou Wenyao. The police agreed. They brought Yan Qi to a surveillance. The surveillance screen was a scene from the interrogation room. The center image was the interrogation room where Zhou Wenyao was. At the moment, Zhou Wenyao was sitting on a chair with a dull face. No matter how much the police asked, he did not say a word. "This is Yan Qi?" asked in disbelief. The police replied, "There should be a little problem with the spirit, those fans of his are still very crazy." Yan Qi sniffed and glanced at the other interrogation room images. Some of the fans had their heads down and were giving an honest explanation. Some were still yelling at the police. Yan Qi smacked his lips. This belonged to the category of playing the rice circle to play yourself in. Yan Qi didn't say anything else and directly left the police station. The reporters outside the door were still waiting for Yan Qi. Yan Qi casually perfunctorily said a few sentences to them and left the police station in his car. "Is it over?" Zhang Yewei inquired. Yan Qi nodded. "Yes, I didn't expect it to be like this." From the police, he knew what happened to Zhou Wenyao. One could only say that being forced to play poker by such a group of female fans was already the greatest punishment for him. For the rest of his life to come, he would live in such fear, right? While Yan Qi was thinking, Zhang Yewei, who was in the main driver's seat, stole a glance at Yan Qi's side face. She took a few deep breaths and gripped the steering wheel somewhat nervously. Then, as if she had made up her mind, she drove the car into the parking lot of a shopping mall. "Sister Wei, do you want to buy something?" Yan Qi asked with some curiosity. After Zhang Yewei stopped the car, she turned her head to look at Yan Qi. She held onto the corner of her coat with a death grip, her heart constantly beating wildly. "Yan Qi, I have something I want to say to you." Zhang Yewei gathered enough courage to speak. Obviously, she was already the boss of a company, but she still got nervous every time she spoke to Yan Qi. Yan Qi blinked. "Say it, what can't we say to each other?" Zhang Yewei stared at Yan Qi, her eyes dripping with water. Yan Qi sensed that something was wrong. It wasn't like this was going to be an ordinary topic of conversation. If he wasn't wrong, this feeling should be. As expected, Zhang Yewei whispered, "Do you still love me?" After saying this, her face turned red. Yan Qi's heartbeat also sped up when he heard this. This was too sudden. He was completely unprepared. But Zhang Yewei had obviously been framing this scene for a long time. She slowly extended her hand towards Yan Qi and grabbed his hand. Xiao Qi, I know that I should be the most mediocre one among your ex-girlfriends. Zhang Yue lowered her head and said, I am not as rich as Su Xiaoshuang, not as pretty as Paleosi, and not as good as Juaning's figure. But as she raised her head and looked at Yan Qi, her eyes were already drenched in tears. Yan Qi, I really like you, very much, very much. Do you? Zhang Yue looked at Yan Qi expectantly. Do you still like me now? Chapter 35 Comfortable Love. In the 3 years since Yan Qi left, Zhang Yue seemed to have lost her interest in men. Even when the best men pursued her, she still didn't feel anything. Zhang Yue thought that her heart would no longer be moved. Until that day, she saw Yan Qi, who had failed an interview, in the company. Her numb heart was beating again. But Zhang Yue wasn't sure if this was a man and woman's love or simply a sister and brother's love. Zhang Yue had been obsessing over this matter all these days. But when she saw Yan Qi being put in the detention center, as well as Yan Qi being stabbed into the hospital, Zhang Yue finally realized her heart. She was still deeply in love with Yan Qi. However, what followed was more panic. Yan Qi's ex-girlfriends were simply too good. In fact, Zhang Yue was already considered very good. She was pretty and had built a media company from nothing. But compared to a few other ex-girlfriends, she seemed so mediocre. Su Xiaoshan, the only daughter of the richest man in Cloud City, had more money than she could spend. Paleosi, a popular actress who holds a lot of media resources. Juaning, the queen of the mob, and also has a large company in the top 20 in Yunchang. In addition to the three of them, there was that ex-girlfriend surnamed Bai, who was even more terrifying. As Zhang Yue thought about it, she really couldn't find any advantage she had. Money? Good looks? Resources? Or love? Those three's love for Yan Qi didn't seem to be any worse than hers. Thinking about it in the end, Zhang Yue was a bit depressed. In the end, she still planned to show her cards to Yan Qi. She just wanted to ask Yan Qi what he thought. If Yan Qi didn't have any man-woman feelings for her anymore, then she would take the initiative to withdraw, and in the future, she would just feel at ease being his soul sister. At the moment, Zhang Yue looked at Yan Qi nervously. She was curious to know Yan Qi's thoughts. On the other hand, Yan Qi was also a bit confused. He didn't expect Zhang Yue to suddenly say this. But soon Yan Qi calmed down. As a man, the more times like this, the more calm he had to be. He took a deep breath, then backhanded Zhang Yue's hand. Sister Wei. Yan Qi looked at Zhang Yue very seriously. I like you. It's not a play or anything, I really have always liked you. Zhang Yue slowly opened her eyes wide, tears sliding down her cheeks. Xiaoqi. And don't say you're mediocre anymore. Yan Qi reached out and wiped her tears. There is no need for you to compare yourself to others. In my eyes you have never been the best, and I am most at ease with you. He really did not play games. Everything he said was from the bottom of his heart. Yan Qi really loved Zhang Yue. This kind of love was like lying in the sun on soft grass. It was leisurely and restful. Zhang Yue sniffed and her heartbeat gradually smoothed out. Her anxious mood was soothed by Yan Qi. Then Yan Qi said in a somewhat entangled manner, It's just that Sister Wei, I'm afraid I can't right now. But before he could finish, Zhang Yue lifted a finger and gently tapped it on Yan Qi's lips. Hush, no need to say it. Zhang Yue had a soft smile on her face. I will always wait for you. She didn't care about the end result. As long as Yan Qi still liked her, she was already happy. Seeing Zhang Yue in this state, Yan Qi felt a little guilty. But he really didn't know what to do. He couldn't just put his foot in several boats, could he? Zhang Yue keenly sensed Yan Qi's mood. She patted Yan Qi's head. Well, Xiaoqi, if you feel a little sorry for your sister, then give your sister a kiss. Saying that, she closed her eyes. Although she had already kissed before, it was on her own initiative. Zhang Yue still wanted Yan Qi to take the initiative once. Yan Qi stared at Zhang Yue's soft lips and gently swallowed. His reasoning told him that he absolutely couldn't do this. However, his emotions were urging frantically. Reason and sensibility intertwined and collided in his brain. In the end, Yan Qi cupped Zhang Yue's face with both hands and gently kissed her. The moment the lips touched, Zhang Yue only felt her heart stop beating for a beat. Then a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. The long-lost familiar feeling was reassuring. After a few seconds, the two slowly separated. Zhang Yue opened her eyes. The two's faces were so close that they could clearly feel each other's breathing. Zhang Yue couldn't help but give Yan Qi another peck on the lips. Then she violently pulled away. Cough. Zhang Yue lightly coughed and flirted. I didn't expect that after 3 years, Xiao Qi has become so innocent. Obviously, when you kissed me before, you would still touch everywhere. When these words came out, Yan Qi was a bit embarrassed. 3 years ago, he was indeed like this. College students are too energetic. All he could think about was those kinds of thoughts. Zhang Yue smiled and pinched Yan Qi's face. Well, no matter if it's a little pervert Xiao Qi, or a pure-hearted Xiao Qi, I like it very much. Then she restarted the car. Don't go to the company if you just got out of the hospital, I'll send you home. Aha! Yan Qi looked out the window and sighed softly in his heart. But I still didn't hold it. Zhang Yue, on the other hand, was in a great mood and even started humming a strange little tune. She stole a glance at Yan Qi and thought in her heart. Sure enough, I still like you the most, Xiao Qi. Zhang Yue sent Yan Qi all the way back to the neighborhood. Sister Wei, why don't you go up and have a seat? Yan Qi asked before getting out of the car. Zhang Yue shook her head. Next time, the company is very busy these 2 days. Do you still remember that magazine cover you shot? Yan Qi was a bit surprised when he heard this. Of course I remember. Is the magazine going to be published? He came to Yuncheng for 20 days already and ended up working for only 1 night. The rest of the time was either in the detention center or lying in the hospital. It's still a bit shameful to think about it. Yes, you're a big celebrity now. Zhang Yue laughed. The number of pre-orders for this issue of the magazine online has already broken our company's record. I have to go to the company to keep an eye on it, just in case something happens. Yan Qi nodded. Okay, then I will also go to the company tomorrow to take a look. Yan Qi just wanted to get out of the car, but Zhang Yue pulled him back. Wait, this is for you. She opened the storage box next to her and took out a hat, a mask and a pair of sunglasses from it. Zhang Yue handed the items to Yan Qi. Take some with you, don't let people recognize you. It's still Sister Wei who is thoughtful. Yan Qi gratefully accepted it. He was recognized on the subway last time. He didn't want to be photographed again. Yan Qi then put on his hat, mask and glasses and got out of the car. Sister Wei, be careful on the road, he closed the car door with a wave of his hand. Zhang Yue watched Yan Qi walk into the neighborhood before starting the car and leaving. Actually, there was another reason why she didn't go up. That was that Yan Qi's house, at the moment, had someone waiting. Zhang Yue didn't want to participate in the Shura. Xiaoqi, being a scum is not that easy. On the other hand, Yan Qi went up the stairs in a tightly masked manner. Just arrived at the corner of the doorway of the house. He heard a familiar voice. Since you are the landlord here, you should have a key. You can't just open it even if you have it, or Yan Qi will get angry, okay? LOL, does it take so long to pick up Yan Qi? TSK, this fishy cat is afraid that she has gone to seduce Yan Qi again. Yan Qi sniffed and leaned over the wall to take a look inside. As expected, there were 2 beautiful women standing in front of his house. Su Xiaoshang and Zhuaning. Chapter 36. The daughter of the richest man and the queen of the mob. It was hard to imagine. The daughter of Cloud City's richest man and Cloud City's mob queen were actually standing together in the hallway. And it was still for the same man. Hiss, how did the 2 of them get together? Yan Qi scratched his head. At this time, Su Xiaoshang discovered Yan Qi. Aya, you finally came back. She walked over to Yan Qi in a bad mood. She stared at Yan Qi with her arms folded. Say, did that woman Zhang Yue cheat again? After Yan Qi's injury healed, Su Xiaoshang's little temper returned. Which has cheated? Yan Qi said somewhat sheepishly. Indeed there was, but he definitely couldn't admit it. Zhuaning also walked over and said with a delicate smile, dear people have been waiting outside for a long time. Today she was wearing a white chiffon shirt, and the lower half of her body was an A-line skirt, which perfectly set off her good figure. The black silk and high heels are even more desirable. TSK, can you not call it so meaty? Su Xiaoshang said with some disgust. Zhuaning faintly smiled. You can also call I think Yan Qi will be very happy, right? Saying that, she threw a wink towards Yan Qi, right? I don't want to be called that. Su Xiaoshang stammered and shouted. Then she stole a glance at Yan Qi, trying to observe what reaction Yan Qi had. But unfortunately, Yan Qi just coughed lightly. Ahem, Zhuaning, don't tease Xiao Frost. TSK, Su Xiaoshang smacked her lips. Obviously, this was not the answer she wanted. Yan Qi saw this and hurriedly changed the topic. Right, why are you guys standing outside? Isn't it because you didn't come back? Juaning spread her hands. Yan Qi looked at Su Xiaofrost in confusion. Then you guys can go to Xiaofrost's house. Isn't it just across the street? Mr. Juaning, then you can go to Xiaofrost's house. Juaning also looked at Su Xiaoshang. You also live here, then why did you not say it? The first thing you need to do is to look at the side of the room, and then look at the side of the room, and then look at the side of the room, and then look at the side of the room. She has already taken this cabin as her love nest with Yan Qi. Unless there was no other way, she didn't want to let other women in at all. The last time Pei Liuxi came in for breakfast, Su Xiaoshang then cleaned the house thoroughly, inside and out. The smell of Pei Liuxi was completely erased. Yan Qi understood Su Xiaofrost very well, and Juaning was an old fart. Both of them instantly understood what Su Xiaofrost was thinking. Juaning helplessly shook his head and thought, this little girl is really good at understanding. Yan Qi on the other hand took out his room card. It's better to come to my house then. He then walked to the door of the room and opened it. Su Xiaoshang and the two of them followed. Juaning curiously glanced inside. Is it still okay? Yan Qi turned his head and asked. Juaning considered the words and commented, quite good, simple and unadorned well. This is a high IQ statement. Low intelligence is a little too small and simple. Yan Qi smiled and walked into the house. Come in first. Juaning followed into the house. She looked around and asked, Yan Qi, do you want to change your house? I have a few fairly good houses there. Before Yan Qi could say anything, Su Xiaoshang was the first to speak up. You can't change. She couldn't accept Yan Qi changing houses. How good this situation is now. Although the house was a bit smaller, she lived across the street from Yan Qi. In case if Yan Qi moved, then it would be inconvenient for her to find Yan Qi in the future. Juaning saw her small mind at a glance. So she smiled and flirted, why can't you change? The condition of this place is really ordinary. Hiss, could it be that you can't bear to see Yan Qi move away? Su Xiaoshang's face miso red, she hurriedly waved her hand. I didn't think that way, I just think that moving is just too troublesome. Yan Qi's job has just stabilized, it's better not to be so troublesome. Juaning resisted the urge to laugh and continued to flirt. It's not troublesome, Yan Qi will go to work at ease, I will help him move tomorrow. No, not allowed to move. Su Xiaoshang categorically shouted. Juaning pretended to be puzzled and asked, why? Because Su Xiaoshang was stuck. Her face got redder and redder. Finally she couldn't hold it in and turned to look at Yan Qi. Yan Qi, do you really want to move out? Su Xiaoshang bit her lips, looking pathetic. Yan Qi was somewhat speechless as he looked at Juaning. Juaning's character had always been like this. Very fond of seeing fun. She was already happy in her heart when she saw the daughter of the richest man show this expression. Don't worry, I won't move out. Yan Qi patted Su Xiaoshang's head. Su Xiaoshang was instantly happy. She turned to look at Juaning and hummed softly with some complacency, humph. Like showing off, how is it? Yan Qi wouldn't move away. But this kind of behavior in Juaning's eyes, it was as if a child. This way she nodded, then why don't I also rent a house here, so that I can also often come to find Yan Qi? Wow, just thinking about it makes me happy. Hearing this, Su Xiaoshang panicked again. If everyone else lived here, wouldn't her advantage be gone? But if she said she wouldn't rent it, wouldn't she be too stingy? What should she do? Looking at Su Xiaoshang's dilemma, Juaning couldn't help but laugh. Yan Qi saw this and coughed lightly, cough, almost got it Then Juaning laughed. Just kidding with you, I won't rent a house here, don't worry about it. Su Xiaoshang was instantly relieved. But she still hardened her mouth and said, in fact, it's okay for you to rent, I'm not that cheap. I'm not that cheap. That's great, I want to rent it now. Juaning let out a light laugh. Su Xiaoshang's eyes widened violently, Juaning once again stifled her laughter. Yan Qi hurriedly changed the topic, right, what are we going to eat tonight? Hearing about food, Su Xiaoshang's attention immediately shifted over. I've already bought the food in advance, wait for me a moment. She ran all the way back to the opposite side of the 507. Yan Qi took this opportunity to gently punch Juaning. Don't tease her brain is not that bright. She's not that bright in the head. Juan rubbed against Yan Shi. I was just kidding. Then she looked up to Yan Shi. But no wonder you like her so much, this little girl is really interesting. Yan Shi her gently picked up Juan Ning's chin. How? The first thing you need to do is to get rid of it. Chapter 37 Unexpected Phone Call. Yan Shi quite understands Juan Ning. Not only does he know every part of her body, but he also knows her every word and deed like the back of his hand. Although Juan Ning always acted quite openly, she would actually still be jealous. It was only that her manifestation of jealousy was a bit different from ordinary women. When an ordinary woman was jealous, she would basically cry and hang herself. But Juan Ning didn't have such a big reaction when she was jealous. She would only keep flirting with the people around her to alleviate the jealousy in her heart. Are you jealous again? Yan Shi picked Juan Ning's chin. Juan Ning gently pinched Yan Shi and whispered, You're almost living with her, and you still don't allow me to be a little jealous? Although she said this, she looked into the eyes quite gently. Sitting in her position, usually cannot show too much emotion. The only person in the whole world who can see this little bit of her heart is Yan Shi. Which one lives together? Isn't this still 2 doors away? Yan Shi said playfully. Juan Ning lightly hummed, just afraid that someone cannot help but go over to knock on the door. When the time comes, just shout, Shafra's sister is not to your brother. Yan Shi opened a door. She followed Yan Shi's example and said with a pout. Yan Shi was amused by her. What is this person full of? In that case, he wasn't polite. Don't worry about it. He came to Juan Ning's ear, even if I really can't help it, I'll definitely go to you first. Saying that, Yan Shi looked up and down Juan Ning without hiding it. If it was any other ex-girlfriend, seeing Yan Shi with such a revealing sight. Even if she didn't hit him, she would definitely be shy. However, Juan Ning rather proudly straightened her chest, then I'll be waiting for you. It made the already explosive figure look even more tantalizing. This was the way Yan Shi got along with Juan Ning. It was already completely detached from pure love, more or less a bit of astringent love. Just as the two of them were talking, the voice of Su Xiaoshan came from the doorway. What are you doing? I only saw that Su Xiaoshan was carrying a large bag in her hand, which was obviously a material prepared in advance. Ahem, I reprimanded her. Yan Shi coughed lightly. He made a wink towards Juan Ning. No more teasing Xiao Frost in the future. Juan Ning held back her laughter and nodded. Okay, I will never joke around again. Su Xiaoshang smiled at his words. She put the big bag on the table. Actually I could tell she was joking long ago. She said with a bit of a stiff upper lip, I was just cooperating with her. She then turned to look at Yan Shi. Tonight, we will eat dongpa pork, mapo tofu, and spicy chicken. Before she finished, the phone in her pocket suddenly rang. TSK, trouble. Su Xiaoshan's face was instantly gloomy. She pulled out her cell phone and her face became even more ugly after seeing the caller. I'm going to answer a call first, she said to Yan Shi. Then she went straight into the bathroom. What's the situation? Yan Shi scratched his head in confusion. There was something wrong with Su Xiaoshan's expression. At this time, Su Xiaoshan's angry roar came from the toilet. I'll say it again, I don't want to see him. However, she soon realized that her voice was too loud and immediately lowered the volume. Yan Shi couldn't hear the conversation inside. After 5 minutes or so, Su Xiaoshan opened the door and walked out. She smiled at Yan Shi, only her smile was a bit ugly. Yan Shi, I have some urgent matters, so I won't be able to cook for you tonight. Yan Shi's face was also gloomy. To be able to make Su Xiaoshan show this kind of expression, it meant that something big had indeed happened. He walked to the front of Su Xiaoshang and asked very seriously, what happened? Tell me, maybe I can help you. Yes, I can also help. Juan Ning also came over. Su Xiaoshang shook his head. It's not a big deal, I can solve it alone. Really? Yan Shi came over to Su Xiaoshuang. Su Xiaoshan firmly nodded, well. Yan Shi sighed after a moment of contemplation. Well, then if there is a need for me to help, call me immediately. Good, then I will leave first. Su Xiaoshan turned around with the intention of leaving. Suddenly she stopped and stood on her tiptoes to gently kiss Yan Shi's face. I'll come back to see you in a couple days. Saying this, she left somewhat shyly. Although she was kissed, Yan Shi did not have the heart to think about this. After all, this performance of Su Xiaoshang is really a bit abnormal. Look at you so nervous, do you want me to help investigate? Juan Ning patted Yan Shi. Yan Shi frowned. Su Xiaoshang said that he didn't need help, so if he insisted on investigating, it would look like he was meddling in his own business. But if he didn't investigate, if something really happened, he would definitely regret it for the rest of his life. Thinking about it, Yanxi finally made a decision. It's better to help me investigate. Even if Su Xiaoshan blames him afterward, he still has to investigate clearly. I'm not sure how to do that. Zhuan agreed. Then she took out her cell phone and dialed, "Help me investigate what happened to Obsidian Group recently. The more detailed the better, be careful not to get caught." After she finished speaking, she hung up the phone. Zhuan did not let her men directly investigate Su Xiaoshang. Instead, she asked her men to investigate the Obsidian Group. After all, the only thing that could make Su Xiaoshang pay so much attention was the internal affairs of the group. "Thanks," Yanxi said from the bottom of his heart. Zhuan pinched Yanxi's face. "Don't say thank you to me, this is also too raw." Then she coughed lightly. "Cough, I ask you if one day I also like Su Xiaoshan like this, you will also want to find ways to investigate me? Then do you want me to investigate?" Yanxi asked curiously in return. Zhuan nodded without hesitation. "Of course, but I might not say that when the time comes. Although I want you to help me, I don't want you to get involved in danger." She looked out the window. "I'm afraid that's what Su Xiaoshang thinks as well." Yanxi smiled. "Then I will definitely help you when the time comes." "You'd better." Zhuan also laughed. She then looked at the vegetables and meat on the table. So what are we going to eat tonight?" Zhuan couldn't cook, and Yanxi had just been discharged from the hospital and didn't want to cook either. "Why don't we go out to eat?" Yanxi clapped his hands. Zhuan also came to be interested. "Good, it just so happens that I have a place I want to go." An hour later, Zhuan drove Yanxi to the old town. Yanxi looked out the window with some nostalgia. "So you want to come here?" 3 years ago, this was where he rented a house. His first meeting with Zhuan was also here. At that time, they often came to eat at a small restaurant in the neighborhood. It was this restaurant that Zhuan wanted to come to. Soon, Zhuan parked his car in front of the restaurant. "I haven't been here for a long time either, I don't know if the boss still recognizes us." Zhuan smiled and opened the car door. Yanxi got out of the car and looked at the restaurant's somewhat worn-out signboard, Sanha Restaurant. He was a bit emotional. 3 years have passed in a flash. Yanxi, 2 people walked to the door, just wanted to open the door. Suddenly heard a quarrel from inside. "Hurry up and pay the money, if you don't pay the money, this store you don't open." Zhuan underground radar instantly activated. Well, good familiar words Chapter 38 Protection Fee. At this time in the restaurant, the 2 stream of small punks is pointing to a middle-aged couple shouting, "In the future every month to pay 2,000 yuan, less 1 point will smash your store." But they didn't say they were going to pay it before. The middle-aged couple cowered in the corner, shivering. The gangster shouted arrogantly, "Before was before, now is now, I let you pay, you have to pay." Just as he was yelling, the door behind him was pushed open. The Yanxi duo walked in. Zhuan shouted with a face of contempt, "Hey, those 2 over there, which gang are you from?" The punks heard the words and turned around with a face full of anger. "None of your business." But halfway through the words, the 2 froze. Not because they knew Zhuan, they were just attracted by Zhuan's beauty. Zhuan shook her head helplessly. For this kind of thing, she was already used to it. "Ask you guys, which gang is it?" Zhuan asked with some impatience. The gangsters ignored Zhuan's tone, and they somewhat lewdly stepped forward. Hey, good sister, don't be shocked when you hear it. We are the Topaz Gang," they said in a somewhat smug manner. Usually when they reported the name of the gang, the opposite side would show a surprised expression. After all, the Yellow Jade Gang was very powerful. However, they realized that Zhuan just skimmed her lips, so it's Wu Laowei's people, no wonder. When these words came out, the gangsters immediately changed their faces. Wu Laowei was their boss's black nickname. Those who dared to call out this nickname had basically been hacked to death. "Bitch, you're fucking looking for death." The punks went up with the intention of teaching Zhuan a lesson. But at that moment, Yanxi stepped in front of Zhuan. "Fuck! Where did you come from?" One of them punched Yanxi in the head. Yanxi grabbed his wrist and then kicked the gangster's calf. This kick was so powerful that the punk instantly lost his center of gravity. The whole person fell to the ground with a bang. He wailed in pain. The remaining gangster froze. The opposite side looks greasy, how can he fight so well? Yan Shi these 3 years in the temple, not just eating white rice he also had to work every day. Carrying water, chopping wood, and occasionally learning martial arts from the monks in the temple. His fighting ability now was even stronger than 3 years ago. Juaning also a little surprised, ooh, quite powerful well. If you have the ability to wait for me, I will call someone now. The remaining gangster took out his cell phone. Juaning smiled disdainfully, good just as I also want to call someone. Said she also took out her cell phone and sent a WeChat. Yan Shi then ignored them and walked straight to the counter. The punks were so scared that they immediately shrank to the side. Boss, can we still cook now? Yan Shi asked towards the couple at the counter. The couple looked at Yan Shi with confused faces. In this situation, do we still need to eat? Suddenly the boss's wife recognized Yan Shi. Hiss, are you the one who was here before? Yes, you still remember me? I haven't come for 3 years. Yan Shi said with some nostalgia. The boss's wife also came to the spirit. She looked to Juaning at the door, and that girl, you two used to come to eat often. After Juaning sent a tweet, she also walked to the counter. Just give us the same old 3, shredded pork and Beijing sauce, stir-fried pork and eggplant with veggies, and 2 more bowls of rice. I'm not going to be able to do that. The boss's wife nodded with a smile. At this moment, the owner of the restaurant patted her, signaling that the matter of the gangsters had not yet been resolved. Don't worry, they won't come back to cause trouble afterward. Juaning waved her hand. The boss was still a bit hesitant, but the boss's wife kicked him. Don't just stand there, quickly go and cook. The boss could only walk into the kitchen. You guys sit down first, the food will be ready soon. The boss's wife pointed to the second row of tables. At that time, they often sat there. Yan Shi nodded and sat down with Juaning. On the other side, the 2 punks were a bit confused. How come no one was paying attention to them all of a sudden? They looked at each other and silently left the restaurant. But they didn't run, they just went to shake people. They had already sent a message to their brethren, and there would be dozens of people rushing over soon. When the people came, they would teach Yan Shi and the others a hard lesson. Yan Shi sat down and looked out the door. They will not run, right? No, I know their kind best. Juaning shook his head. Jair will definitely find a way to beat us up. Yan Shi asked curiously, what are you going to do then? I called their boss over. Juaning spread her hands. If they want to fight, they can beat their boss. Yan Shi laughed out loud, which was funny to think about. By the way, how come there are still people collecting protection money these days? He asked with some puzzlement. Afterwards, Juaning told Yan Shi about the situation in the neighborhood. The old city was originally run by the Ghost Glow Gang. However, the new boss of the Ghost Glow Gang, because he had offended Juaning before, he had already been exterminated by Juaning. After the destruction of the Ghostfly Gang, its territory was distributed to other gangs. Gangs also needed to generate income. Some gangs rely on business to make money. For example, the Ghostfly Gang relies on KTV and mahjong parlors to make money. Some gangs are still traditional and rely on protection fees to make money. This is the case with the Topaz Gang. It should be that the Topaz Gang took over this place, so they started collecting protection money. Juaning shook her head in disgust. This Wu Lao Wei heir is only good at this. Just as the two were talking, the boss lady came to serve the food. Try the vegetarian fried eggplant first, the other 2 will be ready soon. The familiar aroma made Yan Shi's appetite grow. He just wanted to move chopsticks. Suddenly the boss's wife whispered, young man, you eat or hurry to go. Those 2 people don't look like they can be messed with. Juaning laughed, it's okay, we are not afraid of them. Then, alas. The boss's wife wanted to say something, but in the end, she just sighed. Then she went back into the kitchen. Soon all 3 dishes were served. The Yan Shi duo began to eat while reminiscing about the past. That was until the sound of sharp brakes rang out from outside the door. Immediately afterward, a large group of people came down from the car. Yan Shi curiously looked towards the door. Whether it was the people called by the gangsters who came first. Or was it the people Juaning called who came first? The answer was soon revealed as a stooped middle-aged man walked in. He was stunned when he saw Juaning who was eating. This man was none other than the boss of the Topaz Gang, Wu Yuqian. Chapter 39 The Humble Mob Brother. The reason why Wu Yuqian was called Wu Old Wilt. It was not because of his cowardly character. It was just mocking him for being a hunchback. In reality, to be able to become the boss of a gang, Wu Yuchang's character was quite sinister. But at this moment, he was like a schoolboy who had made a mistake. Standing at the gate, he didn't dare to move a muscle. However, Wu Yuchang's line of sight was not on Zhuaning, but on Yan Qi, who was opposite Zhuaning. He was in deep thought. Who is this person? Who is this man? He is actually having dinner with Zhuaning. Usually, Zhuaning always looks like she is above the rest. It was the first time he had seen Zhuaning eating with a man. And still in this kind of small restaurant. Suddenly Wu Yuchang remembered. Ah! It's him. Isn't this the Yan Qi who was very hot on the internet recently? So that's it. Wu Yuchang suddenly realized, no wonder Zhuaning want to find out who is the culprit of the assassination case. At the moment, in Wu Yuchang's eyes, Yan Qi has just become a white boy raised by Zhuaning. Wu Yuchang looked at Yan Qi with some sympathy. Alas, poor Ah. He has to serve this kind of tyrant at such a young age. Although Zhuaning's appearance is really attractive. But no one dared to pursue Zhuaning. In Wu Yuchang's and their eyes, Zhuaning is a temperamental tyrant. One minute she's smiling, the next she's throwing people into the river and feeding them to the fishes. Who dares to chase this kind of person? I am afraid that this Yan Qi is living in deep water and fire every day. It's really pitiful. Yan Qi also felt Wu Yuchang's sight. So he whispered, "Here it comes." Zhuaning nodded, "Don't pay attention to him, eat first." Wu Yuchang saw Zhuaning did not even return his head. Knowing that this time it is really troublesome. So he boldly opened his mouth, "Zhua's sister?" Zhuaning's face sank and she put down her chopsticks. She turned her head and opened her mouth. "Wu Yuchang, what era is it now? You are still letting your little brother collect protection money." Wu Yuchang hurriedly bowed and apologized, "Sister Zhua, I'm really sorry." "But are those two people really my men?" he asked, tentatively. He had already figured it out when he came. Since it had already happened, it was best to hurry up and clear the air. Zhuaning saw through Wu Yuchang's thoughts at a glance. So she smiled, "They went out to call for someone and will be back in a while. You tell your men not to block the doorway, or else what if you scare them away?" The corner of Wu Yuchang's mouth twitched. He did intend to have his men stop those rash people. However, since Zhuaning had given the word, Wu Yuchang didn't dare to refute it. So he could only go out and tell his men outside the door to hide first. At this time, Yan Qi shouted towards the back kitchen, "Boss's wife, settle the bill." The boss's wife ran out from the back kitchen, "The total is $42, just give 40. 3 dishes, 2 bowls of rice, this price is quite affordable." While Yan Qi was checking out, Wu Yuchang walked back into the store. He forced a smile, "Zhua's sister, I let them all hide." "Aha!" Zhuaning nodded, then she pointed to the boss's wife, "Just in time to introduce you, this is the boss's wife of this restaurant. I often come to this restaurant to eat. In the future, tell your people to stay away from here." She spoke in a rather normal tone. But Wu Yuchang was listening in cold sweat. He hurriedly took 2 steps forward and bowed his head to the boss's wife and apologized, "I'm really sorry for causing you trouble." The boss's wife looked at Yan Qi with some doubt, "Who is this?" "He is the boss of those 2 gangsters," Yan Qi said casually. The boss's wife was shocked. "Boss? Wouldn't that be the mob boss?" It was the first time she had seen a mob boss apologizing to someone. "This is too polite." Wu Yuchang asked with a smile on his face, "Don't worry, absolutely no one will harass you guys again after this." The boss's wife nodded somewhat nervously. Afterwards, she stole a glance at Yan Qi and the others. Just what kind of people are these two? Even a mobster could call them to apologize. Wu Yuchang had just finished making assurances, but the next second he was slapped in the face. Only shouts and footsteps were heard from outside the store. Immediately after, only a click was heard. The glass door of the restaurant was smashed to pieces by a brick. The boss's wife was startled and hurriedly retreated behind the counter. Zhuaning was still drinking tea with a bland face, while Yan Qi looked like he was watching the fun. Only Wu Yuchang's face was gloomy. "Fuck this, who dares to bully my brother?" 24 gangsters then rushed in from outside and shouted. They were holding machetes and baseball bats in their hands, looking murderous. The leader of the gang had dyed red hair, and he was followed by the 2 protection fee collectors. "Ninth brother, it's them." The gangster pointed at Yan Qi and shouted, "Not only did they beat us up, they also called our boss by his nickname." Wu Yuchang just wanted to turn around and reprimand. Juaning, however, took the lead and stood up. She patted Wu Yuchang's shoulder, signaling him to keep quiet for now. Wu Yuchang sighed helplessly. If he had stepped forward, things would have been better. Now that Juaning had taken the initiative, things would be in trouble. The gangster known as Ninth Brother looked Juaning up and down. He unconsciously swallowed his saliva. Extremely good, too damn good. You guys are from the Topaz gang, right? Juaning lightly laughed. Ninth Brother arrogantly looked at Juaning. That's right. Let me tell you, our Yellow Jade gang wants to pinch you to death. It's easier than pinching an ant. When Wu Yuchang heard this, he shivered in fear. Squeeze Juaning to death? He wouldn't even dare to say that in private. Juaning held back her laughter and clapped her hands. Wow, Huang Yu gang turned out to be so powerful, people are really scared, Now you know you're scared? Ninth Brother disdainfully skimmed his mouth. I tell you, even if you look pretty, you have to be beaten today. Do you know why? He sneered, not because you bullied my brother, but because you dared to call our boss by his nickname. Today, I'm going to take the place of the boss and give you a hard time. When these words came out, Yanqi finally couldn't hold it in. Ha! Wu Yuchang closed his eyes in despair. Fuck, it's not even if you seek death yourself. How come you still added me to the list, Nine Brother looked at the playful Yanqi and was a bit confused. He just finished letting out his vicious words. What is this kid laughing at? Brother Nine, this kid can fight. The punk who was knocked down by Yanqi earlier reminded in a low voice. Ninth Brother smiled contemptuously. Kid, you're a good fighter, aren't you? Get up. Yanqi slowly got up. He patted Wu Yuchang's shoulder. I won't accompany you guys to fight. It's better to let this one accompany you guys. Brother Joe turned sideways to look at Wu Yuchang's back. Just him, a luo pot? At this remark, the gangsters all laughed. Ha 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 ha. Wu Yuchang could no longer hold back. Juaning laughed at him. These bastards dare to laugh at him too. Shut the fuck up. He turned around and pointed at Jiao and cursed. He angrily walked up to Wu Yuchang. See clearly who I am? Brother Nine froze instantly. He snapped his eyes wide open, then laughed again. Ha, you can be really fucking ugly, like a toad. The gangsters laughed again. This time, not to mention Wu Yuchang. Even Yanqi and Juaning froze. But soon Yanqi was the first to react. Damn, they don't know Wu Yuchang. Just at this time, Joe suddenly snapped. Toad wants to help people out, right? Fuck you. He kicked Wu Yuchang in the stomach. This kick was so powerful that it directly knocked Wu Yuchang to the ground. His head hit the floor. Yanqi sucked in a mouthful of cool air from the side. Hiss, this is going to be lively. Chapter 40 Dog Bites Dog. The Topaz gang had a large sphere of influence and many men under their command. Even Wu Yuchang himself was not sure how many minions he had. Usually he basically relied on a few close friends, indirectly to manage the following people. Therefore, many of his juniors have only heard of Wu Yuchang's name. They hadn't really met him. Obviously, this group of punks fell into this category. They didn't even know that the nickname Wu Laowei came from the fact that Wu Yuchang was hunched over. At this moment, Brother Jiao was pointing at Wu Yuchang and laughing. Waste. At your level, you still want to fight with me? Wu Yuchang was lying on the ground, covering his head. That fall just now knocked the spoon of his head bleeding. He furiously pointed at Ninth Brother and cursed, You dare to hit me? What's wrong with hitting you? Ninth Brother looked at him very arrogantly. If you are not convinced, then fight back. Really think that our Huang Yu gang is afraid of you. Hearing this, Juaning happily applauded. Ha ha ha, well said. Your Yellow Jade gang is indeed formidable. She looked at Wu Yuchang in a somewhat conspiratorial manner. She really isn't afraid of anyone. Brother Joe did not hear Juaning's flirting in the slightest. He laughed triumphantly. That's right, I'm afraid of two people in my life. One is my brother Yu, the other is our boss Wu Yuchang. As for the others, Brother Joe looked at Wu Yuchang with disdain. They are all stinking shit in my eyes. Yanqi covered his mouth to prevent himself from laughing out loud. Wu Yuchang, on the other hand, was furious as the corners of his mouth twitched. The brother Yu that this kid is talking about is a close associate under him. Lousy is Wu Yuchang. Wu Yuchang struggled to get up from the ground. But Brother Joe went up and kicked him, once again knocking Wu Yuchang down. Damn, I was going to spare you. Ninth Brother gritted his teeth and cursed. but you dared to impersonate our boss. If you are Wu Yuqian, then I am Juaning. He pointed at himself and said. At this time, the little brother behind him reminded, Ninth brother, I heard that Juaning seems to be a woman. That's so. Ninth brother scratched his head, then I'm Wang Chang of the Yulin Club well. Yan Shi couldn't hold back completely and burst out laughing. What the fuck are you laughing at? Ninth brother cursed impatiently. Since just now, this kid had been laughing. It messed up his ability to intimidate at all. Yan Shi shook his head helplessly, buddy, I advise you to run. If you don't run, it will be too late. This kid had offended both Wu Yuqian and Juaning in a few words. Jiao was confused by the whole thing. What made him run? Just as the house was in a mess. Wu Yuqian brought the little brothers, finally from all sides surged over, big brother. It's over, now I can't run even if I want to. Yan Shi sighed. Ninth brother also noticed that someone had come. I see that you have also called people ah. He turned to look, let us touch it then. But the words stopped halfway through. Brother Nine looked at the leader and was a bit surprised. Brother you. Why are you here too? The brother you he was talking about was a bald, burly man who was Wu Yuqian's beloved henchman. Brother you was also a bit confused. Mao Jiao? Isn't this the little brother under him? Mao Jiao didn't know he was in big trouble, he thought brother you was here to help him. So he fawned and walked to Yu's body. You, here a few of us are enough, why do you need such a big battle ah? The little brothers behind Mao Jiao looked at him with admiration. This is too good, even brother you personally came to help. Right at this moment, Wu Yuqian once again climbed up from the ground. He panted heavily, his eyes were red as he stared at brother Yu and roared, old you. Brother Yu trembled in fear. It had been a long time since he had seen Wu Yuqian so angry. Mao Jiao turned to look at Wu Yuqian. You call your father, Lao Yu is what you old bastard can call him? When these words came out, brother Yu only felt an atomic bomb explode in his brain. He heard it right, Mao Jiao this kid called big brother is an old bastard? Mao Jiao wanted to continue cursing, but was stopped by a flying kick from brother Yu. This kick was extremely powerful. It directly sent Mao Jiao flying out a meter away and smashed a dining table. The little brothers that Mao Jiao brought with him were stunned. Why did brother Yu suddenly make a move? Get out of the way. Brother Yu angrily pushed the punks away. The punks were so scared that they immediately retreated to the side. Brother Yu rushed to Wu Yuqian's side as he asked in panic, Boss, are you alright? Hearing this, all the punks fell silent, including Mao Jiao on the ground. Only Yan Shi and Juaning's laughter remained in the store. The two were laughing quite happily. Old boss? Mao Jiao looked at Wu Yuqian in disbelief. The one who could make brother Yu call him boss. There is only one person in the whole world. Wu Yuqian. Mao Jiao only felt a dizzying sensation in his brain. This person is actually really Wu Yuqian ah. At this time, only a crunching sound was heard. Wu Yuqian slapped Yu's face, fuck, I haven't been hit like this in 5 years. Brother Yu lowered his head in fear, I am sorry, boss, I really did not know it was a few of them ah. Did not know? Wu Yuqian slapped his face again, do you know now? Do you know now? He slapped one after another, quickly swollen Yu's face. Got it, Yu hurriedly nodded his head. He looked up at Mao Jiao with indignation. Mao Jiao was instantly stunned, then rolled and knelt at Yu's feet. Brother Yu, I was wrong. Mao Jiao slapped himself hard, please spare my life, I'll work for you from now on. Brother Yu stared at him, his eyes full of anger. Even if he had sought death himself, he had even gotten him into trouble. But brother Yu knew that he had no say in this matter. He respectfully said to Wu Yuqian, Boss, I will listen to you on what you say to do with this person. Wu Yuqian was just about to open his mouth when he suddenly remembered that Juaning was still present. He hurriedly turned around and asked, Ajua sister, you say how this person should be disposed of, I will listen to you. Juaning blinked, she was enjoying watching the fun, why ask her? She could not decide for a moment, then turned her head to look at Yan Shi, you say how this person should be disposed of, I listen to you. For a while, hundreds of people outside the store looked at Yan Shi at the same time. Chapter 41 Crazy Brainstorming. Wu Yuqian looked at Yan Shi in disbelief. With Juaning's character, he would even ask other people's opinions? And also said I will listen to you all. Juaning would actually say such things ah. Wu Yuqian violently shivered. He realized that he was wrong, terribly wrong. He originally thought that Yanqi was just a little white boy with no status. A toy that Juan had adopted. But currently, it seemed that Yanqi's status was suspiciously a bit too high. Even Juan had to listen to him. Wu Yuqiang quickly came up with two possibilities. One was because of love would make people blind, so Juan was willing to listen to Yanqi. But he quickly ruled out this possibility. Juan, this woman, how can fall in love? Then there is only the second possibility. That is Yanqi's status is far higher than Juan. That's why Juan was willing to listen to Yanqi. Wu Yuqiang realized that everything made sense. Why did the Red Security Association, the Obsidian Group, and all the major media outlets come out at the same time after Yanqi was stabbed? It must be because Yanqi's status was just too high. Only this could explain all of this. Thinking of this, Wu Yuqiang's legs involuntarily trembled. An important person who could make the Red Security Association and the Obsidian Group pay attention at the same time. I'm afraid that there were only those few reclusive ancient families. Compared to these families, the Redden Society and the Obsidian Group were just like the rich and powerful. At this moment, Wu Yuqiang's eyes had an additional point of fear in them. Just now, his own little brother had even threatened to beat him up. If he really let this master take a beating, then I'm afraid that the Yellow Jade gang would be completely finished. Yanqi didn't know what Wu Yuqiang was thinking. Anyway, he was a bit speechless right now. How did the question come to him? In reality, he was not too keen on getting involved with the mob. This group of mobsters were waiting for his judgment with bated breath. It made it seem as if he was the head of the mob. And he felt that how to deal with Mao Jiao would be problematic. If the punishment was small, he might lose Juanning's prestige. If the punishment is too strong, the kid might die. It's not sensible to get involved in a murder case. We need to think of a way to punish him, and to get rid of him afterward. He thought about it and finally came up with a good idea. So Yanqi lightly coughed. Cough cough, in that case, then you will call the police to turn yourselves in. The moment these words came out, the entire room was silent. Everyone, including Juaning, looked at Yanqi in shock. Turn themselves in? They had thought of countless punishments, breaking their legs, cutting their tongues, and even directly throwing them into the river to feed the fish. But the only thing they didn't expect was that Yanqi would ask them to turn themselves in. For those who mixed with the underworld, turning themselves in was not very damaging, but it was extremely insulting. It would be ridiculed by their peers for the rest of their lives. Ha, this punishment is good. Juaning happily clapped her hands, so true. Then she looked at Wu Yuqiang, did you hear me clearly? Then dispose of it like this, have your little brother call and turn himself in. Wu Yuqiang was a bit confused. Zhua's sister, really want to turn yourself in? Juaning's face sank. Are you questioning me? Wu Yuqiang immediately had a cold behind. He hurriedly shook his head, no. He looked at Mao Jiao with a ferocious gaze. Hurry up and call me to turn yourself in, just say that you smashed the other people's store. Mao Jiao was dumbfounded. It was the first time he had heard of it. The mob boss let his little brother take the initiative to turn himself in. This is also too outrageous, right? Mao Jiao secretly glanced at Yanqi and them. What kind of people are they? The boss is so afraid of them. Suddenly he thought, Wu Yuqiang just called that woman Zhua's sister. Zhua. There seems to be only one person in Yunchang who can make Wu Yuqiang call Sister Zhua. It can't be. Mao Jiao was trembling with fear. This woman was the boss of the Redden Society, Zhuaning? No wonder the boss was so respectful to her. Mao Jiao's entire body froze. He didn't even dare to think about Yanqi's identity in detail. It must be even scarier than Zhuaning. Oh my god, what kind of person has he messed with? This kind of big shot told him to call and turn himself in. Was he qualified to refuse? So Mao Jiao pulled out his cell phone with trembling hands. Called the police. Soon the call was connected. I want to turn myself in. Mao Jiao hung his head and said. He has the best face. To make him turn himself in would be worse than killing him. Yanqi nodded in satisfaction. He actually didn't care too much about what punishment Mao Jiao received. Doing this would mainly push things out. Yanqi looked around and said to Wu Yuqiang. By the way, smashing other people's stores like this, don't forget to pay for the money. At this moment, in Wu Yuchan's eyes, Yan Qi was even scarier than Zhuaning. He hurriedly bowed his head and said, "Don't worry, Brother Yan, I will personally pay the compensation to the shopkeeper." Brother Yan? Yan Qi looked Wu Yuchang up and down. This man looked to be in his 40s. He really means to call him brother. But Wu Yuchang thought that Yan Qi thought that his seniority was small, so he hurriedly changed his tone. "Master Yan." Yan Qi raised his hand to stop. Okay, hurry to compensate for the money." "Good Lu." Wu Yuchang could not care less about the injuries on his body. Quickly walked to the counter. Smiling to the boss's wife said, "I am really sorry, pay you $10,000 how?" The boss lady has long been scared blind. No, she stammered and shook her head, obviously not wanting to receive money from the mob. Wu Yuchang thought that the other party was not satisfied. So he immediately raised the price. 10,000 is indeed a bit less than 100,000 it is. 100,000? The boss's wife exclaimed in shock. She opened the small store for a year, and could not earn $50,000. 100,000 is enough for them to earn 2 or 3 years. Wu Yuchang saw that the other party was satisfied. So he immediately took out his cell phone and scanned the collection code on the counter. He ignored the boss's wife's objection and directly transferred $100,000. Alipay arrived at $100,000. The boss's wife's cell phone sounded a beep in real time. She pulled out her cell phone in disbelief and found that the $100,000 had really arrived. Wu Yuchang quickly ran back to the side of Yan Qi, said respectfully, "Yan Master, do you think this is okay?" "It's okay." Yan Qi nodded. Wu Yuchang immediately breathed a sigh of relief. This ancestor was finally satisfied. He took out a business card from his pocket and carefully handed it to Yan Qi. "Master Yan, in the future, if you have something, call me." Yan Qi raised his eyebrows. The mob still has business cards. This time Zhuaning grabbed the business card, casually thrown into the trash can. "Wu old wilts, do not want to get close to the child. Yan Qi will have something to look for me." Wu Yuchang did not dare to refute, only had to nod. Yes. Just see Zhuaning this look, Wu Yuchang more convinced of the idea in mind. Zhuaning so protective, Yan Qi's identity is absolutely not ordinary. "Yan Qi, the police are coming, we should go." Zhuaning came to Yan Qi's ear and whispered. Yan Qi nodded, so he said to Wu Yuchang, "Then this place is yours, remember, do not come back to this store." Zhuaning added, "You should know what you can and cannot say." "Don't worry, I know the rules." Wu Yuchang smiled. Zhuaning took Yan Qi's arm and walked towards the door. The gangsters consciously bowed their heads to make way. They had long since lost the arrogance they had at the beginning. After Yan Qi's duo walked out the door, the boss's wife ran out after them. She bowed repeatedly to Yan Qi and the others. "Thank you." "You are welcome, next time come to your home to eat Yan Qi's duo waved their hands and got into the car. They then drove off. Wu Yuchang looked at the car's taillights. He patted his chest with palpitations. "Phew, fortunately I didn't anger this master. Gotta hurry up and tell the people below about this, don't mess with him in the future." After tonight, 2 pieces of news began to spread amongst the major gangs. One was that the people of the Topaz gang had turned themselves in en masse. More than 30 people were detained by the police at once. The police were dumbfounded when they arrested them. It was really the first time that this group of gangsters had grabbed to be detained. Another thing was the rumors about Yan Qi. In the rumors, Yan Qi had just become the only son of an ancient family. Even the queen of the mob, Zhuaning, had to follow Yan Qi's orders. Thus, because of Wu Yuchang's crazy brainstorming, it made Yan Qi a big name amongst the gangs. On the other side, Yan Qi and his duo were talking about what just happened in the car. The two were laughing quite happily. Especially when they talked about Mao Jiao kicking over Wu Yuchang. At this time, Zhuaning received a message. She pulled out her cell phone to take a look and instantly became serious. "What's going on?" Yan Qi hurriedly asked. Zhuaning handed her cell phone to Yan Qi. "There's news from Su Xiaoshuang's side, look for yourself." Chapter 42, Su Xiaoshuang has a younger brother? Yan Qi hurriedly took the cell phone. Read the content on it carefully. Yan Qi frowned after reading it. Does Su Xiaofrost have a younger brother? According to the information on the cell phone, it was Su Xiaoshuang's younger brother who had returned from abroad. That's why her dad let her come home. I remember that Su Xiaoshuang is an only child, right? Yan Shi handed the cell phone back to Juaning. Juaning took the cell phone. She is indeed an only child, this brother is adopted, is not considered a real brother. She didn't tell you about it before? Yan Shi shook his head. When he was with Su Xiaoshan. Su Xiaoshan never mentioned this brother. Are they close? Yan Shi asked curiously. Juaning sighed, how can it be good, guess why her father adopted the child ah. She told Yan Shi about the causes and consequences. Su Xiaoshan's father, although Su Duguo loved his daughter very much. But according to the rules of their family, a woman can't be the head of the family. So after giving birth to Su Xiaoshan, he also wanted to have a boy to inherit the family business. But a sudden car accident caused her mom, who was 7 months pregnant, to miscarry. Her mom also lost her fertility as a result. This was more than 20 years ago. IVF technology wasn't perfect back then. So the family adopted a boy. Su Duguo named him Su Han. In the future, I'm afraid that the heir of the Obsidian Group will be this Su Han. Juaning bristled, do you think Su Xiaoshuang can have a good relationship with her brother? Yan Shi suddenly realized. No wonder Su Xiaoshan threw such a big tantrum. The family business was not given to the biological one, but to the adopted one instead. This is indeed a bit excessive. Juaning persuaded in a low voice, this is someone's family matter, it's best for you to stay out of it. Yan Shi did not answer, just looked out the window. I don't know what to think. Juaning sent Yan Shi to the downstairs of the neighborhood. I have to follow up on the hotel side of things, so I won't go up. Juaning patted Yan Shi's hand. She was worried that the gangsters would confess something they shouldn't. If that's the case, then we'll have to clear out a group of people tonight. Then you should be a little more careful. Yan Shi nodded and prepared to go upstairs. Suddenly Juaning grabbed Yan Shi's hand and yanked him back. A mouthful of kisses on Yan Shi's mouth. Good night, little scumbag. She then floated around and left. Yan Shi touched his lips, realizing that he had gotten a little used to it. Tomorrow, I still have to go to the company, so I have to sleep a little early tonight. Yan Shi walked to the door of his home. He took out his access card and prepared to open the door. But he suddenly realized that the door was actually hidden. Yan Shi was shocked. He clearly remembered that he closed the door when he left the house. There was a thief. Yan Shi's face became grave. He gently pushed open the door, only to see that the lights were still on in the house. This thief's guts are too big. Stealing something and turning on the lights. Yan Shi smoothly picked up a broom behind the door. Prepare to meet this thief for a while. Just as Yan Shi was advancing cautiously, a figure walked out from the bedroom. Yan Shi raised his hand and hit it. Yan Shi, you're back. The crisp voice made Yan Shi's broom stop in midair. Yan Shi looked at the person in front of him with some surprise. Pei Lushur? Pei Liuxi hugged Yan Shi. She rubbed against Yan Shi's chest. Originally, I wanted to pick you up today to get you out of the hospital, but suddenly there was an important awards ceremony to attend. You're not angry with me, are you? Yan Shi patted her head. How could I be angry, eh? Halfway through speaking, he sensed something was wrong. Yan Shi pushed Pei Liuxi away as he pointed at the door and asked, how did you get in here, ah? I should have closed the door. Pei Liuxi sniffed, blinking good-looking eyes. This well is to use the access card swiped a moment, and then opened. Not right, ah, access card a total of only 2. Yan Shi stared at her with a skeptical face. I have one here, the landlord has one there. Where did you get this one? Pei Liuxi stirred her hands together with some embarrassment. Ah. Seeing her like this, Yan Shi already understood. You wouldn't have secretly copied one? Yan Shi asked in disbelief. Pei Liuxi wrapped her arms around Yan Shi's waist and pampered her. I know it's wrong, so don't be angry, okay? Since the last time I went to Shu Xiaoshan's house to eat a breakfast. Pei Liuxi had this little thought. Why shall Xiao Frost be able to live opposite Yan Shi, while she could only knock on the door when she wanted to see Yan Shi? She couldn't accept it. So Pei Liuxi found a way to get an access card. As for the way, well, as long as you have money, you can fix everything. Yan Shi sighed helplessly. He wasn't the least bit surprised that Pei Liuxi had done this kind of thing. This was her style. She was more or less a little sickly towards Yan Shi. Just here, it was already very restrained. When they were together 3 years ago, Pei Liuxi had done crazier things. Yan Shi is used to it. You're really angry, ah? Pei Liusi asked weakly. She hurriedly took out the access card in her pocket. Don't be angry, I'll throw it away, okay? Forget it, you take it. Yanqi pinched her face. Come here if you want to in the future. What else can I do? This woman is this kind of character. I can't scold her. She could only be spoiled. Pei Liusi smiled happily. I knew Chi-Chi was the best. Quickly let me kiss it. She stood on her tiptoes and kissed Yanqi. But suddenly her face changed drastically, and she took a step back with an unfavorable gaze. She stared Yanqi dead in the face. This is the flavor of a woman's lipstick. Chapter 43, The Two of Us Make Friends. Yanqi was first stunned, then he remembered. Just now when he was downstairs, Zhuaning did kiss him. But he had already wiped the hickey off before going upstairs. One could only say that it was worthy of being Pei Liusi. This can be detected, too sharp right. Guessed by me right. Pei Liusi fiercely pinched Yanqi. Yanqi heatedly laughed. Your nose is also too perceptive. A vixen's slutty odor, I smelled it right away. Pei Liusi smacked her lips in displeasure. Which vixen is it, Su Xiaoshang? Zhang Yue? Or Zhuaning? It can't be the one surnamed Bai. Hearing the three words surnamed Bai, Yanqi's face changed slightly. Pei Liusi realized that she had said the wrong thing and hurriedly waved her hand. I shouldn't have mentioned her. Yanqi smiled and comforted. It's okay, just mention it, I don't care. Really? Pei Liusi came to Yanqi's body and carefully observed it. Then she sighed. Alas, lying again, obviously care about it. Anyway, she's the most important in your heart, others are not. Pei Liusi skimmed her mouth. Yanqi was sweating from hearing this. Have to quickly terminate this topic. So he put his arm around Pei Liusi's shoulders. Oops, the two of us are alone, let's not always discuss others. Okay, whatever you say. Pei Liusi leaned in Yanqi's arms. Who let people like you the most? Then she changed her words. But you have to fulfill a small request of mine. What request? Yanqi raised his eyebrows. Pei Liusi heatedly smiled. Watch a movie with me. A movie I'm in. She pulled out a USB drive from her pocket. Yanqi plugged the USB drive into the TV. The USB flash drive only had one file in MP4 format. The name, Double Butterfly Internal Pilot Version. Is this it? Yanqi turned his head to look at Pei Liusi. Pei Liusi nestled on the sofa and nodded. Well, this is a movie that hasn't been released yet. You're kind of the first group of people to see it. Then I'll have to enjoy it. Yanqi clicked on the file and the classic dragon label appeared on the screen. He turned around and sat back on the sofa. At this time, Pei Liusi, who was next to him, stretched out her hands. Yanqi, give me a hug. Her stunning face had a hazy beauty under the light of the TV. Yanqi was in a trance. There was a time when he was with Pei Liusi. The two of them just always cuddled together and watched various movies. Pei Liusi just wanted to relive the past. So Yanqi tenderly wrapped his arms around Pei Liusi. Good. He. Pei Liusi happily sat on Yanqi's lap. The two just nestled on the sofa and watched a movie. The story of the movie is not complicated, it is about a pair of twin sisters involved in a murder, and finally the sisters cooperate to catch the culprit. The sisters were played by Pei Liusi alone. Needless to say, her acting was quite good. Both the older sister's madness and the younger sister's serenity were well portrayed. It was as if they were really twins acting. Yanqi was shocked by her acting skills. Soon the 2-hour movie ended. Pei Liusi raised her head with some anticipation. How was it? Was it okay? No wonder your popularity is so high. Yanqi touched her head. It seems to be a bit of real talent. Pei Liusi smiled a bit proudly. Of course, I'm not one of those traffic stars who rely on hype. But then her eyes dimmed. But this may be the last movie I make. Yanqi hurriedly asked. Why? Is someone bullying you? Pei Liusi liked to hear what a joke, a light laugh. How can I still a bit of status well, always only I bully others, or the turn of others to bully me Pei Liusi bit her lip. Yanqi, I intend to quit the entertainment industry. Yanqi was a little surprised. Pei Liusi is currently the hottest actress. If she quits the entertainment industry, then I'm afraid that the hot search headlines will hang for 3 days and 3 nights. Yanqi asked tentatively, are you tired of acting? Paleosi didn't answer directly, but talked about what happened before. When you first left, I was really sad. At that time, in order to divert my attention, I just put all my energy into acting. Then she tenderly cupped Yin Shi's face, but now you're back. It's too inconvenient for me to meet with you in my current capacity. Paleosi stroked Yin Shi's face. I have to hide every time, so I thought of not being the star. Her plan at the beginning was to promote Yin Shi, so that she could get closer and closer to Yin Shi. But then she realized that Yin Shi catching fire was not a good thing. It has in turn caused him a lot of trouble. As long as I don't become the star, then we can meet casually in the future. Pei Lucier happily hugged Yin Shi. Acting was important to her, but it was not comparable to Yin Shi. Yin Shi froze. Pei Luosi wanted to quit the entertainment industry, but it was because of herself. Yin Shi sighed softly. Pei Luosi's character might have some problems, but her feelings for herself were real. It was just that this love was too heavy. After Yin Shi pondered for a moment, he bowed his head and asked QA, "Do you like acting?" Pei Lucier was a little hesitant. Yin Shi patted Pei Lucier's back, "Just say it." "I actually kinda like it." Pei Luosi laughed, "Every time I act, I feel like I am playing another person." But her words turned, "But these are not important, important I want to see you, and I want to see you every day in the future." Yin Shi was silent again. After a while, he spoke with deliberation, "Since you like it so much, why don't you not quit?" "Why?" Pei Luosi raised her head somewhat aggrieved, "You don't want to see me?" Yin Shi gently hugged Pei Luosi, "How can it be? I also want to see you. It's just that since you have a favorite career, it's better not to just end it. Especially still for me, I don't deserve you to do so much. It's not Yin Shi your fault." Pei Luosi hurriedly shook her head, "It was me who wanted to quit." She didn't want Yin Shi to feel guilty. Pei Luosi lowered her head with some loss. I just feel that if this goes on, you will be farther and farther away from me." Yin Shi looked at Pei Luosi, a trace of self-blame flashed in his eyes. He knew Pei Luocier's character very well. The more times like this, the more proactive he had to act. This would allow Pei Luosi's sensitive heart to be calmed. So Yin Shi held Pei Luocier's hand hard. "No, I will always be here. No matter how high you stand in the future, as long as you turn around, I will be there." Pei Lucier raised her head in some disbelief. She had spent a long time with Yin Shi. She could instantly hear if Yin Shi was lying or not. The Yin Shi of 3 years ago had always coaxed Pei Lucier like this as well, saying things like "we'll be together forever and ever." Although Pei Luosi loved to hear it, she was actually clear that Yin Shi was lying. But the words Yin Shi had just said clearly did not lie. These were Yin Shi's true words. These 3 years, he had really changed a lot. You bad guy, leaving me alone." Pei Luosi buried her head into Yin Shi's arms and let out a loud cry, "I really like you so much, don't run away again, okay?" How could she not have a grudge against Yin Shi? It's just that the love is greater than the resentment. At this moment Pei Luosi poured out all of her aggrieved emotions. "Good, I promise you." Yin Shi hugged Pei Lucier tightly, "Never leave again." Pei Luosi cried for a while before slowly closing her voice. She raised her head with tearful eyes, and she sniffled, "Then I still want to continue to act, can I?" "Of course you can." Yin Shi wiped her tears, "As long as you are happy." Pei Luosi smiled and broke into tears, "Yin Shi, you really have changed so much. In the past you would not say such things. So do you like the me now, or the me before?" Yin Shi pinched her cheeks. Pei Luosi kissed Yin Shi on the face with a mouthful, then came to his ear and whispered, "I like both. Since you promised me, you can't run away in the future." Chapter 44 Bonus. The next morning, Yin Shi was woken up by the alarm. He opened his eyes in a daze and realized that a slender leg was pressing on his stomach. If this scene was seen by a paparazzo, a certain blog hit search would definitely explode again. The title would be "Popular Actress Pei Luosi Sleeps on the Sofa with a Man." Yin Shi gently put Pei Luosi's thighs to the side. He then sat up and stretched, sleepy. The two chatted until late yesterday. Yin Shi told her about the temple. Pei Lucier, on the other hand, talked about showbiz gossip. It wasn't until 3 in the morning that the two couldn't hold out any longer before they fell asleep. Yin Shi got up and went to the bedroom and took a quilt. Gently covered Pei Luosi. Yin Shi touched her head, "If this girl is not crazy, it is still quite cute." Hearing Yin Shi's voice, Pei Luosi also woke up. Since she hadn't slept for a few hours, she was also sleepy at the moment. Yan Chi. Well, I have to go to the company, you'd better sleep for a while longer. Yan Chi laughed. Paleosi grabbed the quilt with her 2 small hands and pouted in a daze. That I want a kiss. Yan Chi confessed to the abbot in his heart. Then he skillfully kissed it. Hurry up and go to sleep. Yan Chi tucked Pei-Lucia in. Pei-Lucia nodded her head obediently. Then you be careful. Then her eyelids fell heavily and she instantly fell asleep. Yan Chi smiled helplessly. This girl. He then simply washed up and changed his clothes before heading to the company. This time Yan Chi had learned his lesson. He didn't take the subway again. Instead, he took a cab. Not only that, he also wore a hat and mask. When Yan Chi arrived at the company's entrance, he was overwhelmed with emotions. Finally, he had arrived at the company without any problems. Before, every time he came to the company, he would always encounter trouble. Either they ran into fans blocking the door, and they beat each other up and went to the detention center. Either that or he was stabbed and hospitalized. After joining the company for almost 20 days, he hadn't even had a proper day of work yet. Yan Chi took a deep breath and stepped into the door of the company. Just then, only a few thumps were heard. A large group of employees rushed out from the company with salute cannons. As the salute cannons bloomed, a large number of colorful strips and colored flowers fell on Yan Chi. Congratulations, Mr. Yan. Yan Chi was a little confused for a moment. What are you? This is a special greeting ceremony for you. Zhang Yue's voice came from behind the crowd. The employees quickly made way. Zhang Yue, dressed in a women's striped suit, walked over with applause. You are now a great contributor to our company. She then shouted loudly to the people around her. I announced that just at 1 a.m, the pre-orders for our latest issue of HQ magazine have exceeded 2 million. To celebrate this moment, this month's salary and bonus will be doubled. Woohoo! The employees all shouted out happily, long live Mr. Zhang, long live Mr. Yan. Yan Chi was also a bit surprised when he heard this. 2 million copies, it's surprising that there are so many. One must know that in the modern world, very few people would subscribe to paper versions of magazines anymore. Even for Inkart Media's Ace magazine, the usual amount of pre-orders was just 100,000. And this time, it had directly doubled 20 times, coming to an exaggerated 2 million copies. And this is only the pre-order amount, after the sale will only sell out more. It could be said that this was the best-selling issue of Inkart Media's magazine ever. After celebrating with his colleagues, Yan Chi was brought into the office by Zhang Yue. Wasn't that a shock? Zhang Yue poured Yan Chi a glass of water. Yan Chi nodded. It's true that I was a bit. Sigh, I actually didn't want to do this. Zhang Yue sighed, but as you can see, the employees were too excited and had to celebrate you. Yan Chi waved his hand. It's nothing, as long as everyone is happy. He hadn't been in the office for so many days, so he wasn't in a position to complain about this. Zhang Yue smiled. I have another piece of news that will make you happy. Do you want to hear it? What is it? Yan Chi was a bit curious. Zhang Yue sat down next to Yan Chi and whispered, remember when you signed the contract before HR told you about the filming split? Yan Chi blinked. There was indeed such a thing. The HR said that in addition to the basic salary, there would be a bonus based on the magazine sales. Yan Chi immediately brightened up. What do you mean? That's right, if the magazine sells so well this time, your bonus will be very generous. Zhang Yue pinched Yan Chi's face. Yan Chi hurriedly asked, how much will that be? According to the booking volume of 2 million, your bonus will be around 1 million. Zhang Yue did some math for Yan Chi. In fact, the bonus for each book is only 50 cents. Although the unit price was low, it couldn't help but sell more. 1 million. Yan Chi's eyes widened violently. This is too much. His monthly basic salary is only 8,000, this bonus shared directly dry to 1 million. It was more than 10 years of salary. Zhang Yue looked at Yan Chi's appearance and smiled with satisfaction. She actually knew that Yan Chi was not rich, and had always wanted to give Yan Chi some money. But she knew that Yan Chi's character would not accept it. Yan Chi only wanted to earn money on his own. Just as the two of them were talking, there was a sudden knock at the door. Mr. Zhang, there is someone outside looking for Mr. Yan. Who is it? Yan Chi turned around and asked, male or female? The employee outside the door replied. It's a man, he said his name is Su Han. Chapter 45 Su Han. Su Han? Yanqi froze. Wasn't that the younger brother of Su Xiaoshang? The future heir of the Obsidian Group. How did he find his way to the company? Zhang Yewei frowned. Su Han? I remember he should be studying abroad. It should have come back recently. Yanqi stood up. Since he came to me, I will meet him. Zhang Yue gently pulled Yanqi's hand. Be careful, don't let your sister worry. Don't worry about it. Yanqi patted her hand and soothed her. He then opened the door and went out. Zhang Yue pinched the corner of her coat somewhat nervously. Since Su Han had been staying abroad, she didn't know what kind of person Su Han was. If this person was dangerous, then wouldn't Yanqi be? Thinking of this, she took out her cell phone and sent a Weibo message to Su Xiaoshang. On the other hand, Yanqi followed the female employee to the door of a conference room. There were two black-clad bodyguards standing at the door. The female employee looked at them and was a bit scared. I brought someone. Yanqi patted her shoulder. You go to work first, leave this place to me. The female employee was instantly relieved. Thank you, Mr. Yan. She then couldn't wait to run away. Yanqi walked towards the gate, but the bodyguard reached out and stopped him. Who are you? Yanqi frowned. Aren't you the ones who asked me to come? He could see that the two were obviously playing dumb. Mr. Yan, right? The bodyguard nodded. Before going in, as a rule I have to search you in case you're carrying any dangerous weapons. Saying this, he stretched out his hand. Yanqi saw this and grabbed the bodyguard's arm. Who allowed you to touch me? The bodyguard wanted to break free, but realized that Yanqi's strength was frighteningly large. He hurriedly explained, Mr. Yan, this is the rule. Rules? You talk about your rules in my company. Yanqi stared at them with an unpleasant face. After hearing about Su Han last night, Yanqi had already developed an aversion to it. The reason was also pure, and that was because of Su Xiaoshang. No matter what, he was on Su Xiaoshang's side. Since Su Xiaofrost looked at this brother with displeasure, then Yanqi had to help the scene. The bodyguard was shocked by Yanqi's aura. Originally, he wanted to give Yanqi a hard time. But he didn't expect Yanqi to be so fierce. Just then, the door of the conference room was pushed open. A big fat man who was 1 meter 8 tall walked out. This fat man looked like he had to be about 200 pounds. This person was the future heir of the Obsidian Group, Su Han. Su Han slapped the bodyguard on the back. Stop, who allowed you to frisk big brother Yanqi? Bodyguard a little confused, not young master you. Cough cough. Su Han loudly coughed twice. The bodyguard immediately understood what Su Han meant and hurriedly bowed and apologized to Yanqi. I'm very sorry, I was the one who took the liberty to search him. Yanqi looked Su Han up and down. There was some doubt in his mind. This person was the heir of the Obsidian Group? In Yanqi's impression, the heir of a powerful family should be a bit more domineering. Su Han was completely inconsistent with his imagination. You can't judge a person by his appearance, maybe this kid just looks unreliable. Yanqi thought in his heart. Then, he opened the door and asked, What are you looking for me? Yanqi big brother, let's still come in and talk. Su Han laughed. Yanqi followed him in without hesitation and found a seat. Su Han closed the door and sat down opposite Yanqi. He smiled and rubbed his hands. Yanqi big brother, you can be too hot recently, can see you. Line, no need to be polite, have something to say straight. Yanqi raised his hand and said. Su Han's face stiffened, but he still nodded. Good, then I will speak straight. He asked in a mysterious whisper, Big brother Yanqi, are you my sister's boyfriend? Yanqi was not the slightest bit surprised. This question was within his expectations. The reason why Su Han was looking for him was definitely because he valued his relationship with Su Xiaoshang. To be precise, it was an ex-boyfriend. Yanqi knocked on the table. Su Han laughed with satisfaction. Whether it's an ex-boyfriend or current boyfriend's bar, anyway, my sister should like you a lot. What exactly are you trying to say? Yanqi was a bit impatient. Su Han took out a black card from his pocket and put it on the table. Big brother Yanqi, there are $50 million in this card. I have something I want to ask you for. Yanqi narrowed his eyes slightly. Coming. He knew that Su Han must have a purpose. Yanqi looked at the black card on the table. It won't be a cliched plot like letting me leave your sister. How could it be? Su Han shook his head. It's better to say that I still hope that you don't leave my sister. After a moment of contemplation, he said somewhat tornly, well, it's actually about the inheritance of our family. This remark was also in Yan Qi's expectation. He skimmed his mouth. You want me to persuade Su Xiaoshuang not to grab the inheritance with you, right? You're a really interesting person. He laughed coldly. You are already the heir, is there still a need to be so wary of your sister? With that, he got up with the intention of leaving. I refuse, I won't take money for such things. The opposite side of Su Han was stunned by what was said. Seeing that Yan Qi was about to leave, he hurriedly opened his mouth to stop. Wait, you misunderstood. I am hoping that you can persuade my sister to come and inherit the Obsidian Group. Yan Qi froze. He hadn't heard it wrong. Let him persuade Su Xiaoshuang to inherit the Black Yao Group? What the hell? Yan Qi turned his head to look at Su Han. Su Han walked to Yan Qi's side and scratched his head. It means that I don't want to inherit the family business. Can you let my sister inherit it? I don't want to inherit the family business. Can you let my sister inherit it? Yan Qi was a bit confused. How the plot was different from what he thought. There was still a voluntary renunciation of the right to inherit? You should know that as the richest man in Yunchang, Su Digui is worth tens of billions of dollars. That's tens of billions of dollars, and there's still someone who doesn't want to inherit. Why? Yan Qi asked in disbelief. You don't want to be the richest man. Su Han sighed. Alas, in fact, when the richest man also looks like the scenery only, in fact, really not that good. He said with his fingers, first of all, every day you have to worry about the company's affairs, which is particularly troublesome. Secondly, there are often people want to kill you. My father was assassinated 6 times this year, there are poisoned, there is a car crash, in short, a bunch of people cannot wait for my father to die. The more Su Han said, the more ugly his face became. If I inherit the family business, then there must also be people who want me to die, this is also too terrible. Yan Qi fell into deep thought. He seemed to understand what Su Han was thinking. In the end it's this thing called money, too much of it is useless. Su Han continued, my father does have money, tens of billions of dollars, but can he spend that much? Can't spend it all. So in fact, 1 billion with tens of billions of no difference, I want 1 billion is enough, the rest are given to my sister. He smiled and said, Yan Qi big brother, not to hide you I actually live in foreign countries is very cool. Every day change different big horse, sometimes also at the same time several. Do you think I can still have such a good time if I inherit the family business? He handed the black card to Yan Qi. So you better let my sister inherit the family business, I want to go abroad in style now. It had to be said that Yan Qi was convinced by Su Han. It did seem a bit reasonable. After inheriting the Obsidian Group, one was definitely responsible for it. This was rather a burden for some people. For example, Su Han belonged to the type that didn't want to work hard at all and just wanted to lie down and spend money. More than inheriting the family business, he wanted to take a sum of money to go abroad. This way, he didn't have to be responsible and could still spend money as he pleased. Yan Qi did not know what to say for a while. There was silence for a while before he opened his mouth and said, then wouldn't it be better if you just went directly to your sister? Su Han helplessly sighed, the main thing is that my sister doesn't want to. Before he finished, there was a noise from outside the conference room. Missy, you can't go in. You dared to stop me, get out. The door was then kicked open. Su Xiaoshuang shouted angrily, Su Han. Sister Su Han was so scared that her legs went limp and she sat down on the ground. Chapter 46 Crouching Dragon Phoenix. Su Xiaoshuang originally wanted to come to the company to see Yan Qi. When she was almost at the company, she received a WeChat from Zhang Yewei. Your brother has come to see Yan Qi. After seeing the message, Su Xiaoshuang rushed to the entrance of the company with a kick of the gas pedal. At this moment, she stared viciously at Su Han, as if she wanted to eat him alive. Suddenly Su Xiaoshuang noticed Yan Qi next to her. Her face instantly softened. Yan Qi Su Xiaoshuang ran over and hugged Yan Qi. She rubbed herself in Yan Qi's arms, then raised her head and asked delicately, I wasn't here last night, what did you eat? I went out and ate something randomly. Yan Qi touched her head, if I don't eat your cooking, I won't have an appetite. Su Xiaoshuang was happy after hearing this, then I'll cook something delicious for you tonight. The conversation between the two of them made the bodyguard and Su Han look dumbfounded. It was the first time for them to see that Su Xiaoshuang had this kind of attitude towards people. Really? Su Han pinched his thigh hard. The pain told him that this was not a dream. That terrifying Su Xiaoshuang was really pampering someone. But what followed was ecstasy. Su Han knew he hadn't found the wrong person. It was definitely useless for other people to persuade Su Xiaoshang. But Yan Qi persuaded that it might actually work. At this time, Su Xiaoshang also remembered Su Han. She asked curiously, Yan Qi, what did this kid say to you? Yan Qi glanced at Su Han and found him looking at himself with a prayerful face. He said that he doesn't want to inherit the family business and wants you to do so. Yan Qi answered truthfully. Su Xiaoshang instantly blushed, I knew it. She then let go of her hand, turned around and pointed at Su Han and shouted, You've grown some guts, haven't you? How dare you come to Yan Qi to persuade me? I'm telling you, Su Han, Dad's designated heir is you. She laughed coldly, You want to drag me down, not even the door, you will be honest to me to inherit the family business. Su Han's face turned pale after hearing this. He was busy kneeling down to Su Xiaoshang, Sister, I beg you, it's better for you to inherit the company. Look at my image, if I inherit the company, it will be a disgrace to our family. He pointed to his fat belly. Then he pointed to Su Xiaoshang, You're so pretty, if you inherit the company, you'll surely bring honor to our family. Yuck! Su Xiaohan spat, You don't have to kiss ass here, it's useless. I won't inherit the company anyway. Sister, it is better for you to inherit it. Get lost, I do not want to inherit. The two of you talk to each other, the side of the Yan Qi are looking stupid. They're talking to each other, making Yan Qi look stupid. He could see that neither of them wanted to inherit the company. They both want to push the tired work to each other and take the money themselves. Yan Qi covered his forehead. What is this all about? Yesterday, when he saw how low Su Xiaoshan was, he thought it was because the family fortune was going to the adopted child that she was unhappy. But now it seemed that he was quite completely wrong. The reason why Su Xiaoshang didn't want to see Su Han. It should just be that she didn't want to talk to Su Han about the inheritance. TSK, the Su family has such a pair of crouching dragons and phoenixes, it feels like it will go out of business in a few years. Yan Qi thought in his heart. Seeing that the two people were getting more and more aggressive, Yan Qi hurriedly blocked the middle of the two people. Okay, stop, you guys are so noisy, the noise will not come out. Su Xiaoshang saw Yan Qi give the word, so she obediently closed her mouth. She took Yan Qi's arm. Yan Qi, let's leave him alone, let's go. Su Han saw the situation, panicked, he embraced Yan Qi's thighs. Brother-in-law. You do not go ah. Sister-in-law? Yan Qi's eyes widened. Is this something that can be called? On the side, Su Xiaoshang instantly blushed. Su Han, what are you yelling about? Yan Qi and I haven't. Su Han sensed the elation in Su Xiaoshang's words. He knew that he had found the right direction. Since that was the case, it was time to attack hard. So Su Han righteously shouted, Sis, no matter what you say, from today onwards big brother Yan Qi is my brother-in-law, my own brother-in-law. Whoever goes against my brother-in-law in the future will be going against me. Su Xiaoshang laughed out softly at her words. She looked at Su Han's eyes were a little softer. I didn't see it before, this child of yours is quite understanding. Su Han's heart was happy. This was the gentlest time that Su Xiaoshang had spoken to him in the past 10 years. And it was all because of Yan Qi. He looked at Yan Qi with some admiration and thought, Heavens, big brother Yan Qi, I know, brother-in-law. How on earth did you do it? It's really awesome. You were actually able to take a female tyrannical dragon like Su Xiaoshang and tame her so well behaved and understanding. He even wanted to worship Yan Qi as his master. Seeing that the time was almost up, Su Han deliberated and said, Sister, to tell you the truth. Actually, I want to give you the inheritance, mainly for the sake of my brother-in-law. He didn't care anymore. In any case, it would be over if he hardened the topic towards Yan Qi. Really? Su Xiaoshang really came to be interested. Su Han nodded sincerely, Of course it's true, I've long heard that my brother-in-law is a supreme genius. I gave you the inheritance right, in fact, I want to let brother-in-law to help us manage the company, then our family will definitely prosper. Hearing Su Han praising Yan Qi, Su Xiaoshang was quite happy. Humph, you still have vision, of course Yan Qi is the best. Su Han's heart was ecstatic. At last, there is a little bit of an eye. Sure enough, attacking from Yan Qi's side was the right thing to do. Just as he was planning to pursue the attack, a female voice came from outside, Brother-in-law? How come I haven't heard that Yan Qi got married? Yan Qi turned his head to look. Zhang Yue walked in with a sulky look on her face. Chapter 47 The Phone Call of the Richest Man. Zhang Yue heard that Su Xiaoshang had come, so she thought to come over to take a look. As a result, just as she arrived nearby, she heard Su Xiaoshang call Yan Qi brother-in-law. Zhang Yue walked up to Yan Qi and asked in a conspiratorial manner, "Xiao Qi, are you married? How come there are still people calling you brother-in-law?" Yan Qi was sweating a bit. He lightly coughed. "Sister Wei, this matter is actually like this." Before Yan Qi could finish, Su Xiaoshang forcefully took Yan Qi's arm. Her said, "What's wrong with calling brother-in-law? The kids don't know any better, so they're just playing around." "A child?" Zhang Yue looked at Su Han in disbelief. Su Han, 1.8 big, more than 200 pounds of weight, looks like a meat pier like. "Is this a fucking kid?" Yan Qi hurriedly introduced, "Sister Wei, this is Little Frost's younger brother, Su Han." "Su Han?" Zhang Yue was even more shocked. Like Yan Qi, she also thought that the heir of the Obsidian Group would be some kind of scary character. After seeing the real person, Zhang Yue was greatly disappointed. "Just this? I should have known better than to inform Su Xiaoshang." Su Han was a bit confused. Who was this woman? She was too pretty, a beauty on the same level as Su Xiaoshang. Su Han never had any resistance to beautiful women. He pretended to get up with great difficulty and took out a business card from his pocket and handed it to Zhang Yue. "Yes, I am Su Han, this young lady." But Zhang Yue directly ignored Su Han and instead took Yan Qi's other arm. Certain people are really despicable. Even taught her younger brother to call out Yan Qi's brother-in-law. "Ha! The first time I saw him, I was so happy to see him, and 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 I was so happy to see him." Who believes that? "Today, your brother came to the company, it is also your instructions," I said. "Why so suddenly?" Hey, you do not bloody mouth. I usually do not bother to talk to this dead fat." Yan Qi saw this and rushed to appease. "Well, don't argue, there are other people working in the company." The Zhang Yue duo instantly quieted down. "Sister Wei, the situation is like this." Yan Qi told Zhang Yue about the causes and consequences. Su Han on the side looked dumbfounded. What is this situation? Wasn't Yan Qi his sister's ex-boyfriend? Then who is this Zhang Yue? It seems that the relationship with Yan Qi is also very close. Could it be that? Is it possible that she's in two different relationships? No way. Su Han looked at Yan Qi in disbelief. With his understanding of Frost, there's no way she'd be able to stand a man. It's impossible for Frost to tolerate a man who is in two different relationships. But the situation in front of us is real. What kind of person was this Yan Qi? Su Han scratched his head. As the son of the richest man, Su Han naturally did not lack women. But the women around him were nothing more than for his money. But the Su Xiaoshang and Zhang Yue by Yan Qi's side were different. The love in these two people's eyes was on the verge of overflowing. This was something that Su Han had never felt before. He pulled out his cell phone and froze. "Sis." Su Han looked up at Su Xiaoshang. "It's Dad's call, what should I do?" Su Xiaoshang's face changed slightly. "Pick it up and listen to what he says." Su Han took a deep breath and slid the screen. His voice trembled as he asked, "Hey, Dad. Where are you?" A majestic middle-aged male voice came from the other end of the phone. This voice was none other than the richest man in Cloud City, Su Dugwas. Su Han answered with some trepidation, I'm outside." "You went to Inkheart Media to look for Yan Qi." Su Dugwa unceremoniously exposed him. "Your sister should be next to you, right? You turn on the speakerphone for me." Su Han did not dare to refute, and hastily opened the speakerphone. "Frost, didn't I tell you to stay home?" The Su Dugwa on the other end of the phone said. Su Xiaoshang impatiently shouted, "I repeat, I am not interested in inheriting the company, can you stop bothering me?" Su Dugwa was silent, then he sighed helplessly. As Yan Qi listened, he could feel the heaviness of this breath. He brought in Su Daoku for a bit and realized that it was just too painful. There were only 2 children in total, and as a result, none of them were reliable. Even if they were not reliable, they were not interested in inheriting the company. It's hard to think about it. After a while, Su Dugwa spoke again. Yan Qi should be there as well. Before Yan Qi could say anything, Su Xiaoshang snatched the cell phone. "I told you, you don't hit Yan Qi's idea." "Calm down, give me the phone." Yan Qi hurriedly stretched out his hand. Su Xiaoshang still want to persuade, "Yan Qi, my father he is all right, give me it." The only way to get the cell phone to Yan Qi is to hand it to him. Yan Qi took the cell phone. "Hello uncle, I am Yan Qi, What do you want to find me? Do you have time in the evening? Su Daigua opened the door and asked, if you have time, come to our house and have a seat, I have some things I want to talk to you about. Sorry, I am too unwilling to get involved in other people's family affairs. Yanqi directly refused. The fact that Su Dugua had asked him out was nothing more than wanting him to persuade Su Xiaoshang. Yanqi didn't want to do that. Although he could empathize with Su Daoku's pain. But he had to side with Su Xiaoshang. Su Daoduo smiled at his words, it's just like the rumors, tough enough. Forget it if you don't have time, come back when you have time. Then you may have to wait for a long time, Yanqi said nonchalantly. It won't be, you'll be coming to me soon. After saying that, Sudoku hung up the phone. Yanqi looked at the phone and frowned. How could one possibly go to him? Yanqi threw the phone back to Su Han, the issue of your family's inheritance, don't come to me in the future. Since Xiao Frost she doesn't want to inherit, then I will definitely support her. Su Han took the cell phone. He was completely desperate. Did he really have to inherit the family business? Then his life would really be over. Su Han sighed helplessly, okay, then I'm sorry to bother you. With that, he hung his head and left with his bodyguards. Su Xiaoshan looked up at Yanqi's side face, his eyes sparkling. Yanqi, you are so nice. She rubbed against Yanqi's arm. She understood that Yanqi was speaking for her just now. At this time, Zhang Yue smacked her lips, TSK, it's still work time. There's still a whole bunch of people working outside. So what? Su Xiaoshang spread her hands with disinterest, I'm not as pretentious as some people, deliberately distancing myself from Yanqi in front of the employees. Zhang Yue was dumbfounded by her dislike. In the company, she had indeed been deliberately keeping a distance from Yanqi. After all, she had personally stipulated that office romances were not allowed. As the boss, it was really bad to take the lead in violating it. Seeing this, Yanqi hurriedly changed the topic, right, Sister Wei, is there a shooting assignment today? Ah, right. Zhang Yue also remembered, you haven't been here for the past 10 days, and a lot of shooting has piled up. Why don't you just shoot it all at once today? Good. Yanqi nodded. Su Xiaoshang also became interested, I also want to see Yanqi shoot. Then you can't mess it up. I won't mess it up. Chapter 48, The Water Royal Flower Capital. Since he already had experience in filming, this time Yanqi was much more skillful. It only took 8 hours to complete the 4 sets of photos. During the shooting, Su Xiaoshang had been standing at the door watching the fun, and would occasionally let out exclamations of surprise. Wow, Yanqi is so handsome. By the time the shoot was over, it was already 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Yan. The photographer and his assistant expressed their condolences to Yanqi. Their attitude was even more respectful than before. Yanqi sat wearily in his chair and waved his hand with a smile, you guys have worked hard too. At this time, a bottle of cold mineral water was stuck on his face. Ah! Yanqi was jolted. He turned his head to look, and Zhang Yue lightly smiled as she handed Yanqi the mineral water. Thank you for your hard work, big red man. Yanqi took the mineral water and laughed, it's not hard to work for Sister Wei, no matter how hard it is. Yanqi took the mineral water and laughed, it's not hard to work for Sister Wei, no matter how hard it is. Zhang Yue happily pinched Yanqi's face. She came to Yanqi's ear, what if Sister grows to like you more and more? Then it would be good if I grow to like my sister more and more as well. Yanqi also whispered. Zhang Yue's cheeks slightly reddened after hearing this. She pouted and pinched Yanqi's arm, you'd better. The two chatted for a while longer. Soon, Yanqi realized that something was wrong. How come it felt like there was someone missing? Where is Little Frost? Yanqi looked around. Zhang Yue also looked around, she was there just now, she wouldn't have gone home early. Yanqi shook his head, I don't think so. Even if Frost really wanted to go home, she would have told him. At this time, Yanqi's cell phone vibrated. He pulled out his phone to see that it was a Weibo message from Su Xiaoshang. Yanqi was relieved. However, when he saw the content of the WeChat, his heart was instantly lifted again. I let someone bring Xiao Frost home, want to see her to come to the Water Royal Flower Capital, do not come tonight, you can never see it again in the future. Su Daigua. Yanqi's eyes widened. He remembered the sentence that Su Dugua said before he hung up the phone, you will come to me soon. TSK, so it's waiting for me here. Yan Shi smacked his lips. Zhang Yue on the side also saw the Weibo. She grabbed Yan Shi's arm and asked with a serious face, "What are you going to do?" "Sister Wei, I have to make a trip." Yan Shi patted Zhang Yue's hand. Zhang Yue nodded, "Okay, I'll send you there." Although she was always fighting with Su Xiaoshan. But Zhang Yue was a woman who looked at the big picture. The more it was like this, the less she could fall on her sword. All she had to do was support Yan Shi 100%. "Trouble you, Sister Wei." Yan Shi tenderly looked at Zhang Yue. Zhang Yue gently kissed Yan Shi's face. "I've already said, don't say such raw words to your sister." Zhang Yue drove Yan Shi to his destination, Water Royal Flower City. One of the most expensive properties in the entire Cloud City. It was rumored that the price of each house was in the tens of millions of dollars. A place where rich people lived. Yan Shi looked at the tall buildings, then opened the car door. "Sister Wei, I'll just go in alone." Zhang Yue pulled Yan Shi's sleeve. "Shao Qi, promise me that no matter what happens, you will protect yourself first, okay?" "Don't worry, I'll be fine." Yan Shi shook her hand. With that, he got out of the car and walked towards the main entrance. Zhang Yue looked at Yan Shi's back and pinched the corner of her coat in a somewhat tangled manner. In the end, she dialed the phone. "Zhuaning? It's me, Zhang Yue." On the other hand, Yan Shi had just walked near the gate when he was stopped by a woman. The woman was very pretty looking and wore a black sheath dress. She asked with a smile on her face, "Mr. Yan Shi is correct, right? I was sent by Director Su to pick you up." Yan Shi raised his eyebrows. "Was he so sure I would come?" "Of course." The woman smiled, then she made a gesture of invitation. "Please follow me." Yan Shi followed the woman into the neighborhood. It had to be said that the luxury neighborhood was not comparable to ordinary neighborhoods, no matter the decoration or the greenery. But Yan Shi didn't even have the heart to look at these. His mind was spinning rapidly, thinking about every possible scenario. Soon, he was brought to the door of a luxurious residence. The woman took out her cell phone and made a call. "Su Dong, I've brought the man." As soon as the words left his mouth, the door opened automatically. "Please come in, Su Dong is waiting for you inside." The woman nodded politely. Yan Shi took a deep breath and walked into the house. Just as he entered the house, he only heard a bang and the door automatically closed again. Yan Shi looked around with some caution. Directly opposite the door was a spacious and bright living room. Visually, it was about 150 square feet. Inside, there were all sorts of luxurious furniture to look at. Is this the rich? A living room was this big. Yan Shi stared in wonder. But he understood that now was not the time to look at this. So he directly opened his mouth and shouted, "I'm coming. Where is Little Frost? Come to the first room on the corner of the second floor." A voice came from above the side. Yan Shi looked towards the source of the voice and found a miniature speaker on the side of the roof. The bad taste of the rich? Yan Shi shook his head and walked towards the house. This residence was even bigger than Yan Shi had imagined. The first floor alone was about 400 square meters. Not to mention there was a second floor. Yan Shi followed the stairs all the way to the second floor. Soon, he found the first room around the corner. Yan Shi knocked on the door. Yan Shi knocked on the door. A man's voice came out from the room. Yan Shi did not hesitate and directly pushed the door and walked in. He then froze. The decoration of the room in front of him was quite simple. Large white walls, a large bed that was somewhat worn out, a sofa that revealed cotton, and a somewhat dirty closet with tables and chairs. It was hard to imagine that this kind of decoration would appear in a mansion. A middle-aged man, dressed in plain clothes, sat on the sofa. He waved at Yan Shi, came very quickly. "Looks like you rushed over without hesitation, very good." Yan Shi had seen this man before, but of course only on the internet. This person was the richest man in Cloud City, Sudoku. Yan Shi didn't sit over, but opened the door and asked, "Where is Xiao Frost?" "Don't worry, she is my daughter, I won't let anything happen to her." Su Dugua laughed. Yan Shi was relieved to hear this. Then he asked nonchalantly, "If you have something to say, just say it, I don't like to beat around the bush." "Very good, I don't like it either." Sudoku nodded appreciatively. He then stood up and walked over to Yan Shi. In a low voice, he inquired, "Yan Shi, are you interested in running a company?" Chapter 49, Entering the Family. Su Dugua was quite agonizing lately. He had originally thought of cultivating Su Han properly so that he could inherit the company. For this reason, Dao Su had even sent Su Han abroad for further studies. Out of his trust in his son, Dao Su did not interfere too much in Su Han's life. But he realized that he was wrong. Not everyone has his self-control. Foreign countries are just a big dice stuff. Before going abroad, Su Han was not so fat and quite hard. This is only out of the country not 2 years, has become this kind of behavior. Now Su Han full of mind only want to spend money, pick up girls, and even learn to smoke marijuana. Completely turned into a waste. Not to say that Su Han does not want to inherit the company. Even if he wants to inherit, Su Dugwa can't give it to him. This kid is afraid of not the first day to inherit the company, the next day will be able to sell the company. So, Su Dugwa has set his eyes on his daughter, Su Xiaoshang. However, in his concept, women can't be in charge. He didn't want to give the company to his daughter. Son, daughter can't. Su Dugwa really didn't know what to do. Just then, he noticed Yan Shi. This man that Su Xiaoshang often talked about. He had read a lot of news about Yan Shi. He felt that Yan Shi was not bad in all aspects. As a result, a bold idea came to Su Daoku. Since there was no heir, wouldn't it be better to have another heir? Although his wife was no longer fertile, he could let his daughter have one. A son-in-law was also readily available, so he directly asked Yan Shi to join the family. When Yan Shi has a child with Su Xiaoshang, let the child be surnamed Su as well. Anyway, he's still in good health now, and can still hold out for another 20 years. Using this time, he can fully cultivate his grandchildren. If Yan Shi is not satisfied, then have two. One with the surname Yan and one with the surname Su would be fine. Su Dugwa felt that no one could refuse such a proposal. That's why he called Yan Shi to Water Royal Flower Capital. Yan Shi, are you interested in running a company? Sudoku stared at Yan Shi and asked. Yan Shi was not the least bit surprised when he heard this. He had already figured out the purpose of Su Dugwa halfway there. It was nothing more than wanting him to join the family. So Yan Shi bluntly refused. I'm sorry, I don't intend to become a son-in-law, nor do I have any plans to run a company. Su Daigwa froze. This kid's refusal was too fast. He couldn't help but frown. Yan Shi, you should know the status of the Obsidian Group in Cloud City. Yan Shi bashfully nodded his head. Yes, the richest man in Cloud City, with a family fortune of tens of billions of dollars, it is indeed powerful. Then you still refuse. Su Big Country some angry, you into our family, although the money cannot all belong to you, but 1,800,000,000 can still give you. So much money, you can't earn it in 10 lifetimes. Yan Shi skimmed his lips. What you said makes sense, so can you tell me where Xiao Frost is? He no longer wanted to break bread with Sudoku. Yan Shi understood that Su Dugwa was nothing more than wanting him to be a toolman. When his child with Su Xiaohan was born, he would have no more use for him. Yan Shi did not want to be a toolman. Su Daoku was furious and laughed. Ha ha, fuck, I can't give back my money, can I? After laughing maniacally, he lost his mind and sat back on the sofa. After a while, Su Big Country only slowly speak, since you do not want to enter the family, then you do not need to see Xiao Frost. I will have to find another person who is willing to join the family to help me solve the problem of the heir. When these words came out, Yan Shi's face clouded over. He opened his mouth with a cold smile and cursed, Su Daoda, you're really skinless, aren't you? Su Dugwa looked at Yan Shi with some disbelief. Are you talking about me? It had been many years since anyone dared to scold him to his face. Yes, it is you. Yan Shi walked up to Su Dugwa and stared at him dead in the face. I remember that the rule of your family is that a woman can't be the head of the family, right? For this reason you even adopted a child, wanting to train him to be the heir. Su Daigwa was a bit puzzled. Yeah, what's wrong with that? Heh, that's why I said you're shameless. Yan Shi sneered. You'd rather fucking adopt a child than raise Frosty. Now that you've wasted your son, you're thinking of finding a flunky to be a toolman. You're really good at this. Su Dugwa was dumbfounded. It is true that he has never valued Xiao Frost. Nor did he think of leaving the company to her. He would rather leave the company to his grandchildren than to Su Xiaoshang. That was why he wanted to quickly find a flunky so that he could have a grandchild to nurture. Yan Shi stared at Su Dugwa dead in the face. I know you can't look at Xiao Frost. But I can tell you clearly, Xiao Frost is very good, far better than your fat son. Yan Shi got angrier and angrier as he spoke, directly pointing at Su Dugwa's nose and shouting. If you really fucking want to find an heir, then why don't you try to cultivate Xiao Frost? This was the point where Yanqi was most angry. Su Dugui can't see Su Xiaoshan from the bottom of his heart. He would rather have a son-in-law than look at Xiao Frost. How the hell can you stand it? For Yanqi. Even if this man is the richest man in Yunchang. He also had to say a few words for Little Frost. Su Dugui was silent. After a while, he slowly spoke. I remember that Xiao Frost doesn't want to inherit the company either, right? Is it that you don't want to? It was you who didn't allow it. Yanqi coldly said, Xiao Frost, this girl temperament is very big, you cannot see her since childhood, you think she is willing to soften? The end of the word. He stooped down and grabbed the neck collar of Su Daiqua. I'll ask you again, where is Little Frost? Sudoku sighed heavily. Then he gently clapped his hands. Well, come out. In a flash, the modestly decorated room shook. Immediately afterward, the large white wall next to it slowly parted. A large group of black-clothed bodyguards drilled out from inside, instantly surrounding Yanqi. Yanqi was shocked. There was actually a room behind the wall. No wonder Sudoku dared to meet him alone. So the bodyguards were right next door. Yanqi. A crisp voice rang out. Yanqi hurriedly looked towards the next room. Only to see Su Xiaoshan running out with red eyes. She was accompanied by a beautiful middle-aged woman. Get out of the way. Su Xiaoshan roughly pushed the bodyguard away. She directly jumped into Yanqi's arms, and she couldn't help but cry out, oh ah. Okay, don't cry. Yanqi touched her head, are you alright? Su Xiaoshan shook her head aggrievedly, I'm fine. She sniffled, Yanqi, what you just said, I heard it all next door. Ah. Yanqi once again looked towards the next room. Only to see that there were several monitors in the room, which showed the very picture of this room. Leaning Yanqi cursed in a low voice. Su Xiaoshan tiptoed up to Yanqi's ear and whispered. You were really handsome just now, I love you, Yanqi. She gently kissed Yanqi on his face. Chapter 50 Guilty Songqingi. When Su Xiaoshan was small, she was very envious of her younger brother. It was because Su Dugui put almost all of his energy into Su Han. He tried to cultivate Su Han into an excellent heir. At that time, Su Xiaoshan wondered why they were all daddy's children. But dad never taught her? Until one day, she summoned up the courage to ask Su Daiqua a question. Dad, I also want to be like my younger brother. Su Xiaoshan remembered very clearly, that day, Su Daiqua scolded her face to face. He warned her not to say such things again. The young Su Xiaoshan was terrified, so she didn't dare mention it again. But was it true that she didn't want to be the heir? Of course not. It was just as Yanqi had said. Before, she was unqualified, but now she was angry. Sudoku had failed to train his son before he remembered her. What had he done earlier? In this situation, how could she agree to inherit Ah? It was only that no one understood what Su Xiaohan really thought. She also never mentioned it to anyone. Until just now, when Su Xiaoshan heard Yanqi's words. She only felt that her heart had been struck. Everything Yanqi said was what she wanted to say. It was as if the two of them had a heart-to-heart. It was important to realize that even her parents were unable to understand Su Xiaoshan's heart. But Yanqi easily saw through it. When Su Xiaoshan saw Yanqi helping her argue her case, she felt her heart melt away. At this moment, Su Xiaoshan was lying in Yanqi's arms, her eyes were drawn. Her hands hugged Yanqi tightly, as if she wanted to melt Yanqi into her body. At this moment, the middle-aged beauty walked over to Yanqi's duo. She patted the back of Su Xiaoshan, all right, Xiaoshan, let go first. Oh, Su Xiao Frost nodded her head obediently. She let go and introduced Yanqi in a small voice, Yanqi, this is my mom. Auntie good. Yanqi nodded at the woman. He had seen this woman on the internet. Songqingi, the chairperson of the largest charity foundation in Yunchang. At the moment, she was wearing a white cheongsam, and her entire person looked very elegant. Songqingi looked at Yanqi with great satisfaction. Xiaoqi, what you just said was very good. It's much better than some people. Saying this, she turned around and glared fiercely at Su Dugui. Su Dugui looked to the side somewhat sheepishly. Songqingi turned her head and smiled gently. Don't worry about it, I'll make the decision for you. In the future, you and Little Frost will meet as usual, and no one will stop you anymore. Su Dugui Miso stood up and shouted, Wife, how do you? I talk does not count. Song Qingyi loudly interrupted him. Su Duguo was shocked. It was the first time he had seen Song Qingyi's attitude. So he could only sit down resentfully. Yan Qi was relieved to see this. It's fine if things are settled. Xiao Qi, our family is going to discuss something later. Song Qingyi patted Su Xiaoshang's shoulder. I won't keep you for dinner tonight. Yan Qi nodded. Good, as long as Xiao Frost is fine, I'm relieved. Mom, then can I go with Yan Qi? Su Xiaoshang turned her head to look at Song Qingyi. Song Qingyi smiled. Xiao Frost is a good boy, you can meet as much as you want after tonight. Well then. Yan Qi saw the situation and said sagely, Auntie, then I will leave first. I will see you off. Su Xiaoshang hurriedly said. Song Qingyi did not object this time. Only after watching Yan Qi and the two of them leave the room did she softly sigh. What an interesting child, it seems that Xiao Frost has a good eye. Afterwards, she waved her hand at the surrounding bodyguards. All right, all go out. Yes. The bodyguards responded in unison, then quickly left the room. Song Qingyi closed the door to the room and looked at Su Daiguo with a gloomy gaze. After a moment of silence, she said with some guilt. We are really failing. I don't even know what my daughter is thinking. When she saw Yan Qi yelling at Su Duguo on the monitor, her first reaction was bewilderment. Her first reaction was puzzlement. Her daughter shouldn't want to inherit the family business. Her own daughter, didn't she understand? But when Song Qingyi turned her head to look at Su Xiaoshang, she froze. She saw that Su Xiaoshang's eyes were filled with joy. It was as if the prisoner had seen the light again. Song Qingyi realized that she was wrong, and very wrong. As a mom herself, she didn't know her daughter as well as Yan Qi. At that moment, Song Qingyi's guilt was overwhelming. She knew she had to do something. At this moment, Song Qingyi looked at Su Duguo and said in a firm tone. Since Xiao Frost has this idea, I think we can train her to try. Sudoku sighed. Alas, she is a girl child, how can she do this kind of thing? She just need to be honest at home. Sudoku! Song Qingyi hissed and interrupted him. She angrily grabbed the broken vase on the table and ruthlessly smashed it on the ground. With a click, the vase fell to pieces. Sudoku was so shocked that his body trembled. After being married for more than 20 years, this was the first time he had seen his wife lose such a temper. He hurriedly got up. Qingyi, what are you doing? Su Dodua, we've been married for more than 20 years, I've always listened to you. Song Qingyi pointed at Su Duguo and shouted, You said you wanted to carry a child, I agreed. You said you wanted to train Su Han to be the heir, I also agreed. What you wanted to do all these years, I obeyed you. But I really didn't expect that Xiao Frost would be so aggrieved all these years. Her eyes moistened. Yan Qi is sort of right, you simply don't see Xiao Frost. She took a deep breath and stared at Sudoku. You don't see my daughter, do you? Okay, then we two also don't live. Divorce. Su Duguo was dumbfounded. Song Qingyi has always been obedient to him. Not to mention divorce, she doesn't even argue with him. Su Duguo panicked, he can see that Song Qingyi is not joking. Don't, who said I can't look at Xiao Frost? He rushed to appease, I have always thought that Xiao Frost has a very promising future. It's not just about being the heir, since Su Han can't be the heir, then surely I must let my daughter be the heir. Song Qingyi gasped, then you still want to recruit a son-in-law? If Yan Qi doesn't agree, you have to find someone else for Xiao Frost. What kind of heart do you have? I'm just testing Yan Qi. Su Duguo scratched his head awkwardly. Since you think that kid is good, then I don't care about it in the future, okay? Hearing this, Song Qingyi's emotions calmed down a little. After a moment of silence, she opened her mouth somewhat seriously. Old Su, Yan Qi, this kid is not that simple. She took out her cell phone and pressed it a few times, handing it to Su Duguo. Didn't you ask me to investigate Yan Qi's life before? The results have come out, you see for yourself. Sudoku took the cell phone. Heh, how uncomplicated can that kid be? He looked at the phone with some disdain. But soon his expression became serious. Bai family? Sudoku raised his head in disbelief. This kid grew up in the Bai family? Song Qingyi nodded. He lived in the Bai family from the age of 5 to 18. What's his relationship with the Bai family? Sudoku frowned. Song Qingyi walked to his side and scratched the screen of her cell phone. Judging from this photo, the relationship is very shallow. On the screen at this time was a group photo. On the photo was a pair of young men and women, their faces leaning together. These two people, Su Daigua all recognized. One was Yan Shi, while the other. Bai Ji. Su Dugui exclaimed in shock. Song Qingyi nodded, that's right, the eldest Miss Bai Ji of the Bai family. Hiss, then this Yan Shi is really not simple. Su Dugui sucked in a breath of cool air. Chapter 51 Secret Protection. On the other hand, Su Xiaoshang sent Yan Shi to the entrance of Water Royal Flower Capital. She gently pulled Yan Shi's hand and whispered, Yan Shi, thank you for helping me just now. Actually, I have always wanted to talk to my father, but I didn't dare. She was afraid that Su Dugua would still scold her like he did when she was a child. Yan Shi held her hand tightly. Don't be afraid, no matter what happens in the future, I will be on your side. Aha! Su Xiaoshang nodded her head vigorously. The love in her eyes was about to overflow. By the way, Little Frost, what exactly is the situation today? Yan Shi asked curiously. Although he had scolded Su Dugua, he didn't understand what was going on right now. It was like this as Su Xiao Frost informed Yan Shi of the cause and effect. In fact, today, Su Daoka just wanted to try Yan Shi. If Yan Shi performed well, he would just let him join the Su family. In the meantime, Song Qingyi would also take a look at her future son-in-law. As a result, Yan Shi didn't follow the rules at all. He came up here and pointed at Dao Su and cursed. If it wasn't for Song Qingyi stopping him, the group of bodyguards would have rushed out to hold Yan Shi down. So that's how it is. Yan Shi nodded his head. He then remembered the poorly decorated room, and asked, Xiao Frost, what's going on in that room just now? Before my parents started their business, they lived in a poorly decorated basement. Xiao Frost explained, so every property in our family has a house with this kind of decoration. According to my dad, it's about not forgetting the hardships of the past. Yan Shi suddenly realized. These rich people really like to reminisce about their past sufferings. At this time, Su Xiaoshang tiptoed up and gently kissed Yan Shi's lips. I should go back, and I'll look for you tomorrow, okay? Go ahead and let me know anytime you run into trouble. Yan Shi touched her cheek. Aha! Su Xiaoshang nodded her head, then she went back reluctantly. Yan Shi watched her back disappear before he turned around and left the Water Royal Flower Capital. He looked around and quickly found Zhang Yewei's car. Only in front of that car, there was a black Range Rover. Zhuanning? Yan Shi scratched his head, why is she here? He crossed the road and just walked next to the Range Rover. Zhang Yewei and Zhuanning got down from the car. Xiao Qi, are you alright? Zhang Yewei looked left and right somewhat nervously. Zhuanning also came over, she pinched Yan Shi's arm. You're too bold, you dare to go to a big country by yourself. If it wasn't for Zhang Yewei informing me, no one would have known about your accident today. Yan Shi smiled, don't worry, they won't dare to do anything to me. Don't be so confident all the time, it will be too late if something really happens. Zhuanning said with some dissatisfaction. Zhang Yewei also echoed, yes, in the future, do less dangerous things. Both of them are older than Yan Shi, one is 2 years older and the other is 5 years older. When they spoke, they were both like Yan Shi's older sisters. Yan Shi nodded, okay, I will definitely stay away from danger in the future. This is more or less the same. Zhuanning was satisfied. Then she took out her cell phone and dialed, hey, it's me, let the guys withdraw. As soon as the words fell, dozens of cars on the side of the road started at the same time. They then left in an orderly manner, which put Yan Shi in a daze. Yan Shi looked at Zhuanning, this is not afraid that you are in danger? I called some people over. Zhuanning said uncaringly. Zhang Yewei pinched Yan Shi's face, if you don't come out within an hour, she will bring people to kill you. Yan Shi immediately felt a cold sweat. Luckily he came out in time. Otherwise tomorrow's news headlines would explode again. Mob forces attacked the richest man's mansion or something like that. Yan Shi helplessly shook his head, you also asked me not to do dangerous things, this thing you did is also very dangerous, okay? Zhuanning sniffed and laughed coldly, hee, I don't care about that much, if something happens to you, I will let their whole family bury you. When she said this, her eyes were filled with killing intent. At this moment, she turned into a mob queen who grasped power and strength. Seeing this, Yan Shi rushed to hold her hand, alright, don't move to accompany the burial, let's be peaceful, alright. Zhuanning's expression quickly softened, she pinched Yan Shi's hand, that's fine, people are listening to you. Zhang Yewei was a bit jealous, she grabbed Yan Shi's other hand, Xiao Qi, do you have time tonight? There is a very good movie recently. Watching a movie? I want to go too. Juaning held onto Yan Shi's hand. Both of them were holding onto Yan Shi's hand, no one wanted to let go. Yan Shi coughed lightly, cough cough, then why don't we go watch it together? Yes, I don't have a problem with that. Juaning laughed, I just don't know Miss Shang, can you tolerate me? Zhang Yue's expression stiffened, but she still maintained her smile. Miss Zhuo is joking, I have always been very tolerant. The two were different from Su Xiaoshan and Pei Lushi. Engaging in cultivation are all smiling types. Yan Shi only felt hairy all over. So he squeezed the hands of the two, let's just get going. Then Yan Shi, whose car are you going to take? Zhang Yue turned her head to look at Yan Shi. Juaning also looked at Yan Shi, what do you think? This while Yan Shi once again sweated. Sure enough, the scum is not so good to be ah. And just when the three people are engaged in the cultivation of the scene, unbeknownst to them, a man was watching them with binoculars. The man was lying on the roof of the building opposite the Water Royal Flower Capital, holding a cell phone in his hand and talking. Yan Shi had come out of Water Royal Flower Capital safely. The man reported Yan Shi's condition truthfully. A cold female voice came from the other end of the phone, good, arrange for some people to withdraw, and another part of the people to continue to follow him. Understood. The man should be down. He just wanted to hang up the phone, the female voice on the other end suddenly asked, right, which woman is he with now? The man looked through the binoculars, it should be Juaning from the Redden Society and Zhang Yue from MOXIN Media. TSK, this scum man. The woman smacked her lips in displeasure. She took a deep breath and continued to instruct, forget it, protect him well, and don't allow things like what happened in the subway station before to happen anymore. The man promised, okay, Ms. Baiji. What did you just call me? The woman's tone instantly turned grim. The man trembled in fear, he hurriedly apologized, I'm sorry, it's me who said the wrong thing, I shouldn't have mentioned your name. Pay attention to me next time. After the woman said this, she hung up the phone. If I piss her off, I'll lose my life. He then picked up the binoculars and looked at Yan Shi again. What kind of person is this kid? He was able to get the White family's eldest daughter to personally protect him. TSK, it's really enviable. Chapter 52, Where did Dad go? Facing Juaning and Zhang Yue's mutual dislike, Yan Shi finally decided to go to the movie theater and take Juaning's car, then go home and take Zhang Yue's car. Only then did this put things to rest. The movie they watched was a very crappy romance. It was bad, but it was still good to watch without a brain. By the time the movie broke up, it was already 10 in the evening. Yan Shi's trio walked out of the movie theater. Zhang Yue and Juaning were discussing the plot of the movie. The male lead was such a jerk in the beginning, and then he suddenly became a good man when he had a daughter, and the ending was too abrupt, wasn't it? It's okay. When a man becomes a father, he usually becomes a slave to his daughter. Ah, is that so? Zhang Yue quickly walked over to Yan Shi. She asked curiously, Xiaoqi, do you like boys or girls? Juaning also came over, generally will like daughter right. Yan Shi didn't know how to answer for a moment. He hadn't thought about having a child. Let alone a boy or a girl. Might as well say that he kinda hated kids, especially the noisy kind. Just as he was thinking, he suddenly felt someone tugging on his pants. Yan Shi turned his head to look and realized that there was no one. He instantly sweated. Haunted? Uncle. At this time a voice came from below. Yan Shi looked down. A little girl, carved out of pink, was grabbing his pants. The little girl looked like she was only 2 or 3 years old, and her two big eyes looked at Yan Shi curiously. She blinked and asked, Are you my daddy? Ah. Yan Shi was confused. Whose child was this? Why did he come up and recognize his father? Zhang Yue and the two of them, on the other hand, instantly changed their faces dramatically. Yan Shi has a child? Why didn't they know? Good for you, Yan Shi, to have a child behind your back. Juaning grabbed Yan Shi's collar. Zhang Yue also pinched Yan Shi fiercely. Why didn't you tell your sister that you have a child? What's there to hide about this kind of thing? Say. Are you hooking up with other women again? Yan Shi was stupid. When did he hook up with another woman? Yan Shi hurriedly waved his hand. No, I don't even know this kid. Ah. He looked down at the little girl. Child, are you recognizing the wrong person? The child shook her head somewhat dully. I don't know, I'm looking for my dad. Hear that? It's a misunderstanding. Yanxi looked at Zhang Yewei and the two of them. This child must have gotten lost and couldn't find his family only. Juanning and the girls also calmed down. It seemed like this possibility was indeed a little more likely. So Zhang Yewei squatted down and touched the girl's head. Little child, what's your name? Are you separated from your family? My name is Qing Cheng, I'm looking for my dad. The little girl repeated. Juanning also half squatted down. Then you know what dad's name is, or do you know his contact information? Don't know. Qing Cheng shook her head a little downcast. Yanxi saw this and said, she is so small, how can she remember so much? He also squatted down and asked, then what does your dad look like? Let's help you look for it. Qing Cheng thought for a moment and raised her hand. I know, Mom says Dad is the most handsome man in the world. Yanxi was speechless for a moment. This is too generalized. You ask 80% of men and they'll all say they're the most handsome. But soon Yanxi realized the doubt. The kid was saying what her mom said, not what she thought. Little child, have you never met your father? Yanxi asked. The little girl nodded. Well, so I want to find my dad. Understood. Yanxi looked at Zhang Yewei and the girls. This child should be a single-parent family, the kind that followed her mom since she was young. Zhang Yewei and the girls suddenly realized that this would make sense. Juanning hurriedly asked, little friend, how do you know your father is here? Did your mom come with you? The youngest daughter, Qing Qing, sniffed and made a silent gesture. Shoo, I secretly heard my mom on the phone, and she said that Dad was at the Cloud Mountain Cinema. I tricked the housekeeper's grandmother into bringing me out, you guys can't tell her. Yanxi and the others completely understood. Hopefully, this kid didn't get separated from his family, but sneaked out. Shao Qi, what should we do? Zhang Yewei looked at Yanxi. Yanxi said without hesitation, call the police, let the police help her find her father. No. Qingqing's head shook like a rattle. Mom will definitely scold me if she knows. Yanxi thought for a moment, and then picked up Qingqing in his arms. Then we'll help you look for the housekeeper's grandmother. But what about Dad? The little girl asked with some loss. Zhang Yewei pinched her little hand. Qingqing is a good girl, it's better to go home first, otherwise your mom should be worried. Oh, okay then. Qingqing nodded her head obediently. Yanxi smiled with satisfaction. That's right. He felt that this child was not bad. She didn't cry or make a fuss, but instead was quite well behaved. So he let Qingqing ride on his neck. Qingqing giggled happily. He, ride a big horse. Be careful. Zhang Yewei said with some nervousness. Yanxi, on the other hand, shouted in disbelief, whose kid is this? Meanwhile, on the 4th floor of the shopping mall, a middle-aged woman in a black suit was rampaging through the mall with 7 or 8 bodyguards. She asked around with her cell phone, have you seen this child? She was wearing a pink dress with a bow on her head. Haven't seen it. Passers-by shook their heads. The middle-aged woman panicked and gasped. It's over, if the lady is lost, then I'm dead. At this time, the woman's pocket phone rang. She was instantly scared and trembled. The woman trembled and took out the cell phone, pressed the connection. A cold female voice came from the other end of the phone. Aunt Gua, didn't you take Qingqing out to play? How come you haven't come back yet? Aunt Gua's words choked in her throat, unable to say a word. Aunt Gua? The woman on the other side sensed something was wrong. Where is Qingqing? Aunt Gua took a few deep breaths before gathering the courage to say, Miss, she's lost. What? The woman was instantly furious. Lost, what are you doing? But soon she calmed down and decisively gave the order. Where are you now? I will immediately notify the police to blockade that area. Auntie Gui immediately said, we are in Yunshan Shopping Center. The woman froze. You said Cloud Mountain Mall? How did you guys? Before she could finish, there was a sudden cacophony behind Aunt Gua. A large group of people holding up cell phones crossed over to them and ran towards the upper floors. As they ran, they shouted. Are you guys sure it's him? It's definitely him. He seems to be helping a kid find his family. I'm so glad I finally got to take a picture with him. Hearing this, Auntie Gua looked up sharply. Helping a child find his family? Wouldn't that be? She quickly said into her cell phone, don't worry first, I found where the lady is. After saying that, Aunt Gua waved her hand towards the bodyguards behind her. They followed the crowd all the way to the 6th floor. Aunt Gua saw the entrance to the movie theater. which was surrounded by a large group of people. Since there were too many people, it was hard to see who was actually inside. One could only see Ching Ching riding on her neck. Antqua instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, luckily it's okay. At this time, he heard shouts from the crowd, a photo can be, but everyone has to help me find this child's family. Is there anyone who knows this child? Antigua shouted, here, here. She desperately squeezed through the crowd and came to the innermost part. She said with a face full of gratitude, trouble you to take care of her, I am her. But soon her words stopped. Antqua looked at the man in front of her and froze as she whispered. Yan Chi? Chapter 53, Ching Ching's name. Yan Chi hated being recognized because it was really troublesome to be surrounded and asked to take a picture together. But this time, he took the initiative to let people recognize him. After all, the more people there were, the better the chances of finding Ching Ching's family. So a large group of fans surrounded him. Seeing this, Zhang Yewei and Zhuan Ning both hid to the side. They didn't want to make the headlines. Finally, someone came out and claimed it. Yan Chi looked at the middle-aged woman in front of him and thought in his heart, am I that famous? Even this middle-aged woman recognizes me. Antqua, on the other hand, was struck by lightning and instantly panicked in her heart. How could this person be here? And Ching Ching is still with him? Could it be that? Grandma Butler. Ching Ching cried out. Her voice pulled Antqua's thoughts back. Yan Chi looked up and asked, Ching Ching, do you recognize her? Well, she's Grandma Housekeeper. Ching Ching happily nodded her head. Yan Chi put Ching Ching down after hearing this, quickly go home with Grandma, remember not to run around I know, Uncle. Hearing the word uncle, Antqua's hanging heart relaxed. It seemed that the worst hadn't happened yet. It could still be remedied. So she forced out a smile and gathered Ching Ching into her arms. Why did you run to the 6th floor? Grandma was scared to death. My Harui's eyes rolled. She couldn't say that she came to look for Dad. Otherwise Mom would scold her. So Ching Ching hemmed and hawed, ha 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 ha, I just got lost. Antqua touched her head. Then she bowed deeply to Yan Chi, thank you so much. It's fine, this is all what I should do. Yan Chi waved his hand. When these words came out, the surrounding fans let out wow sounds. Antqua pulled Ching Ching's hand, let's go home, otherwise Mom should be anxious. Good. Ching Ching nodded her head as she waved her hand at Yan Chi, bye uncle. Yan Chi walked up to Ching Ching and asked in a low voice, by the way, Ching Ching, what's your name? He kinda liked this little girl, maybe we can meet again in the future. Antqua was shocked in her heart, she just wanted to stop it, but Ching Ching had already said it. My name is Yan Yicheng. Yan Chi tilted his head, sharing the same surname as him. No, she is not the Yen whose surname is Stern. Antigua hurriedly explained, and the spread of that Yen. Yan Chi suddenly realized, so is this Yen surname is quite rare Then we'll see you next time, Yan Yicheng kid. He shook Ching Ching's hand. Ching Ching smiled happily and said, aha. Then she came over to Yan Chi's side and gave him a kiss on the cheek, thank you, uncle. Okay, we should go home. Antqua took Ching Ching's hand and turned her head away, fearing that something would go wrong again. Ching Ching waved her hand with some reluctance, and then followed Antqua to leave. Yan Chi looked at the backs of the two of them as they left, and sighed with relief in his heart. Finally, the problem was solved. However, he always felt that the housekeeper grandmother looked a bit familiar. It was like he had seen it somewhere. Before he could think about it, the fans around him had already swarmed up. Yan Chi, take a picture with me, I've been waiting for half a day. I have been waiting for half a day. Don't crowd, I want to take a picture with Yan Chi first. Yan Chi hurriedly said, don't worry, we can all take a picture today. At this time, he caught a glimpse of Zhuan Ning. They were standing not far from the crowd, looking at him with some gloating. Then they pointed down, signaling that they were going down first. Yan Chi nodded. The Zhuan Ning duo then went downstairs first. Yan Chi sighed in his heart, it looks like he won't be able to return home for a while. On the other hand, Antqua took Ching Ching and quickly left them all. Her clothes were drenched in sweat, and her entire body looked like she was deflated. Are you all right, Grandma Butler? Ching Ching whispered in concern. Antqua forced a smile and said, Grandma is fine, but you have to promise Grandma that you can't just run around in the future. Or else I won't bring you out next time. I won't run around anymore. Ching Ching promised obediently. Aunt Gua took a deep breath and asked, right, Ching Ching, do you know that uncle just now? Recognize ah. Ching Ching laughed. Aunt Gua instantly panicked, could it be? But Ching Ching immediately continued, just met today, that uncle is very nice. That's good. Aunt Gua let out a breath. At this time, the cell phone in her pocket rang again. Seeing this, Aunt Gua handed Ching Ching to the bodyguard next to her, take Miss back to the car. Aunt Gua, take Miss back to the car. The bodyguards took Ching Ching and quickly left. Aunt Gua then pulled out her cell phone and answered the call. The woman on the other side couldn't wait to ask, have you found the person? Don't worry, it has been found. Aunt Gua said in a hurry. Then she paused for a second, just what? Aunt Gua swallowed her saliva and said with some fear, it's just that we ran into young Master Yen Qi. The other end of the phone was silent. After a while, she asked, did Ching Ching run into him too? Yes, he is the one who was helping Ching Ching to find us. Aunt Gua nodded sheepishly. There was silence on the other end of the phone again, and this time the silence was even longer. However, Aunt Gua did not dare to rush at all. After about 3 minutes, the woman slowly spoke. So how is Ching Ching getting along with him? It seems to be quite harmonious, right? He even lets Ching Ching ride on his neck. Aunt Gua answered truthfully. The woman let out a light laugh. Auntie Gua replied truthfully, how did Ching Ching get along with him? Okay, bring Ching Ching back, we'll talk about other things when we get back. Yes. The woman then hung up the phone. Aunt Gua turned her head to look at the mall door and sighed helplessly. Alas, it's true that you still can't forget him. Chapter 54, Yen Qi's Past. Because the fans were too enthusiastic, by the time Yen Qi arrived at the underground garage, it was already an hour later. During this period, he lost count of how many people he took pictures with. Even the security guards of the mall rushed over to join in the fun. When it was over, Yen Qi was already exhausted. He was in the underground garage, looking around. He soon found Zhang Yue's car. He opened the door wearily and got in. Zhang Yue, who was sitting in the main driver's seat, smiled and flirted, it's finally over, Big Red. Don't mention it, it's really tiring. Yen Qi sighed as he leaned on the passenger side, in the future, it's better to go out and cover up a little more tightly. Then he looked out the window, where is Juaning? Has she gone back? She answered a phone call and left, as if two gangs were fighting. Zhang Yue said and started the car. She looked at Yen Qi, are you going home? Well, I have to go back and get a good night's sleep before I do, Yen Qi nodded. Zhang Yue drove away from the underground garage. By the way, how is the little girl doing? Zhang Yue asked curiously. Yen Qi smiled, she was led away by her housekeeper grandmother, and there was a housekeeper at home, it looks like their family is quite wealthy. After a moment of silence, Zhang Yue suddenly said, Xiaoqi, do you think the little girl looks a lot like you? At first, she didn't think so. But when she returned to the car, the more she thought back, the more she felt like her. Especially that pair of peach blossom eyes, simply exactly the same as Yen Qi. Sister Wei, I promise you, I really don't have any children. Yen Qi shook his head with a smile. Zhang Yue skimmed her mouth, that may not be possible, you little scum have so many girlfriends, it may be. Oops, if you do not believe us, let's dish it out. Yen Qi turned his body sideways and started to break his fingers. First of all, Wei, we don't have any children, do we? I don't think so. Zhang Yue gripped the steering wheel tightly. Then she murmured in a low voice, but in fact, we can also have a bar, I do not mind. Ah? Yen Qi's eyes widened. Zhang Yue hurriedly shook her head, it's nothing, go ahead. Cough. Yen Qi coughed lightly, and then there was Juaning, who was also present just now, so it definitely wasn't her. Zhang Yue hummed, indeed. Then there was Su Xiaoshang and Pei Lushi. Yen Qi continued, if these two people have a child, they definitely couldn't wait to tell me, how could they hide it until now? He then spread his hands, look at it, none of it is possible, right? Zhang Yue was silent. After a while, she whispered, what about Bai Ji? At these words, Yen Qi's expression instantly froze. He only felt that his heartbeat missed a beat, and his right hand unconsciously gripped the seat. Zhang Yue keenly sensed Yen Qi's change. A trace of sadness flashed in her eyes. As expected, Bai Ji was a different existence to Yen Qi. She was even less so. Yen Qi forced out a smile, after all, she doesn't like me at all. Halfway through his words, he sighed and leaned back in his seat. The car once again fell into dead silence. After a few minutes, Zhang Yue opened her mouth and asked, "Can you tell me about you and Bai Ji?" "Of course it's fine if you don't want to talk about it, I'm just a little curious." Yan Shi looked out of the window with some melancholy. "Well, that might have to start 20 years ago." 20 years ago, Yan Shi had just turned 5 years old. At that time, he was still a young master of a rich family. His parents were amicable, his life was rich, it was simply the perfect start. Until his 5th birthday, this life was completely shattered. Yan Shi stayed home that day, waiting for his parents to come back to celebrate his birthday. But in the end, his parents didn't come back. Instead, a group of police officers came to the house. Later, Yan Shi realized that his parents had been killed by their enemies. After that, their family's property was divided up by various relatives. But the relatives took the money, but did not want to adopt Yan Shi. Instead, an old friend of Yan Shi's father took Yan Shi into his home. The old friend's name was Bai Wenhao. His only daughter was Bai Ji. Bai Wenhao introduced Yan Shi to his daughter, Bai Ji. "His name is Yan Shi, and he will live in our family from now on." Bai Ji is obviously only 1 year older than Yan Shi. But she speaks and acts like an adult. Yan Shi still remembers the first words Bai Ji said to him, "You're not bad, be my little brother in the future, I'll cover you. I will take care of you." Yan Shi ignorantly agreed. Bai Ji didn't talk nonsense, she did take Yan Shi as her little brother. Wherever she went, she took Yan Shi with her. At that time, Yan Shi had just lost his parents and was very lonely. In order to alleviate this loneliness, he also likes to follow Bai Ji around. He would not hesitate to do anything that Angela asked him to do. Yan Shi has become the little follower of Angela Bai Ji. It was like this until they were in elementary school. The two of them went to an aristocratic elementary school, where the children were all rich and famous. Because Bai Ji is 1 year older than Yan Shi. So when Bai Ji was in 2nd grade, Yan Shi was just in 1st grade. At first, school life was not bad. Until one day, the fact that Yan Shi didn't have parents spread in the class. In the eyes of elementary school students, not having parents equaled not having a backer. That equals being good at bullying. So some naughty students in the class began to bully Yan Shi. At that time, Yan Shi's character was very weak, not to mention fighting back, he didn't even dare to complain. Every day he just hid in his room and cried in secret. Although Bai Ji was very young, she sensed something was wrong. Yan Shi usually always follow her ass, these days why not follow it? She went to Yan Shi's class and asked around, and only then did she realize that someone was bullying Yan Shi. So that day, Bai Ji took a wooden stick and fought with a group of 1st graders. The end result was that Bai Ji won miserably, she broke an arm, while the group of kids were beaten and bloodied. They were all sent to the hospital. By the way, the group of students who fought with Bai Ji transferred to another school the next day. When Yan Shi found out about this, he fell down beside Bai Ji's hospital bed and cried. "Don't cry, cry like what?" Bai Ji twisted Yan Shi's ear and said. She then touched Yan Shi's head. She said something Yan Shi could hardly forget. "Yan Shi, although you don't have a mom and dad, you still have me. You are my little brother, I am your boss. In the future, if someone bullies you, you don't have to hold back, I will help you out." Yan Shi, who was only 7 years old, was moved. In his eyes, Bai Ji's back seemed to shine with holy light. It was like an angel. It was also that day that Yan Shi decided to change himself. After all, he couldn't always be protected by Bai Ji. He also wanted to protect Bai Ji one day. So Yan Shi began to try to make friends with other people and learn how to communicate with others. In this way, he gradually completed his metamorphosis. By the time he was in the 5th grade, Yan Shi had become the star of the school, relying on his eloquence and good looks. It was also at that time that he realized that he was quite popular with women. There were always quite a few girls surrounding him. But at that time, in Yan Shi's eyes, Bai Ji was the only one. It was soon time for Bai Ji to graduate. Yan Shi decided to do a bold thing, a thing he had prepared for a long time. That is to confess. After the graduation ceremony, Yan Shi pulled Bai Ji to the venue that had already been prepared. He learned from the love movies on TV and bought roses and candles. Yan Shi took out his love letter and nervously read it to Bai Ji. It was a love letter that he had deliberated for a long time. Yan Shi thought he had written it quite well, and Bai Ji would be very touched after hearing it. But it was not to be. Bai Ji was not only not touched after hearing it, but instead laughed out. "Ha, Yan Shi, you are not joking with me. I'm not kidding, I really like you, I will be good to you for life. Yanxi shouted with some anxiety. But Baiji just sighed. She patted Yanxi's head. I'm sorry to say that I'm just treating you as a little brother. In the future, don't do something so embarrassing again, hurry up and go home. Afterwards, she turned around and left. Only Yanxi was left standing frozen in place. Chapter 55 Loveless. That day, Yanxi returned to the Bai family in a state of disorientation. He locked himself in his room and froze as he looked at the ceiling. Yanxi realized that he seemed to be a bit self-involved. Baiji's feelings for him were limited to the relationship between a little brother and a boss. In her eyes, confession was just something that embarrassed her. Yanxi didn't sleep all night. The next morning, he finally figured it out. But a 5th grade pupil's thoughts were just too childish. Humph. He just thought, since you Baiji doesn't like me, then I'll find someone else. So Yanxi relied on his eloquence and appearance and quickly made a girlfriend. But he realized that even though he had a girlfriend, he was still very empty every day. Yanxi thought about it and finally came up with a good idea. Since one girlfriend wasn't enough, it would be better to simply get a few more. Thus, he started his road of scum. Feet in 2 boats, feet in 3 boats became the norm. Not to mention, this is really a bit useful. In the process of pulling with his girlfriends, Yanxi really is not so empty. And Yanxi and Baiji, because of the confession of things, coupled with junior high school is not a school, slowly some alienation. In this period of time, Baiji treats people also gradually become cold. Yanxi does not know why. He also does not want to know. After all, he is in every day between the various girlfriends to maneuver. It wasn't until Yanxi's freshman year of high school that Bai Wenhao called Yanxi and Baiji over. In fact, when you were young, I engaged Yanxi's father in a baby marriage. Bai Wenhao said to them, but it was a long time ago. I just want to ask you guys what you think. If you think it doesn't work, let's cancel this baby marriage. Yanxi was a bit surprised after hearing this. How come he didn't know there was such a thing? But soon he calmed down. Yanxi, who was in high school, was already considered more mature. He knew that what he thought didn't matter at all, he was just here to go through the motions. What Bai Wenhao really cared about was what Baiji thought. As long as Baiji didn't agree, even if he did, it was all for naught. At that time Yanxi was pretty sure that Baiji would definitely reject this marriage. Just like rejecting his confession. But Baiji's next words made Yanxi's jaw drop. I agree, I will marry Yanxi. Baiji said so. Yanxi's mind was blank at the time, and he didn't listen to the conversation that followed. Later, he found Baiji and asked, what do you mean? Do you really want to marry me? If you don't want to, don't force yourself, I'll talk to Uncle Bai. But Baiji just looked at Yanxi coldly, whatever you want, in fact, it doesn't matter who I marry, but I can still be a little bit more comfortable with you. Hearing this, Yanxi completely understood. If the children of the big families didn't have a marriage contract, they were all married to other families when they reached adulthood. So Baiji felt that it would be better to marry Yanxi instead of marrying those big young men. At least Yanxi was a bit more controlled. Yanxi was a bit disappointed. Sure enough, Baiji didn't like him. So that day, Yanxi officially got together with Baiji. Obviously, his childhood dream has been realized, but Yanxi is not happy at all. A couple without love is no different from a dead couple. This is the way until after the university, Yanxi moved out from the Bai family. Baiji is still indifferent to him. Yanxi also no longer think too much. Since you're not interested in me, I'll find someone else to play with. So, Yanxi found 4 girlfriends one after another. They were Xu Xiaoshan, Pei Lushi, Zhang Yewei, and Zhuaning. Even though Yanxi had his foot in 5 boats, he usually rarely met with Baiji. Even if there was an occasional date, they just strolled around a bit. The 2 of them rarely even held hands, not to mention kissing. This kind of life lasted until the 2nd semester of the 3rd year of college. Suddenly one day, Baiji asked Yanxi out. She kissed Yanxi without saying a word. At that time, Yanxi was like a thunderbolt. He pushed away Baiji. What are you doing? Yanxi, let's go to a room. The white she said expressionlessly. Yanxi, people stupid. Usually even holding hands is a luxury, how suddenly a step? Dad said that after graduating from college, he would let the 2 of us get married. Baiji said so, in that case, it's better to get used to it in advance. Of course, if you don't want to, then forget it. If you don't want to, just forget it. Bai Ji said to this extent, Yan Shi naturally won't refuse. So that night, Yan Shi took away Bai Ji's first time. Yan Shi remembers that Bai Ji cried very sad. He didn't understand why she cried. But after crying, Bai Ji changed back to that bland look. Once a month from now on, don't be late. After saying this, Bai Ji left. Every month after that, Yan Shi would leave a whole day for Bai Ji. Until he graduated from the university, the matter of him having a foot in 5 boats was exposed. Yan Shi ran away. He was indeed afraid of Su Xiaoshan's family history and Pei Liushir's madness. But in reality, he was most afraid of Bai Ji. Yan Shi didn't know how to face Bai Ji, so he could only flee Cloud City overnight. Just like this, 3 years passed. Yan Shi looked out of the car window. This is all the story of me and Bai Ji. Zhang Yewei listened with some fascination. She didn't expect Yan Shi and Bai Ji to be childhood sweethearts, and so many things happened in between. Zhang Yewei sighed softly. Sure enough, your feelings for her are different. Yeah, Yan Shi's eyes were a bit sad. I like her, but she has little interest in me, she just treats me as a little follower. Zhang Yewei was silent. After a while, she whispered. I have seen Bai Ji once before, I think she still has feelings for you, right? Chapter 56. A sudden change. Zhang Yewei had only met Bai Ji once. It was the day before Yan Shi left Cloud City. At that time, she and the other 3 received a text message. The text message was from Bai Ji. The content was to ask the 4 of them to come out and meet. Originally, Zhang Yewei did not want to go. However, she saw the end of the text message, Yan Shi's fiancé. Out of curiosity, Zhang Yewei ended up going. Not only her, a few others also wanted to meet Yan Shi's fiancé. Thus Yan Shi's 5 girlfriends were gathered together for the first time. Zhang Yuwei's first impression of Bai Ji was cold. Whether it was her speech or her every move, she gave off a feeling of detachment. Even when faced with her fiancé's 4 girlfriends, there were no waves in her eyes. It looked as if she didn't care in the slightest. Even Zhang Yewei thought at first that Bai Ji had no feelings for Yan Shi. It wasn't until Su Xiaoshang angrily proposed to spend $1 million on Yan Shi's head that Bai Ji's expression finally showed a hint of relief. Su Xiaoshang and Pei Liushi, at that time, both hated to kill Yan Shi. They were so focused on arguing about how to deal with Yan Shi that they didn't notice Bai Ji's abnormality. Only Zhang Yewei and Zhuan Ning sensed the danger. Although it was only for a moment, Bai Ji's eyes were filled with killing intent when she looked at Su Xiaoshang. This terrifying killing intent shocked Zhang Yewei at the time. It was like being in the jungle and being targeted by a large predator. It was as if in the next second, Bai Ji would rise up and kill someone. But soon, her eyes returned to their original indifference. It was as if nothing had happened. Even Bai Ji ended up agreeing with Su Xiaoshang's idea. In the end, there were 5 people, 3 votes against 2. They decided to ruthlessly retaliate against Yan Shi, and that's how the $1 million bounty order came about. That was the situation at that time. Zhang Yewei glanced at Yan Shi. If Bai Ji didn't have feelings for you, she wouldn't have shown that look. I could feel that she really wanted to kill Su Xiaoshang at that time. Yan Shi sighed after hearing this, but she still agreed to put a bounty on me. This I am not sure about. Zhang Yewei shook her head. I don't know what she was thinking in the end. Yan Shi looked out the window and said with some distress, I also don't know what she is thinking. She has always been like this since she was a child. Sometimes she's nice to me, sometimes she's indifferent to me, and the things she does always baffle me. Zhang Yewei laughed at the situation. Alright, don't droop your face. Regardless of what that Ms. Bai Ji thinks, sister, I will be by your side in the future anyway. She reached out and patted Yan Shi's head. In the future, if you have any worries, you can talk to me, don't always keep it in your heart. Yan Shi was touched and rubbed Zhang Yuwei's hand. Wei sister, you're so good, I really love you all. Ha ha ha, it's itchy. Zhang Yewei smiled and shrunk her hand back. Today, Yan Shi can only talk to Zhang Yewei about these words. If he were to talk to Su Xiaoshang and the others, he would be scolded to death. Zhang Yewei was like a little sun, always shining brightly and warmly. At this time, Yan Shi's cell phone rang. He picked it up and found that it was from Su Xiaoshang. Yan Shi picked up the phone. Xiao Frost? The person on the other end of the phone, Su Xiaoshang, shouted happily, Yan Shi. Mom said that she would let me be the heir to the group in the future. And Dad also apologized to me. Yan Shi also happy after hearing. So good, then congratulations Xiao Frost. No, should be called Frost General in the future. Ha ha ha. Su Xiaoshan was amused and laughed out loud. It's all thanks to you, otherwise dad he will not apologize to me. See, his apology is quite sincere, just reluctantly forgive him well. Then she asked in a low voice, right, Yanqi, where are you? Can I go over to you now? Yanqi looked out the window, I have almost arrived at the neighborhood. But the words stopped halfway through. Immediately afterward, a sudden change occurred. Dazzling white light lit up from the right side. No, it wasn't a white light. Rather, it was headlights. Sister Wei, be careful. Yanqi turned his head and hissed. But it was too late. An ear-piercing whistling sound pierced the night sky. With a loud bang, a black SUV crashed straight into Yanqi's car. Yanqi only felt heaven and earth spinning, and a huge force tore at his body. Immediately after, the airbag popped out and smashed into Yanqi's face. When Yanqi came back to his senses, he first looked at the main driver. Only to see that Zhang Yewei and the main driver had fainted and was bleeding continuously from her head. Sister Wei. Yanqi reached out and tried to undo Zhang Yewei's seatbelt. But intense pain swept through his entire body. He realized that he couldn't move his left arm at all. Because of the impact just now, the left arm had been fractured. Fuck! Yanqi roared angrily. At this time, Su Xiaoshan's voice rang out, Yanqi. Why are you suddenly so loud? Are you all right? Yanqi turned his head to look, his cell phone had been thrown to the back. He hurriedly shouted, Xiaofrost, help me call an ambulance, the location is just this side of the north door of Mirror Lake Home. Ah. Good, I will call right away. Although Xu Xiaoshuang didn't understand what was happening, she still acted at the first opportunity. Yanqi first used his right hand and undid his seatbelt. Then he endured the pain and crawled to the side of the main driver. Since it was the right side that was hit, the car door was already deformed and couldn't be opened. Can only go out from the left. Yanqi first probed Zhang Yue's breathing. After realizing that she was still breathing, he sighed with relief. Yanqi then unbuckled Zhang Yue's seatbelt and opened the car door from the left side. He first crossed over Zhang Yue and climbed out. Then with one hand, he hugged her and dragged her out of the car as well. Yanqi held Zhang Yue away from the car. When he was done, he breathed heavily, hoo. How come there was a car accident all of a sudden? Just then, the door of the SUV opened. 6 or 7 strong men walked down from the car. Yanqi stared at them and shouted, Hey, how do you drive, ah? But soon he sensed that something was wrong. This group of people were murderous and clearly did not look like ordinary people. Yanqi instantly understood. This car accident wasn't an accident at all. Rather, this group of people did it on purpose. Soon they arrived in front of Yanqi. The burly man in the lead was a foreigner with short blonde hair, and he pulled out his cell phone from his pocket. He first looked at the phone and then at Yanqi. You are Yanqi, right? Yanqi silently blocked in front of Zhang Yue as he asked vigilantly. What do you want? According to theory, with Zhuo Ning here, the underground gangs in Yunchang should not dare to touch him anymore. Then who can this group of people be? The foreigner sneered, don't worry, we won't kill you for now, come with us. Yanqi still wanted to stall for a while, so he asked, you have to tell me where to go, right? Otherwise. Before he finished, a black hole gun muzzle was already against his head. Stop talking nonsense and hurry up. The foreigner said with some impatience. Yanqi was immediately shocked, this group of people even have guns? This would basically rule out the underground gangs in Cloud City. They shouldn't have the guts yet, to rob people with guns in the street. Yanqi took a deep breath, then he pointed at Zhang Yue behind him, I can go with you guys, but you are not allowed to touch her. Yes, we are not interested in her either, the foreigner nodded his head. He was just about to reach out and grab Yanqi when suddenly the change started again. A white van sped up. It crashed into the foreigner at high speed. Quickly dodge. The foreigner quickly rolled backwards to avoid the impact. But the others were not so lucky. They were directly hit by the van. In a flash, blood flew everywhere. The van was in between Yanqi and the foreigner. It was like a guardian angel. Fuck. The foreigner let out a low curse, then he took out a walkie-talkie and shouted, mission failed. Then, he rushed to the SUV. Drove quickly away from the scene. At this time, the window of the van rolled down and a man poked his head out. He looked at Yanqi's injuries, then turned his head and shouted. He's fine, evacuate immediately. As soon as the words fell, the van also left with a kick of the gas. Only Yan Qi was left alone, frozen in place. Chapter 57 Angry Yan Qi. Since Su Xiaoshan called 120 and 110 at the first time, the ambulance and police car arrived very quickly. When the police saw the tragic scene, they were all shocked. There were 5 bodies lying on the ground, all killed by the van. So many people died, this is a big case. On the other side, the doctor carried the unconscious Zhang Yue into the ambulance. Yan Qi looked at this scene and only felt a blockage in his chest. That group of people had clearly come for him, and as a result, they had even dragged Zhang Yue into it. Yan Qi silently clenched his fists. He had to make this group of people pay the price before he could do so. 2 hours later, inside the hospital, the doctors helped Yan Qi do a detailed examination. The results showed that he had some minor injuries other than a fractured left arm. The doctor looked at him in awe. It was important to know that the passenger side, where Yan Qi was the place that was hit the hardest. The car door was deformed. But Yan Qi was not seriously injured. This is simply a miracle. Doctor, the woman who came with me is not in danger, right? Yan Qi asked with some nervousness. The doctor looked at the CT scan film. Don't worry, it's not life-threatening, she will wake up after a while. Yan Qi slightly put down his heart after hearing this. If something happened to Zhang Yue because of him, he was afraid that he would regret it for the rest of his life. After bandaging his arm, the police called Yan Qi out. They asked Yan Qi about the situation at that time. Yan Qi told them everything. He also remembered the license plate numbers of the 2 cars and told the police everything. After the police left, Yan Qi came to the door of Zhang Yue's hospital room. He looked in through the window. He only saw Zhang Yue with a bandage wrapped around her head, quietly lying on the hospital bed. Yan Qi closed his eyes in pain. Zhang Yue was the most tolerant and gentle one towards him. No matter what Yan Qi wanted to do, Zhang Yue was unconditionally supportive. At this moment, seeing Zhang Yue lying on the hospital bed, Yan Qi felt a pang of heartache. After a while, the 3 of them, Su Xiaoshan, rushed over one after another. Yan Qi, are you alright? Su Xiaoshan looked Yan Qi up and down with a nervous face. She was still full of joy as she was on the phone with Yan Qi. As a result, she heard a loud bang. She originally thought it was just an ordinary car accident. But she didn't expect that someone would want to hijack Yan Qi. When Su Xiaoshan heard the news, she almost didn't faint. Yan Qi shook his head. I'm fine, my arm is just broken. It's just that Sister Wei hit her head, I don't know when she'll wake up. He looked towards the ward. Su Xiaoshang also looked towards the ward, a trace of sadness flashing in her eyes. Although she usually always fought with Zhang Yue, seeing Zhang Yue in this state made her heart feel bad. Paleosi, on the other hand, clenched her fists with a gloomy gaze. Who did this? So bold. She turned her head to look at Juaning and asked in an unkind tone, it couldn't be that group of underground gangsters again, could it? Impossible. Juaning shook her head seriously, they definitely wouldn't dare to make a move on Yan Qi again. After the last restaurant incident, Yan Qi is now a celebrity among the gangs. It was rumored that he was the only son of a mysterious big family, and even Juaning was afraid of Yan Qi. In this situation, it was unlikely that anyone would go crazy and make a move against Yan Qi. Yan Qi also chimed in, it shouldn't be them, that group of people had guns in their hands. Guns? Juaning frowned, that's indeed a bit troublesome. Pei Lucier snorted coldly, humph, what do I care what they have? Since they dare to do it, then leave me with a small life. I'll let someone find them out now. If it was usual, Yan Qi would have stopped Pei Liu's. But this time he wasn't going to stop it. I'll have the brethren mobilize as well. Juaning also pulled out her cell phone, a citywide search, they should be found soon. Yan Qi nodded, with Pei Lucier and Juaning around. Finding someone shouldn't be troublesome. What was troublesome was what happened afterward. You have to know that that group of people have guns. And there was no telling how many of them. Even if it's the Red Security Association, they'll suffer heavy casualties in the face of an unknown armament. Of course, the best way was to tell the police the location after finding them. Let the police solve this matter. But Yan Qi always felt unwilling. If he was the only one injured, he would definitely just advocate handing the matter over to the police like he did last time. But this time, the matter involved Zhang Yue, and Zhang Yue was in a coma because of it. Then the nature of the matter could be different. Yan Shi was the type that didn't care if he got hurt himself, but couldn't accept someone important getting hurt. So this time, it had to be a heavy-handed attack. And there was a way to perfectly resolve this matter. Yan Shi could only think of one person in his head. He sighed softly, surely it's still a go, huh? Yan Shi then looked at the three, I'm going out, so I'll leave the hospital side to you guys? No way. Paleosi grabbed Yan Shi's right hand, you're hurt so badly, you must recuperate. Su Xiaoshang chimed in, right, you'd better go and rest quickly, don't get too tired. Leave that group of people to me, don't worry, I'll take care of them. Zhuaning touched Yan Shi's head. Yan Shi firmly shook his head, I have to go, don't stop me. Paleosi's trio was a bit surprised. To know that Yan Shi was rarely this serious, this showed that he was really angry. They understood that in this situation, even with any amount of persuasion, it was impossible to change Yan Shi's mind. The three Paleos looked at each other and could only nod helplessly. Then pay attention to your safety and notify us at the first sign of danger. So Yan Shi secretly left the hospital under the cover of the three of them. He took a cab and headed to the outskirts of Cloud City. The place he is going to is the White House. Chapter 58 Moon Lake Manor. The White family was located in the outskirts of Cloud City. There was a piece of manor that belonged exclusively to the White family. It was called Moon Lake Manor. The Moon Lake Manor covered an area of 60 acres, or 40,000 square meters. In theory, in Cloud City, it was not allowed to have such a large area of private residence. However, the Bai family had exploited a loophole. The Moon Lake Manor claimed to be a hotel manor, or commercial land. However, although the self-proclaimed hotel, but the Moon Lake Manor is engaged in the membership system, and not open to the public. Simply put, the Bai family built a hotel, but only open to their own people. But it is easy to say. But really want to implement up also need to Cloud City departments, turn a blind eye to it. This is not only to have the financial strength, but also have the power. And it just so happened that the Bai family had all of them. Yan Shi sat in the cab, looking out the window at the changing scenery. There was inexplicably some tension in his heart. He hadn't been back to Moon Lake Manor in 7 years, and his impression of it was a little fuzzy. Of course, more than that, what made him most nervous was meeting Bai Ji. How exactly should he open his mouth? Would Bai Ji really help? To be honest, Yan Shi didn't have a bottom at all. After all, his behavior 3 years ago when he left Cloud City was indeed rather beastly. Yan Shi was already prepared to not be able to get out. This was also the reason why he didn't let Xu Xiaoshang and the others follow and came alone. An hour later, the cab arrived near the Moon Lake Manor. The driver turned his head and said, "Little brother, the front belongs to a private residence, so it's really impossible to go further." I understand. Yan Shi nodded. Those who did not receive an invitation were not allowed to approach Moon Lake Manor. Because this neighborhood was also all owned by the Bai family. Yan Shi paid for the car and then got out. "Little brother, do you need me to wait for you?" The driver poked his head out and asked. Yan Shi smiled and waved his hand, "Forget it, there's no chance I won't be able to get out." Afterwards, he walked forward without looking back. Walking out about 100 meters or so, a few bright lights shone over. What kind of people? A large group of security personnel dressed in black uniforms came over, and they shone their flashlights at Yan Shi's face. "This is a private residential area, hurry up and leave." Yan Shi was not the least bit flustered. He opened the door and said, "Help me go in and inform me, I want to see Bai Ji." "Do you have an appointment?" "No, there is if you notify." The guards froze after hearing this, and he looked at each other. Then they looked at Yan Shi as if he were a psychopath. "Kid, do you know what kind of place this is? And a fucking notification? If you want to enter the Moon Lake Manor, you usually have to make an appointment. If it is an important guest, the manor will also notify the security personnel of the specific time. But this person in front of me is a big knight, neither reservation, the manor also did not notify. Obviously, he was an unauthorized intruder. So the security personnel have pulled out from the waist with a baton and electric baton. Boy, I repeat, this is a private residence, hurry to leave." Yan Shi saw this and hurriedly said, "Yan Xia, don't you guys recognize?" He tried to brush his face to enter the manor. After all, he had lived here for 13 years, there should be someone who would recognize him. Yan Shi? The guards stared at Yan Shi's face and observed him for a while. They suddenly remembered, "Ah, you're Yan Shi. Right. Yanqi nodded, finally remembered? The guards laughed somewhat disdainfully. Ha, isn't that the Netflix star that's been so hot on the internet lately? You don't think you can come in just because you're an Edison, let alone an Edison, even a star has to make an appointment. Hurry up and get out of here. Yanqi was a bit speechless. They did remember, but remembered the wrong ah. He sighed helplessly and had to bring out an old acquaintance. Ask your Guan team with your walkie-talkie, he must know me? The guards laughed, I'm sure he knows me. The security officer laughed after hearing this. Ha, you are crazy, Guan team went back home 4 years ago, now our captain is Hu team. Yanqi was silent. 7 years was indeed too long, no one recognized him anymore. The defense officer in the lead was also impatient. He pointed the electric baton in his hand at Yanqi. Hurry up and get lost, don't force us to get rough ah. Just when the two sides were at a standstill, a leisurely voice came from the distance. Lao Chi, what are you doing here? Old 7, the security officer who was pointing the electric baton at Yanqi, instantly changed his face. He hurriedly turned around and walked over with a fawning face. Team Hu, it's just that an outsider broke in. The man known as Team Hu looked to be in his 30s, holding a thermos in his hand. Do you have an appointment? He asked while sipping his tea. No, but he said to give notice. Lao Chi shook his head. Team Hu waved his hand dismissively. With a notice? Who does he think he is? Like this kind of psychopath, just directly blast it out and that's it. Saying this, he took another sip of tea. The old 7 laughed. We also think the same way. This stinky netroots called Yanqi also really put himself. Before he finished, Team Hu puffed and sprayed the tea in his mouth. Who? Team Hu stammered and asked. Lao Chi pointed behind him. Is that Yanqi who was very hot on the internet recently? You do not know? Team Hu gulped at the words. His hand holding the water cup involuntarily trembled. My yeah, how did this ancestor come back ah? Team Hu grabbed old 7's shoulders. You guys didn't do anything just now, did you? Not yet. Old 7 was a bit confused. Who team, what is this? Could it be that Yanqi's fan? TSK, Team Hu looks quite serious. I didn't expect to usually chase netizens. Team Hu breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately he didn't make a move, otherwise he would have to follow the bad luck. Then he pushed Lao Chi away and walked quickly towards Yanqi. Under the light of the flashlight, he saw the familiar face. It was really him. Hu team sucked in a breath of cool air. He then bent down and walked to Yanqi with a fawning face. Young Master Yan, why didn't you notify in advance when you came back? Hearing this, all the defense personnel were dumbfounded. Young Master Yan? How could there be a young Master Yan in the Bai family? I've never heard of him. But just because they hadn't heard of it didn't mean they didn't know the significance of the words young master. The corners of old 7's mouth twitched, and beads of sweat broke out on his forehead. It seemed like he had gotten himself into trouble. He walked to the very back of the group somewhat sheepishly, trying to hide himself. You recognize me ah? Yanqi looked at Team Hu with some delight. Team Hu hurriedly nodded. I know you, I came to the White House 8 years ago and was working under Team Guan at the time. Great, finally someone knows me. Yanqi patted his shoulder. Hurry up and notify the manor for me, I have something urgent to see Bai Ji. Hu team sidestepped and laughed. You come back which still need to notify ah, I directly bring you in it. Yanqi looked at him appreciatively. No wonder you can be the captain, indeed on the road ah. He then followed behind Team Hu and prepared to enter the manor. The guards consciously made way. At this time Yanqi thought of something. He turned his head and asked. By the way, who just pointed at me with an electric stick? Chapter 59 Bai Ji. When these words came out, everyone was startled. This is the rhythm of retaliation ah. Old 7 sighed and stood out with a crying face. He carefully bowed his head and apologized. I'm really sorry, I didn't know you were young Master Yan. Team Hu immediately chimed in when he saw this. Young Master, I will definitely scold him severely when I go back, if you are not relieved. Okay, it is better for me to solve it myself. Yanqi stopped it. Team Hu shook his head helplessly. Old 7 is going to have bad luck. Yanqi walked to Old 7 and slowly raised his hand. Old 7 closed his eyes in fear. He has not seen many rich and evil young men, that torture methods can be endless ah. He was afraid that he would be finished this time. Mom, the child can't give you filial piety ah. You did a good job ah. Yanqi suddenly patted Lao Chi's shoulder. Old 7 looked up with a confused expression. Huh? The other security personnel also looked over. Good job? They didn't hear it wrong. They were about to violently beat Yan Shi just now, so how could they still be doing a good job? Could it be that they were saying the opposite? Yan Shi turned his head to look at Team Hu, who said to scold him, I think that not only should he not be scolded, but he should also be rewarded. The security personnel is to protect the security of the manor. Everyone stopped me, also belongs to us to do their duty. This time is my problem, next time I will definitely book in advance. If it's because of him, this group of security guards next time to stop people tied hands. Wouldn't this add to the chaos of the Bai family? Team Hu froze for a moment before also understanding Yan Shi's meaning. Young Master Yan is right, I'll go back and reward them fiercely. He smiled and walked over to Yan Shi's side. Yan Shi nodded and smiled as he instructed Lao Chi, remember to stop people like this next time, don't be a wimp. Yes. Guarantee to complete the task. Old Seven excitedly straightened up. So there is such a reasonable young master in the world. Yan Shi nodded with satisfaction, then followed Team Hu away. Watching Yan Shi and the two of them walk away, Lao Chi sighed, no wonder people are young masters, this chest. Then he turned to look at the other security personnel, all give me to remember, in the future, when you come across Yen young masters, all give me to be polite. Yes. Due to the large size of the manor, one needs to take a small mobility scooter after entering. Team Hu drove the small mobility scooter and pulled Yan Shi to the entrance of a villa. There were more than a dozen buildings in the manor, both large and small. Among them, this villa was where the Bai family mainly lived. Yan Shi looked out the window at this familiar villa and felt a little nostalgic in his heart. It was here that he had lived with Bai Ji in the beginning. Young Master Yan, I'll go in and inform the others, and I'll be right back, Team Hu whispered to Yan Shi. Yan Shi nodded, go. Team Hu got out of the car and knocked on the door of the villa. After a while, a young girl in a long maid's outfit opened the door. Yan Shi saw that after Team Hu said a few words to the young girl turned around and ran back to the villa in a hurry. After a while, the young girl ran back again. After receiving a reply, Team Hu returned to the car and helped Yan Shi open the door. Young Master Yan, it's ready, you can just follow the girl in. Yan Shi got out of the car and patted Team Hu's shoulder, trouble you. Yan Shi got out of the car and patted Team Hu on the shoulder, thank you. Mr. Hu hurriedly shook his head. Afterwards, Yan Shi walked towards the villa gate. Hu Team looked at his back, whispered to himself. It feels like the manor is going to change again, ah. On the other hand, Yan Shi came to the front door. The pretty maid bowed to Yan Shi, young Master Yan Shi, please follow me. Yan Shi took a look at the maid, she looked like she had just reached adulthood. 7 years ago, she was definitely not there. Yan Shi followed the maid into the interior of the villa. The decor inside the villa was quite luxurious, with the main color tone dominated by white gold. The maid brought Yan Shi to a room, please wait here for a while. Yan Shi looked at the familiar door, I remember this is the study room, right? That's right, Missy asked me to bring you here. The maid nodded her head. Yan Shi didn't say anything else and directly pushed the door and walked in. It was said to be a study, but it was actually closer to a small library. Since Bai Ji's father, Bai Wenhao, loved to read, the study was quite large. The entire room was around 300 square meters, and there were 20 bookshelves in the room. In the very center of the room was a 2-meter-long desk. Yan Shi remembered that when he was young, he often ran to the study with Bai Ji to play. After he closed the door to his room, he walked over to the desk and sat down. Yan Shi closed his eyes and thought about what he was going to say in a while in his head. If he didn't think ahead, he wouldn't be able to say anything. His eloquence could be said to be completely useless in front of Bai Ji. After about 10 minutes or so, Yan Shi heard footsteps coming from outside the house. His heart suddenly skipped a beat. Thud, 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 his heartbeat was like the sound of a beating drum. As the door handle slowly turned, the door was pushed open. A woman dressed in a white silk nightgown walked in through the door. The satin-textured nightgown clung to her body, outlining perfect curves. The woman's long black hair hung down like a waterfall, and her perfect googly-eyed face was dotted with delicate features. Under her slender eyebrows were a pair of cold black eyes. The moment Yan Shi saw her, his entire body was stunned. Obviously, he had already prepared himself mentally, but Yan Shi still couldn't hold back for a moment. This woman was the eldest miss of the Bai family, Yan Shi's former fiancé, Bai Ji. Bai Ji gently closed the door to her room. She then swept her cool vision over Yan Shi. It eventually settled on Yan Shi's injured left arm. A complex look flashed across her eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. If it was usual, Yanqi would definitely be able to notice this slight change. But at the moment, his mind was foggy. The opening remarks he had just thought of could not utter a single word right now. Baishi didn't say anything either, just silently walked over to Yanqi and took a chair to sit down. Silence fell in the study. The two sat together and were silent like this for 10 minutes. Eventually Yanqi gulped and opened his mouth. Baishi, I. You what? Baishi turned her head to look at Yanqi, her tone rather cold. Yanqi looked to the side somewhat sheepishly, he simply couldn't do anything to lock eyes with Baishi. Alas, Baishi sighed softly. She then leaned back in her chair and opened her mouth to ask. Why didn't you come to me until now? Chapter 60 The Godfather. Yanqi had clearly thought of what to say in response, but at this point he was stuck. Since he was a child, he had been able to speak flowery words to all the girls. But the only one he couldn't say anything to was Baishi. This was true 3 years ago, and it was also true now. After thinking about it, Yanqi decided to tell the truth. Because I don't dare to come. He whispered. After Baishi heard this, a trace of sadness flashed in her eyes. She then said with some sarcasm, You didn't dare to come before, but suddenly you dare to come today? It's for that little girlfriend of yours, isn't it, the one called Zhang Yewei? Yanqi looked at Baishi with a shocked face. You already know ah? Only 3 hours have passed since the car accident. And the Bai family is still located in the outskirts of Cloud City. This intelligence was passed on too quickly, right? Baishi gently knocked on the chair. As long as it's something that happens in Cloud City, there's nothing I don't know. You're nothing more than wanting me to help you find someone to avenge your little girlfriend. Cough, ex-girlfriend to be exact. Yanqi coughed lightly. Baishi sniffed and looked at Yanqi, narrowing her eyes slightly. What about me? Ex-fiancé? Yanqi was asked. Is there such a thing as an ex-fiancé? When Baishi saw Yanqi's awkward look, the corner of her mouth gently hooked up an arc. Then she sighed. It's really sad, the reason why someone came to me was for another woman. At this time, Baishi realized that Yanqi was looking straight at her. Her body trembled slightly, but her tone remained flat as she asked, What are you looking at me for? Well, just want to see you. Is it really sad? Yanqi scratched his head. Baishi sniffed and raised her eyebrows. So you see it? No. Yanqi honestly shook his head, the same as before, have absolutely no idea what you're really thinking. In elementary school, Baishi would still show some emotions. But after she went to middle school, the emotions on her face became less and less. It was as if she was wearing a mask. Baishi's eyelids were slightly lowered, and she said in a cold tone, You don't need to know what I'm thinking. Oh, Yanqi was a little lost. Baishi really is still the same as before. A look of refusal. No matter how hard Yanqi tries, he can't get into her heart. Baishi silently clenched her fists when she saw Yanqi in this downtrodden state. She quickly controlled her emotions and spoke in a normal tone, Helping you is fine, but I can't help for nothing. What do you want? Yanqi hurriedly asked, As long as I can do it. Baishi looked at Yanqi, I want to ask you instead, what do you think you can give me? Yanqi was silent. This question hit the nail on the head. The Bai family had money and power. He seemed to have nothing to offer. How about this? Baishi's legs were elegantly folded together. If you kneel down and beg me, I'll make a move to help you. Good ah. Yanqi stood up without hesitation. Baishi was first stunned, then rarely flustered. She didn't expect that Yanqi would agree so dryly. Seeing Yanqi's legs bending, he was about to kneel to the ground. Baishi grabbed his arm. Forget it, suddenly I'm not in the mood again. Ah? Yanqi was a bit confused. How can this woman think of one thing at a time? You have changed, Baishi murmured in a small voice. The Yanqi of 3 years ago would never have knelt to anyone. Baishi then stretched out her right hand and asked softly, Remember the rules between us? Yanqi looked at this familiar gesture and was momentarily in a trance. When she was small, Baishi loved a movie, The Godfather. She liked to play the Vito Corleone Godfather in it, and Yanqi was responsible for playing her henchman. At that time, Baishi would raise her right hand like she did now. The idea was for Yanqi to kiss her right hand to show her respect and obedience to the Godfather. Yanqi looked at Baishi's right hand and understood her meaning. It means to let me obey all her orders. He thought in his heart. Yanqi grabbed Baishi's hand and uttered the line from when they were children, Obey all your instructions, Your Excellency the Godfather. After saying that, he lowered his head and kissed the back of Baiji's hand. The moment his lips touched, Baiji trembled violently. Even Yan Qi felt it. Baiji jerked her hand back, her cheeks slightly colored with a blush. But quickly regained her composure as she coughed lightly. Cough, since you showed me respect, I will help you too. Before dawn, I'll find the person who hit you, and I'll also tell you who's behind it. Yan Qi was relieved to hear this. As long as Baiji was willing to help, then everything would be simple. He sat back in his chair. After the nerves that had been taut loosened up, exhaustion suddenly hit him. By the way, is Uncle Bai not here? Yan Qi yawned and asked. Uncle Bai was naturally referring to Baiji's father, Bai Wenhao. Baiji shook her head bashfully. He went abroad, now I am in charge of the Bai family. So Yan Qi was a bit surprised. Baiji is only 1 year older than him, but she has already started to control the Bai family. This is also too powerful. It seems that a lot of things have happened in the past 3 years. But Yan Qi didn't intend to ask more. After all, he wasn't considered a member of the Bai family in the end. After a moment of silence, Yan Qi suddenly remembered something and turned his head to ask, right, there's one more thing. Never mind, better not ask. If there's something, just say it, don't stammer. Baiji glanced at him. Yan Qi scratched his head a bit awkwardly. It's actually that, do you have a child now? He remembered what Zhang Yue said, that child looks quite similar to you. Baiji's eyes widened. Her expression was rare and somewhat out of control, obviously not expecting Yan Qi to ask this. Yan Qi was even more embarrassed when he saw this, and he hurriedly explained, it's just that when I was at the movie theater today, I ran into a kid, and I just felt that the kid looked a bit like me. Before he finished, Baiji opened her mouth and interrupted him, so you felt that it was your kid. Then you asked your several girlfriends, found that none of them are after, and then came to ask me again, right? Afterwards, she looked at Yan Qi with a slight flirtation, then why don't you guess well, do you think I will give you a child? Yan Qi was embarrassed, he just wanted to find a crack in the ground. He felt like a cerebral palsy. How could Baiji give him a child? What a stupid question. Forget it, just pretend I didn't ask. Yan Qi hurriedly waved his hand. But he also obtained the answer he wanted. That little girl, Xing Xing, just happened to look like him. It was not her daughter. For some reason, Yan Qi always felt a bit empty in his heart. I'm really too tired. He leaned on the back of the chair and said tiredly, I'll take a little rest, wake me up if there's any news. Yan Qi closed his eyes. In less than half a minute, he fell into a deep sleep. Baiji looked at Yan Qi's side face, and the corner of her mouth hooked up a smile. Nerd, you have to guess she whispered to herself. Baiji stood up. She took out a blanket from behind the table and gently covered Yan Qi. Baiji reached out to straighten Yan Qi's messy hair and whispered in a gentle tone, good night. Afterward, she turned around and walked out of the study. There were 2 people standing outside the house, one was the pretty maid who brought Yan Qi in. The other was the current housekeeper of the Bai family, Aunt Gui. Is Qing Qing asleep? Baiji looked at Aunt Gui. Aunt Gui nodded, she's already asleep. I'll go check on her then. A loving smile appeared on Baiji's face. She pointed to the study, Yan Qi is asleep in there, don't disturb him. Yes. Then, Baiji went upstairs with gentle footsteps. Alas. Aunt Guo looked towards the study and sighed, since the child's father has already come to the door, let them meet.